I feel we have to take a close look at today. Because Raphael, when he gets these comfort picks, we saw him with Ari against Rookie, 11-1 and 10 yesterday, but didn't do so well when he started getting some target bans, and the same can be said about Hetong. He really took it to cool in the Azir versus Zed matchup, and even though didn't finish with the most impressive scoreline, was able to dictate pace in the lane, but both defaulted to Lissandra afterwards, and both didn't have fantastic games.
Yeah, and kind of moving through, VG solo laners I feel like have had a little bit of a, not struggle necessarily, but just kind of finding their own identity. You saw that Carrie's played Riven and Hecarim and Maokai in his last few picks, so pretty interesting stuff. And Dandy, he's really been mixing it up.
Yeah, he certainly has. He likes the Rek'Sai in Italy, but they're going to just be taken off the board majority of the time, so he's been going to some other things to just try and get some consistency.
Yeah, remember, still on 5.2 here as well, so Xerath Azir all day, every day for the mid laners here in the LPL, and, you know, eventually that will have to move away from that, most likely. Be interesting to see what they play, but Vasily, he's one way and one way only.
Yeah, he certainly is very aggressive, and you feel that Vasily has to do well in the laning phase along with Mata to get them rolling, and you can see they're setting themselves up for that. Graves and Corki only in the last 5 matchups.
Yeah, and he looks great on aggressive AD carries. Vasily always been someone that wants to get in and get aggressive, and when he's able to do that with the help of Mata, Dandy, and the rest of his team coming in, I mean, it's maybe unfair to call Vasily the weak link of this team, because when he comes up massive, but he really is the person that always trying to bring up, because if he's ever dragging the chain, it feels like Vici just have so many more problems.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. I definitely agree with the fact that he's not the weak link, but I guess teams put him under the biggest microscope when they do play against Vici. They try and impact that lane and get him behind, because Dandy and Mata, Dandy more so has been playing some carry junglers, but wants to be that supportive initiative jungler that helps get wards out. And Vici, they've got their warding back under control. It exploded at one point where they were lighting up the whole map, maybe to a fault. They were just not even warding around objectives, just wards for the sake of wards, and it was hurting them gold-wise. But now they look much more consistent.
Yeah, I think once upon a time we would have called Vici a Korean team that's kind of like bop into shape in China and trying to fit into a box they don't really fit in. But now they just feel like a Korean team with Chinese aggression as sort of the flair for themselves as well. They've become a very strong team. They're sort of cracking, if not have already cracked the top 5 of the standings. They're looking very good.
Yeah, they certainly are. They'll be pushing for the top 4 spots. Top 3 kind of out of reach for majority of the team, with EDG, Snake, and OMG just being a little bit ahead of the pack, but Vici trying to get into that next upper echelon and try and secure their, I guess, playoff spot.
Yeah, and for EP as well, again, it's kind of dragging the chain down the bottom, but can beat any team on any day, it seems like. And if there's one thing we can say about Energy Pacemaker, they do fun stuff when they play League of Legends.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're the X factor for me. They're willing to play anything. Amazing J really bought the Hecarim through. Drizzle also has some pretty fun champions that he comes through. The way he plays Lee Sin especially just is really, I guess, different. He hasn't gone away from the Lee Sin pickup at all in the jungle. And then, as you mentioned, Raphael can play anything, and their bottom lane, whilst not the best lane, has been much more consistent than people would have given them credit for preseason.
Yeah, Kane actually has a lot of LPL experience. They've been playing in China for a while. Looked good. Was classically a Draven player before Crystal burst onto the scene here. They're split. So EP are a very fun team to watch. Raphael's Victor especially, probably a highlight to look out for today. And if any trends of the weekend continue, it's probably going to get banned here.
Yeah, it certainly would. You wouldn't expect that one to get through. He just plays it with such proficiency, and when you don't get to play against these pocket picks very often, if a team runs Victor Hecarim at you, you just don't know how to respond, so I'd expect Vici to take it off the board.
Well, we'll have to see as we do jump into Game 1's champs. Like EP over on the left, they're our blue team for Game 1. Vici on the red side. They'll be our red team there as Nidalee gets banned by EP. Victor straight away banned by Vici.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Rek'Sai and Hecarim to be the next couple that come off. They're just very disruptive champions, and as we said, Amazing J plays the Hecarim very well, but Dandy's Rek'Sai is just so good.
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai is a big LPL jungler in general, just fits the style, lets him be aggressive, has so many options, that's why a lot of the top tier junglers like her, but Dandy especially might be the best looking Rek'Sai player in the LPL, so I do like that hit away there if they do go for it. But right now, Azir and Hecarim the next 2 bans.
Yeah, so Azir being taken away from Hetong, not surprised about that whatsoever. So mid laners might start looking very seriously at the Lissandra pickup. Of course, the other one that sticks out like a sore thumb is the Xerath coming through for both mid laners. So far, only one jungle ban, really. We are expecting the second one, but it's not actually. It's Mata's Janna that gets taken off the board.
Yeah, this is actually another targeted ban that gets thrown a lot at VG Gaming. I feel like Mata, fantastic players, played the Veigar, played Annie, played Leona, played Thresh, but Janna seems to be, the best of the best as far as his champion pool goes, and a lot of teams respect it and ban it away, and VG, you're going to last ban the Veigar.
Yeah, so Veigar being taken off, that's not any surprise on this current patch, just so strong. I like the Janna ban just because it gets rid of all the initiation EP want to bring. They are a pile-in team. You can see with their first pickup in that Gnar straight away. They're looking to team fight early, so get rid of all the disengage. Also allows, I guess, Mata to be on a slower support. It's crazy, but Mata really does fly around the Rift. You pair him up with someone like Danny, and they can be everywhere. So nice ban phase coming through, but some good picks coming through on Vinci's side.
Yeah, these would be two very strong picks if they do want to go for them, but Vinci might even change it up. And Gnar, very strong first pick here for EP. We are going to go for Rek'Sai Graves, though, so Vinci going to leave both Lissandra and Cassidy still open.
Yeah, so Cassidy up is a big one for Hotong, but also means that Lissandra Jarvan can fall through, and that's just a huge wombo on the top side of the map. If they want a team fight, I don't think you could get a stronger call than that. Throw a Leona in on support because I don't know how contested that would be. And you've got a pretty all-in scrappy team. Yeah,
pretty interesting to see that with both Corki and Graves available, Vici want to take Graves now just to make sure. I mean, he's very safe, but EP, they answer well here. Annie and the Ahri going to be the picks for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, we mentioned the Ahri game already from Raphael yesterday. 11, 1, and 10 went absolutely nuts against Rookie, one of the premier mid laners in the LPL. So he could definitely play it. The Annie is something that we see from time to time come through for Shoot. Another initiative support that is so important in the Chinese meta. You have to have these tools that can get in, especially with the flash tippers. And that's a lot of counter engage coming through from Vici now. The Lissandra and Morgana locked in. That's a fantastic amount of anti-dive.
Yeah, just a good amount of, maybe even some engage as well if they want it. So a good all-rounder comp for Vici so far. Lissandra Morg, like you mentioned, going to come through here as well. I think we might actually, they've left the solo lane pick open here with a flex from Lissandra. So I was going to say we might be seeing Lissandra Ahri again.
Yeah, Lissandra Ahri is that weird matchup where Ahri has a very small margin for error because if she ever misses that charm, just gets tombed up with that ultimate that comes through, and then a lot of lockdown CC and can follow quite well with the Glacial Path. So I like the matchup, but wouldn't be surprised if they took it into Amazing J. Does well early game, but does tend to struggle as Gnar gets tankier.
Yeah, and Drizzle actually wanting a bit more team fight, it seems like Corki and Jarvan the last two picks for EP. So Lee Sin is up, but he'll fall through the draft here for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Also, the surprise is that no one in this draft has taken away the Callista that was hovered for a little bit with the Annie, but don't want to take it into the Graves lane, especially with the threat of that being a mid Morgana and being able to take the Leona in just would have been an absolute devastating combo.
Yeah, I feel like just in general, Graves and Corki especially, and especially Graves, given how the matchup plays out, I feel like nobody ever wants to pick anything into Graves anymore because he's just so strong.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's that huge lane bully. The surprise, though, is that they're picking Graves with neutral supports. For me, Morgana doesn't win a lane unless you hit those miracle binds, and it's quite a slow skill shot. So I like the Graves pickup, very aggressive, but I just think that if you're going to play Graves, couple it with something a little bit more aggressive. The Thresher's still available, the Leona's still available. We've seen a lot of success in Graves being in these bully lanes.
Yeah, and the last pick, of course, Maokai there as well for carry. So we'll take a nice hardy tank into the top lane to round out the draft. So pretty standard stuff. It almost feels like every game it's just Corki or Graves. Who do you want more?
Yeah, exactly right. And that seems to be the priority. Amazing J versus carry. This will be a very volatile lane. If Gnar gets ahead whatsoever, we've seen him absolutely dominate that lane in mini Gnar form. So hard for Maokai to deal with.
Yeah, and there's the jungle matchup, as well. Dandy, very experienced in this particular matchup, Rek'Sai versus Jarvan, and he's going to be fine. This is interesting. Raphael does have cleanse, by the way, so going to take that defensive choice into the mid Lissandra once more.
Yeah, it's so important to just be able to get rid of that tomb early through the game, especially with a Rek'Sai providing the knock-up. Just a devastating combo.
Yeah, and of course, like we mentioned, matchup we'll see a lot today, I'm sure, that Corki versus Graves, and Marta going to take the slightly more defensive Morgana into the aggressive Annie.
Yeah, so Annie really needs to get around the map and help out here. If Marta can set up some deep wards, it puts Shu at a disadvantage, you feel, from the get-go. However, in a 2v2 lane, Corki Annie should be able to win it.
Yeah, and I guess that's an interesting matchup that we'll explore more as we do see the game start up fairly soon here as well, but lots of cool stuff going on here between these two teams, but we do start with a quick pause.
Yeah, just a little bit of a quick pause on the Rift, and across the board, the thing that I'm very interested in this game is both teams have set up in a similar fashion. You've got a very assassin-heavy pick comp mid laner Of course, Lissandra teamfight's a little bit better than Ari just because of the 2 forms of stasis she'll pick up with that Zhonya's Hourglass. But then tanky top lane, skirmish jungler, teamfight, bursty AD carry, as well as a little bit of initiate and counter-initiate in the support. So both teams trying to accomplish the exact same things through the draft. So now it comes down to execution. Who can run their team comp better? Can they get Raphael ahead, or will Hotong run away with this lane?
I mean, yeah, we've definitely looked at the mid laners there, and this matchup in particular, we hopped on it a little bit, but just to rehash, Lissandra does win early, it seems like, with all the wave clear. Of course, like you mentioned, Ari can't afford to make mistakes, but with the cleanse, a little bit more breathing room, and once she levels up the queue, gets a little bit pushed back towards Ari's favor.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think that early, as you mentioned, goes in Lissandra's favor. Mid-game, Ari is probably the best pick mid laner at the moment, just does a lot of damage as well coming through. Late game, I don't know if there's a better mid laner than Lissandra. Her cooldown is so low, she does so much damage consistently, and then is hard to take out of the fight. The thing about mid laners is they're very easy to tie down and blow up, but with how untargetable she becomes and how she transverses around fights, can get a lot done in her kit in very short amount of time. So I think that late game it is a good matchup.
Well, we'll have to see. Let's get straight onto the Rift. And we are on now as well. Energy Pacemaker versus Vici for our first game of the day here. Vasily back on Graves for what, the 10th time in a row? Something like that.
Yeah, he certainly has been picking it up a lot lately, and we see across the Rift, standard lanes look like they're being approached from both teams. No one really going for that lane swap, so will be, I guess, a very volatile situation if you take the 2 aggressive carries head to head.
Yeah, and I like that we are going to see standard lanes here, especially with the mid lane, which is probably always going to be standard at this point. But I like that you mentioned Lissandra. I do agree that she's got an amazing amount of utility, but we've seen Lissandra in some comps. Her damage is consistent, but hard to get in there in short range sometimes. And Amazing Jay just misses the binding.
Yeah, he certainly does. As we have... So we get back in and we see Kane having a little bit of a look around. So AD carry is actually going towards the top side of the map for both teams here. Vici was also able to pick up a first blood there. That went over to Mata in what was a big team fight. Now Kane needs to be careful.
Yeah, a bit of a bloodbath at level 1 there. Kane actually almost flashes back into the binding, but Vasily will join him up now there as well. And Kane down a summoner spell in what is now a 2v2 in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's 3 summoner spells down on the side of Energy Pacemaker's bottom lane. And you see how aggressive Vasily is already, completely zoning off the wave. They've both got their flashes available, Mata and Vasily, so they can play as aggressive as they like.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Vasily wants to be in any given game here. Pick the lane bully, get aggressive, go in, and just make sure you can pick people off.
Yeah, it's exactly what he wants to be doing, and now the wave's pushing in his favor. He can definitely continue to utilize all of the bursts that Graves' early kit provides. One of the best carries just with levels and scales ridiculously well with just flat AD.
Yeah, Shu actually now in trouble. Getting backshot very low there as well. Is forced to pop the potion and all the early trades going in favor. You mentioned it, when Morgana hits bindings in this lane, Graves just cleans up so well.
Yeah, Morgana's binding really is the turning point of lanes. If she's able to nail people with that, really does put her at a strong advantage. However, normally people can just wait behind the creeps, but how far up Vasily was playing meant that option wasn't available to Kane and Shu.
Yeah, really smart actually. Like you mentioned, Vasily already zoning them off creeps, which naturally creates more space for Mata.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see that they keep the pressure on. A little bit of a fast push now coming out, and Kane just trying his darndest to get as much CS under this turret as he can.
Yeah, Vasily loves to do this as well. We've seen this from quite a few Graves players in particular. Just going back to the old school Graves style, buckshotting the wave almost on cooldown and just pushing as hard as you can.
Yeah, and the importance of that is to just make sure you have enough, I guess, mana in the end for a smoke screen quick draw, because it does open them up for ganks. Jarvan, one of the better gankers, but of course Mata with that Black Shield going to afford Vasily some luxury of avoiding the CC.
Yeah, and again, going to kind of hold this wave a little bit, slow push it towards it, and then just keep pressuring under the tower and try and make sure Kane misses more CS. It's 12-21 so far, so Vasily very far ahead there.
Yeah, exactly right, and they've pinged out the turret. They want to get it going as well. They were just building a second wave up there and making sure that they had as much pressure as possible. As we see Carry in the bottom lane, getting some deep wards down, making sure that he has vision of where the Jarvan is going to be. Doesn't want to be ganked early because of all the CC and damage in Nars kit.
Yeah, Danny actually moving through this jungle fairly quickly. Already got his chilling smite up. Jarvan a couple camps behind looking for his first jungle item here. So Dandy, as expected, farming very well in the early stages.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is such a good farm heavy jungler. so that good that we saw Cacao yesterday fall in the trap of just wanting to farm with Rek'Sai, and the Lee Sin was able to get ahead as even more action.
Yeah, Shu actually in low there as well. No ulti there for Graves. Only level 3, but the buckshot's already doing plenty of damage, and that might force Shu back home.
Yeah, so one by one, they're just picking on separate members of the Energy Pacemaker bottom lane and shoving them out. This is affording Vasily an absolute mammoth lead. He's double the CS, and Dandy now using that to get a bit of a counter jungle going on.
Yeah, tries to seal away the Grump. They can't get it done. Drizzle will clear out the ward as well, and Dandy will have to back off to his own jungle.
Yeah, so you don't want to skirmish a Jarvan early. Just does so much damage with that passive as well as the Q, but now he will be able to sweep out the pink ward, so he's able to get a lot of work done in the top side of the map just because of how aggressive Marta and Vasily are playing.
Yeah, the Raptor buff there from smiting that camp away. Actually coming up big there for Dandy, able to clear out a pink ward by sensing it in the area. And Marta even roaming down just to make sure that was okay. But Amazing Jay on the bottom side, to carry as well. Does a lot of good damage, but he'll hit the minions with the next one and wallop down the wave.
Yeah, he certainly will. But Carrie's already used the teleport to get into that lane, so he hasn't got the luxury of getting a quick shop in. So Amazing Jay with the range auto attacks will be able to do some damage to this turret. And you have to say, with how hard the lane was being won by Vasily, that's been equalized a little bit. Now only 5 CS. And Amazing Jay is smashing carry in that lane.
Yeah, that's actually something I wanted to ask you. That's almost unexpected, I feel like, with such a safe laner like Maokai.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you would expect him to maybe go the shield in the matchup, not the ring. I feel that's just a greedy first pickup. I think that Doran's shield is the best starting item against the mini Gnar form because he does very low base damage, but it's the consistency that he hits it with and hoping to build up the hyper. So Doran's shield able to block a lot more damage out of there than what ring can.
Yeah, and at this point, Amazing Jay going to come back with his shield, with his Giant's Belt now as well. They're actually going to swap the lanes back to standard lanes now as well. And this could mean that Amazing Jay can continue his reign of terror in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly will. And Gnar scales with levels better than most top laners, able to get more points into the hyper early. If that is the build that he does go, just means that all of the auto attacks stack up so well. Hasn't gone with an aggressive first pickup, realizes that he needs to be there to shut down this Graves, who's starting to get ahead. Got a pickaxe now to Vasily. So I like the build coming out of Amazing Jay, just understanding where his team's at, not getting too caught up with how far ahead he is.
Yeah, and I actually love that fact about Amazing Jay in general. He's very selfless in the way he builds. It's funny, he's a very carry-esque style top laner, but he always plays usually to be the big front line for his team.
Yeah, he certainly does. We see even more damage in the bot.
Sick binding there by Marta landing, but looks like the forward B is going to come through. Exhaust that onto Kane as well. Shu going to get chased out there. Vasily going to look for it. No ulti available, unfortunately, and just some trades. People get low, but no one goes down.
Yeah, and they were taking
and Tong does ulti there as well. Drizzle goes down.
Yeah, Amazing Jay coming in with a teleport, though.
Yeah, actually going to move in now. Rock does get thrown out there as well. Tong will dodge the charm, but a good now back into the wall. Lines up the next kill for Raphael. Now Dandy could be in trouble as well. Carry going to get slowed by the boulder, but Amazing Jay is Q Darren. That should be enough for Maokai to get away.
Yeah, but he's just trying to get as much harass down onto this Maokai as possible, force him out of the lane.
Yeah, Minya is so annoying. They're chasing with the bounce as well. The Boomerang's moving in, the Hyper coming in. Amazing Jay doing very well here to kite it off, and Raphael diving in there with a Foxfire, just missing the last one, but will flash for the kill.
Yeah, and that was just great persistent damage coming through from Amazing Jay, and understanding his kit. He was in such an advantage against Maokai because Maokai couldn't have the choice of going back in because where Raphael was positioned, and just a persistent threat out of the mini Gnar. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, just getting hyper, throwing boomerangs, Gnar speeding up. He's so good at chasing in long chases like that.
Yeah, he certainly is. That hyper just comes up so big, especially with the transform coming through. It gives him back that added passive on his Q. So really nice play from the top side of the map, turning a bad situation, a good invade coming through from Vici, but able to get back ahead.
Yeah, things going to settle down a little bit here as well as we see Shu returning to the bottom side. Now mobility boots done for this Annie, so looking just fine here. And only 2 for 2, a couple kills traded back, and the gold very even still.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the CS lead has started to, I guess, normalize around that margin. So it's not getting too far out of hand for the bottom lane at this point. And you have to say that Vici, with how far the bottom lane was ahead, you might have thought a little bit more attention would go down there.
Yeah, we saw it earlier, but all the bullying just couldn't quite get them over the edge. Kane, though, has gone emergency double Doran, so maybe that's what Vici will take away as a win there from that particular lane matchup, but we'll have to see. I mean, Corki, we've seen it. As soon as he hits that Trinity Force, as long as he gets it in decent timing, doesn't really matter if it's super late.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. And I like the double Dorans because it gives him a little bit more lane pressure, but he's still struggling very hard against this Marta. And Shu recognized bottom lane a little bit of a lost cause, picks up the fast movies, might be looking to get around the map and impact other lanes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Annie do it before at, level 2, level 3. We've seen a lot of aggressive roaming Annie. So Shu does have options here. Could maybe look to the mid side to help out Raphael. But right now, everyone is playing fairly safe. Maybe thinking about their first dragon soon.
Yeah, the the tunnel network coming through from Dandy is very impressive at this point of the game. He hasn't got himself a CS advantage, but he is in a position where if he wants to, he can put the next couple of respawns of his jungle on very quick cooldown with how he will be able to fly around there with that upgraded chilling smite. So like where he's at, but Amazing J, he's still doing work in the top lane.
Yeah, he's getting aggressive and actually might be transitioning to a Phage here to kind of snowball the advantage at his build. I like the longsword Ruby Crystal there as well. I mean, he was going tanky first off, but I do love the Phage timing here.
Yeah, maybe it's a Phage. Maybe he's going for a little bit of a Hex Drinker into a Warmogs as well. That's a very good early power spike, especially against a double AP. It's pseudo double AP, and Graves doesn't deal with Warmogs very well, just because of the fact that got a bit of persistent damage, but it's more about the upfront burst. So we'll see what he transitions into here. A good sneak dragon on the timing of the enemy jungler here coming out of Dandy, so he'll be able to pick that one up, and they won't really know when that happened.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Vichi's bottom lane as well. So much pressure being put out there that Dandy knows it's very safe for him to take the dragon. Also, Hetong can always threaten in transition with the ulti, so very smart stuff by Vici Gaming.
Yeah, so Vici able to pick up the first major objective, but gold has normalized across the map, and whilst Graves a little bit ahead, Corki, as long as he gets that Trinity Force spike, will be okay. And you think maybe it is in the favor of them to keep this Maokai down. He's behind 20 CS, and you'd much rather have a very fed top lane tank to deal with these low threat AD carries and not tank busters than what you would, I guess, equal as AD carry in this. Because as I said, Kane will do his job.
Yeah, he will. And Amazing Jay's kind of looking to maybe bully the lane a little bit more, finally finish his longsword item of choice. It is Phage this time around, and with the CS lead that he's building, he can start continuing to bully his Kane down the bottom. Actually going to get aggressed on by Vasily. Mata doesn't find a line for the binding, and Drizzle's down here as well, actually.
Yeah, Drizzle now recognizing that he needs to get a little bit of pressure in there. Kane's in kill territory, so just looking to see if he can get any action. Not able to do so. A very good ward in that brush. Spots out exactly what Shu was trying to do over the wall as well with the flash tibbers coming through. So a little bit safer. And the Phage pickup, that's interesting. That means maybe they're trying to split push a little bit more. Don't want a team fight against this and need Na to get going and really be able to take down these turrets, push out the waves.
Yeah, he's doing well so far though, as Dandy will clear out the Scutter Crab. Drizzle going to check for vision and get the bad news on Dragon there. Unfortunately, it's already been taken out by Vici at a pretty standard time, to be fair, but was just soloed away by Rexos. As you said, just doesn't need to be in any lanes, farming the jungle here, power farming even.
Yeah, getting ahead a little bit in CS, able to pick up that big objective, and now just controlling the top side of the map vision-wise throughout the river. And you can see they're trading. This is maybe my one criticism of Vici. They ward up the whole of the map, even though they're not pressuring any of it. So they're using it very defensively, and they're not really securing that much of a lead. On the other side, you see that they're trying to get eyes on Dandy before he leaves the jungle. So they've got two very deep wards in the jungle. So they know when he leaves, or they can just assume if he's not spotted on that side of the map, he's on the top side. So they know where he is through lack of vision, as opposed to trying to light up every single area and always have eyes on the enemy members. You don't really need that.
Yeah, Moby beats Annie, threatening pretty aggressively there as well. Mata actually going to get a bit of gold there from Shu as the tormented. So it comes down. Raphael posturing forward there in the mid as well, trying to pick up a kill. Morellonomicon's been completed by both mid laners. So that aggression that we talk about, the volatility of this lane is starting to really come into full effect now.
Yeah, and now you see Dandy, he's in his jungle at the Gromp, and you see straight away Raphael, completely controlled, walks into the top side of his mid lane because he understands the jungle is not there anymore unless he hears the scream come out. He knows, even though they haven't got consistent eyes on Dandy, exactly where he is because that's where he left the jungle.
And it's funny that overwarding would be Dandy's problem because he is known for always showing up in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of the confusion that comes through for this team because you can see that they're 200 gold up, but they've just invested so much more in vision. They've lit up the complete control of the map. They've got 3 wards on top side and 5 wards on the bottom side. It's absolutely huge how much gold they're putting into this.
I mean, and that was one of our earlier criticisms, like you mentioned, of them early on in the LPL, where they just did a little too much warding. It sounds like a silly thing, but you can certainly ward too much. Like that 200 gold that you mentioned, that's probably mostly wards.
Yeah, exactly right at this point because the Sightstone isn't being picked up from the jungler as well. That is all wards at this point, so coming through there. They need to make something work off it. They got the first dragon, you have to say, through good denial of vision. So maybe that's what they're hoping for. Drag the game out late, but pick up the neutral objectives along the way through good vision control.
Little dangerous to maybe drag the game out against the Nara, especially because Amazing Jay's still having a great lane there in the top side. And Kane still keeping competitive. Actually went for a quick Sheen in this bottom lane, so couldn't go for the phage that he wanted, but just trying to make sure he can last hit minions as best he can.
Yeah, and that was just because he was a little bit further behind, so he doesn't want the persistent trades. He wants a quick phosphorus spawn auto attack when Vasily gets caught going for some creep. So agree with the build coming out. Drizzle once again looking towards the bot lane. He wants to make something work down here.
Yeah, he's got his side stunners there as well. Vasily actually a very good timing for the ward. The black shield though does not quite get broken by Tibbers. And Shu there looks for the stun and can't get it. Now in the mid lane, Amazing Day poured it into the mid side. Raphael going to dive back in there. Can't line the first chamber. They're still going through. Amazing Day doing so much work to cleanse out there by Raphael. A great W there by Hatong, who's going to dive back in. Amazing Day tries to bounce on top of Raphael. Somehow finishes him off.
Yeah, able to nail him. And over the back, Drizzle picks up another kill. So we're 2 for nothing coming through. What a play out of the top side of the map. Energy Pacemaker dictating flow of the game.
Yeah, and that was a Flandre level teleport there by Amazing Jay. So well timed.
Yeah, and Carry didn't have his available, so there wasn't even the choice to follow out of the top lane. Have to say maybe a little bit of a misplay, but let Raphael take care of the kill 1v1. It was very close, but hey, they pulled it off.
Yeah, very well played there. And now in the bottom lane, that's probably the worst news here for EP. And again, Kane is fine. Just don't get hit by a binding. Vasily's already used his ulti. Shu actually going to stun up there as well. And very good trade there by the Annie.
Yeah, get some good harass out there, trying to normalize this lane a little bit further. But now the pressure off, as we see the replay of this, missing the charm, but Amazing Jay just stays with these little skirmishes in the midi Nar form for as long as possible. Nice cleanse. You see that summoner spell coming out here, and good heads-up play from a Hatong trying to follow through, but that passive and dangerous game just allows him to survive. And then the dunk. It's so satisfying to just take out the opposition jungler with that huge cataclysm.
Yeah, good cleanup there coming through for Drizzle. So 4-2 now in favor of Energy Pacemaker. 1,000 gold ahead, actually, and Dragon is back in 12 seconds.
Yeah, so they've built themselves a little bit of a advantage, and you have to say their spikes have come at a better time. Needlessly large rod to a Negatron cloak is definitely in the favor of the Ahri, as well as that massive Trinity Force picked up. Not even the IE completed, so whilst Vasily is ahead, doesn't have the same power in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, even Amazing Jay in the top lane with his phage now is almost a random it's completed and a Spectre Skull, so he's good to go for early game taking this, but Vici beat EP to the punch, and they'll clean up the second dragon.
Yeah, and that was just better understanding of the back timers. I don't think Energy Pacemaker are going to be too concerned about the dragons until it gets to number 3 or 4. However, they would like to pick up that first one with all the flat AP that is coming out of the Ahri.
Yep, and I mean, the first one's always good. They'll try and get it done, and Marta now going to move back towards the bottom side as well. Raphael moving in towards the mid as well. There, like you mentioned, does have the need to see a large rod, possibly a Rabadon's coming through for Raphael if he wants more flat damage, but I would guess a Zhonya's just for a bit more teamfight presence.
Yeah, normally you would expect a Zhonya's to come through here, but he has been playing extremely aggressive in the last couple of games, so maybe not going for something along those lines. I would like the aggressive pickup, because if his team needs a carry, it's definitely him at this point. Kane's still a little bit far behind.
Yeah, and that was sort of the other point that I wanted to highlight when we looked at these two mid laners as the people that were really setting up in this game, because they've both been playing fantastically recently. I feel like we've seen quite a bit of Lissandra versus Ahri, and for me, yes, Lissandra's great late, but her biggest issue is getting in and doing her damage, because she's so short range.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the thing is that charms can just hit you from anywhere, and Ahri can destroy most mid laners through that CC, so you don't really get a chance to shrug it off. And with the aggressive summoner spells coming through, the Flash and the Ignite doesn't have the luxury of the cleanse that Raphael will have in the mid lane, so definitely less margin for error, but if it is executed properly, it should be in the Lissandra's favor. We're just not seeing that at the moment.
Amazing Jay forcing the flash out there from Carry as well. Just so much pressure being applied in the top side. Gonna get the tower as well. Now gonna swap back into Mini-Gnar and start hitting down the minions. And Carry has just been completely just destroyed in this lane.
Yeah, he certainly has 40 CS. That is nothing to scoff at. And the fact that the Randuins, as well as maybe a Banshee's Veil, going to be picked up relatively soon. This Gnar is really rolling at this point, and the problem with the Graves and the Corkis, they're not tank busters. He's not going to be able to shred through that, especially not with the build that Vasily's gone at the moment. So he's in a little bit of danger of maybe having to fight against a person he can't really beat.
Yeah, and it's funny that Vasily's going for this build as well. Vasily does not normally do this on Graves. He's much more snowball. He usually loves to get the BT first and go in and rotate with his team. But Kane right now with his Trinity Force, he's doing all the turret damage. Yeah,
exactly right. He's able to shove in nice and quickly using those Sheen procs with the missiles. as he continues to try and poke Hatong out. But Hatong's split pushing is pretty good at this point in the game, so he's just looking to get some advantages. They've rotated Vasily into the mid lane to see if he can pressure another turret. Once again, though, Ari, now that it's picked up the death cap, not going to be bullied around at all.
No, I actually like the rotation there from Vici, though. Kind of recognizing that Vasily, needs to get somewhere else, start helping group with his team and try and take out some turrets. Doesn't have the BT that would maybe want in the situation, and both mid laners actually for these teams actually are quite good at split pushing.
Yeah, they actually both are very good split pushers coming through, and more importantly, both destroy ADs if they're able to find them alone on a particular area of the map. And we see a little bit of control over the bottom side. Shu trying to get some vision for his team, but Amazing J just continuing this reckless onslaught in the top lane.
Yeah, he's finished Randu and sorry now as well. He's so big. I mean, it's kind of weird to talk about a tank champion like Noah and call him ahead and like really big, but when you have a super tank, like you mentioned, when you don't have tank busters on the enemy team, if they have a big 5v5 team, but Amazing J is going to run all over Vici.
Yeah, he certainly is at this point in the game, and the flat damage that comes out of the Mega Gnar form is just absolutely huge, and we see a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane.
Yeah, Vasily could be in trouble. Amazing J going to bound in there as well, but a great binding there from Marta. Forced to flash over the wall. Raphael wants to chase him. Good juke though, but Drizzle just going to dunk him there, flashing over the wall.
Yeah, the dunk and the auto attack passive coming through massive. That's a second cleanup coming through, and that's the danger of split pushing with your team fight top lane. Mid lane, and not going to work.
Carry that getting stunned up there as well by Annie. The bear will chase him in as well. Drizzle still doing damage. Danny and Vasily will come in, but Raphael gets the kill. Collateral damage comes through, but it's not enough to kill Annie. Hatonglo will dive in the back. A great stun though coming in. A good flash W. The ulti onto Raphael. He cleanses out, but he gets cleaned up by Dandy. Amazing J though coming in on top, and Dandy is, oh no, gets the kill. Looks like he's going to go down though. Annie, a great double there for Rek'Sai, but Drizzle's going to chase him out. They're still running though. Dandy pretty fast actually, and Amazing J in his melee form can't quite chase that well. Dandy might have escaped.
Yeah, might look to get away here, although the mini... Oh, he does it with the ultimate. Fantastic play out of Dandy. Able to pick up a return kill as well amongst all of that. So really nicely done by the Vici jungler.
Awesome stuff there coming through for Dandy. Does get the double and gets straight out here. We talked about it, Dandy, whether it's a big carry jungler or, something a little more versatile and a bit more utility based like Rek'Sai. Dandy's just playing fantastically all game long.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's 2-1-2. He's still up in CS, so he's doing his job extremely well coming through in this matchup, and he really is a shining light along with Vasily at the moment. Vasily hasn't got any of those kills, but has picked up some good CS for himself, moving into that static shiv, and we saw the amount of upfront burst damage that came through from that Grave Buckshot collateral damage combo into that brush. If he can nail the whole squad like that and not able to, I guess, have to worry about the Gnar, he's in a good position to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, we have Dragon coming up now in about 35 seconds. Is this the best time for Vici to want to pick and engage here? Because EP have picked up quite a few items since the last few Dragons.
Yeah, I think that Vici right now don't really mind. If they can sneak it away, they definitely will take it. However, they don't have to fight because they've got the luxury of having picked up the first two. So that's still a 30-minute window. The game has to go for 50-odd minutes for Energy Pacemaker to really threaten with that 5-Dragon buff now. So Vici aren't in a position where they're overly concerned with that snowballing out of control.
Are they maybe worried about getting outscaled in this situation? Because again, we've talked up Amazing J in this game, and he's very tanky at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly, I guess, in the back of the mind, they have to worry about the Gnar, but as it gets to the late game, it's more about playing around that transform and allowing Maokai to be the superior tank when he's in mini Gnar form. As soon as Amazing J transforms, he has the edge, but in the small windows when he's not in that form, Maokai is a fantastic late-game tank in his own right.
Yeah, and I think the thing you hit there just perfectly is Maokai is consistently a big tank, whereas Mega Gnar has to go back and forth between the forms.
Yeah, exactly right, and it looks like now Vici have pulled this one out, making EP choose between whether they want a team fight or not, and Energy Pacemaker a little bit late.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a gold lead here, but Amazing J has no rage to speak of. He's going to dive in. Dandy gets the first Dragon. Hatong going in the back, but he kind of gets blown to pieces. Ult himself at the last second, and Raphael getting dived there as well, but good knockups coming in. Drizzle doing so much interference in the backside there. Amazing J gets the kill onto Vasily. There's another one. It's actually 4-0 already. Hatong just getting out.
Yeah, and I take it back. That was a one-team fight, 4-0. With no Mega Gnar. Amazing J providing a good tank line threat just as a mini version. But Drizzle nailed 3 members in his Cataclysm. Horrible positioning coming out of Vasily, and probably got blown up way quicker than his team would have liked in that situation.
Yeah, Drizzle coming back in there as well. It's just going to be around to look, maybe smite it. Actually already has smited the Baron. So going to use the 2 here potentially in the 15-second cooldown with the charges. Dandy not around to steal it though, so a very safe Baron for EP.
Yeah, and now Energy Pacemaker with a 5,000 gold advantage off a very good one-team fight and that big Baron buff. 3 dragons over to Vici, so they're in the driver's seat in that regard, but you don't want to be in a position where you're just praying for that 5th buff.
No, and EP, who had maybe 1,000 gold ahead, have just jumped ahead in gold now. What, 4,000 gold up now?
Yeah, so they're in a very good position. We see all the items coming through. 2,000 gold to be spent by the mid laner. He's going to be able to pick up his boots too, potentially. Maybe we'll even decide to go towards another needlessly large rod.
Maybe. I mean, has an elixir actually as well. So finishing the void stuff, 3 items up now. Very aggressive choices by Raphael.
Yeah, that's a hugely aggressive choice and not, I guess, all of that much MR coming through. I mean, you have the Abyssal Scepter, but that's really it. A Banshee Veil on the jungler. Maybe he just doesn't want to get to the point where he's committed to the Zhonya's Hourglass, and there really is a lot of MR starting to come through. And Corki, with that Blade of the Ruined King, we haven't seen that be the popular build as of late. They've tended to prefer Bloodthirsters, but you can see with a Rek'Sai diving on you, with a Maokai diving on you, Blade of the Ruined King, definitely a good choice if you want to kite.
Yeah, Kane just wants to be safe here. He's, like you mentioned, the consistent damage threat in this comp. Raphael can kind of deal the rest of the damage, and EP have plenty of interference to run. Drizzle actually does have a locket done now as well, so going to help a lot against Lissandra. Amazing J still getting aggressive, just chasing everybody down.
Yeah, very little cares coming out of Amazing J at this point of the game. We saw him survive a team fight as Mini Nah. If he gets a transform in one of them, it's going to be even worse news. And you see that they're just so happy to siege down with all of this range carries. They've even sent their mid laner into the bottom lane to help deal with that. And the response from Vici is a kind of weak split push with a Righteous Glory Maokai, and it's just not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, Ari going to get the other tower. Baron Minion's helping up so much here, and this is a great split by EP. Just an amazing rotation to make sure they take as many turrets as possible. But Dandy, I think he's looking for a flank. He fires the Price Seeker and does see Drizzle.
Yeah, but Amazing J, once again, transforms at the right time, means that they can't engage onto it in the bottom lane. They're getting even more work done.
Yeah, Kane even moving in, going to try and get the Sheen procs down as well. Can they take the tower in time? Hatong going to threaten there. Kane gets locked up. Massive damage there by Hatong as he ults himself, but Mata gets low there. Maokai going to get the kill on the Corki though in the back, and Vici fighting back strong here with 1 kill already. That's 2 for 1 now actually in favor of EP as well, and they're going to keep chasing in. Shu kiting back and forth, but Carry locks him up. Charm going to land in there as well. Raphael trying there as Drizzle in the back does kill Vasily. Carry doesn't do that much damage, does get the kill onto Annie, but a clean ace completed. 5 for 2 EP.
And I never thought I would say this, but Amazing J is better in Mini Nah forms in team fights than he's in Mega Nah form. He completely whiffed his ultimate, only nailed the Maokai as the tank, but then as soon as he transformed into Mini Nah, he completely took over the fight with so much raw damage coming through there. Couple in the fact that no one can pin Raphael down. Drizzle. Yeah. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I think they meant Amazing J in the Mega Nah form to tank that one up, but unfortunately Drizzle will get executed.
Yeah, so he'll get taken off the map there, and that does stop the push a little bit. But the most important inhibitor of the game falls at this point, the bottom. That means that the next Baron becomes even easier. The mid lane turret also has absolutely no health left on it. So what a fantastic early game coming out of Energy Pacemaker, and they transitioned it so well through the mid.
Yeah, they really did, and again, it's sort of adding to the fact that when they've looked good, they've looked great as a team here, and they haven't even thrown out that many curveballs this game. I think Amazing J's Nah, which is a standard champion, maybe the only curveball who he actually has completed a Trinity Force.
Yeah, so he's gone for that Trinity Force, and why not? He's at the point where 2... I guess defensive items are going to mean that he's nearly unkillable in these fights anyway. So he wants to be a damage threat, and I guess the Corki got behind a little bit early game, now caught up with those 2 big damage items himself, but Amazing J just means that now he can't be ignored in the fight. It's not all about his CC. He's going to do some serious damage.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Amazing J as a player. Always knows his role, commits to whatever his team needs in the early stages, but can transform into a carry top laner if he needs to.
Yeah, and he certainly has done that this game. 6-0-9, and absolutely smacked carry about in lane. So you have to think that he's put his team in a very good position to carry. Sure, in the mid lane, they played fantastically as well around Raphael. However, that top lane was what really got the snowball starting.
Yeah, I mean, Kane's just playing catch-up all game, and he's in a decent position now. Hatong just gets away as Chu throws a ward into the brush, but Energy Pacemaker, next Dragon up in 40 seconds. Vici, going to be very difficult for them to contest.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that's surprising me the most is how, I guess, more affected Drizzle has looked than Dandy, and Dandy got his Rek'Sai. Drizzle's got 14 kill participations out of 17 for his team. Sure, Dandy's been involved in 100% of his team, but really hasn't been able to start things up. Drizzle has been more of a cleanup squad, but has been in the right place at the right time, and that's generally what we compliment Dandy for.
Yeah, Amazing J going to move in there as well. Again, posturing very aggressively on what's now a bruiser now here. Gets the double boomerang, and he's just zoning everybody off.
Completely zoned them away from Dragon, so now they have to make the hard choice. Do they commit to the mid lane push and try and get them away from that objective, or do they give up the first Dragon for Energy Pacemaker for free? And it looks like they've completely given it away. Amazing J going to be able to zone continually throughout this, and Kane will just take it by himself.
Yeah, Raphael even rotated in to just clear out the midway for himself. So EP are going to move in. Dragon getting very low already. Dandy might entertain a steal. He goes in, knocks up on a Kane there, but in the back, Drizzle diving again. A Raphael now looking for the flank, gets exhausted. Shu there getting the stuns up. Alessandro gets the first kill onto Jarvan. Dandy off the side there as Raphael's kiting all of the carries of Vici. Gets the next kill though, gets away as well. And EP are just going to run through Vici now. Double kill for Corki. Carry going to make it a triple, and Vasily has to run home.
Yeah, and this is absolutely ridiculous. Amazing J in mini Nam form has just gone nuts in another team fight, actually teleporting into the base now to try and finish off this game. He's had a stellar performance, and he's done it in a way I've never seen Na'Vi play.
Yeah, basically carrying his team on what is, a little Teemo almost there in the mini now form. Such a strong performance here. Shu going to rotate in as well. Amazing J will headbutt the turrets up. Vasily has to be careful, gets Nard into the wall. Amazing J actually just going to solo him here almost as he runs back to the fountain, although the rest of Ichi are available. EP still trying to get the towers done. Kane's here as well. The Nexus is exposed, but Amazing J has to run away. Gets knocked up, still alive somehow after all that. Energy Pacemaker might be able to close the game.
Yeah, looking like they're just going to back out of that. Don't want to overcommit and give something away. Kane's been caught.
Oh yeah, the ulti does come through. Kane though, QSS is out of the ulti. Still taking too much damage over. Vasily going to get low, but not going to fall.
Yeah, and on the backside, Dandy picking up some exit kills.
Good ulti there as well. Raphael now trying to cut away, but Carry should be able to lock down the Ahri. There's the Q. Tong follows in, and Carry picks up the next kill. So 3 kills actually, and the 4th Dragon now for Vici.
Yeah, so if Vici can stall this game out for another 5 minutes, the 5th Dragon threat will be there because they're going to be able to pick up their 4th of the game unless the Miracle Steal comes through.
Insane stuff as well. To think that the Nexus was exposed there, and EP almost had the game won. Drizzle hunting in the back wanting the steal, but he's too late.
Yeah, so the 4th Dragon coming through for Vici Gaming. Maybe the hope is still alive. That is what they will definitely be holding on to. They're going to contest the next one at all costs, you would have to feel. And the problem is just the discrepancy throughout the teams. They don't have the same amount of power in these fights. They're fighting with knives, and at this point, Amazing J is bringing bazookas. He's nearly finished up another Giant Belt item.
Yeah, it might even be a Sunfire cape just for a bit of extra damage. Vici on the Baron here. Shulo and Drizzle have found them out. They know what's up. They're going to go in. Drizzle really wants to see. He's going to try and kill Vasily. Almost gets it done. The Baron not getting too low. And Vasily, beautiful quick draw over the wall to keep him safe. Drizzle actually gets 1 kill. Amazing J is in it now. So Drizzle is still alive thanks to a clutch locket. And the Baron's going to go to EP.
Yeah, so EP completely swinging it back in their favor. You like the idea coming out of Vici there. They understood that they maybe had to go for something desperate to win it. Otherwise, they were just going to use the Baron up creeps to push into the mid lane for free and take down the second inhibitor. But comes back, bites some Energy Pacemaker, clean up another fight. And now with 20-second death timers, how do they defend this base?
I mean, they're going to try for a win here. So we'll see as they push in. Amazing J going to really rip through the structures with his Trinity Force as well. Raphael even got a Banshee's Veil done here as well. An Energy Pacemaker, no defense force coming from Vici. Death time is a little too long. Vasily gets gnawed into the wall there coming in as well. And Kane is just taking out the Nexus.
Yeah, so the Nexus falls in Energy Pacemaker's favor. And what a game coming through. 6-11 in the mid laner, but really it was all about Amazing J's Nah. 6-1, 14, 20 out of 24 kill participation. And he was doing some silly damage.
He was going in, man. Like, Amazing J, it's so funny to think of a top laner that was vaunted almost as we moved into the LPL. We'd heard whisperings of how good this guy was. There's apparently a Church of Amazing J open somewhere you can worship him. And after that game, the church is going to be celebrating.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you take a look at it, wow, damage done that game. Amazing J on the tank Nah pulls out top damage stats Delta champions for his team. He went completely nuts. And Vici, I don't think they would have been expecting that out of the top lane.
And again, the crazy thing for me was Amazing J just played it normal, got ahead in his lane against the Marco, which he does have a bit of bully potential in. Crept up a lead, built tanky, ready to team fight, had some good fights. Oh, wow, I'm amazingly ahead. Here's a Trinity Force. Like, he did it so smoothly.
Yeah, exactly right. And he didn't really come up with any stellar plays. Like, there was nothing in there that completely blew your mind. He was just very consistent, stuck with the ganks that he got given, and then really used his teleport to fantastic effect.
Yeah, I mean, teleports were on point there as well. Amazing J, known for pretty crazy teleports as a general thing, but they were a thing of beauty in that match.
Yeah, they certainly were, and I guess a lot of credit has to go to the bottom lane as well. Kane and Shu, they stuck with a very better lane, and in the end, Kane even came
Right after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Page-Timecard. Joining me again is Jake Spawn Tiberian, Energy Pacemaker, exploding out of the gates for game one there and take it handily against Vici.
Yeah, they certainly did. They had a lot of trouble in the early game, gave up first blood, and all kinds of bad was going on in the bottom lane, especially for Kane and Shu. However, on the top side, Amazing J quietly built a lead and then absolutely steamrolled the mid game, went crazy on Nah, and that was with a Hecarim ban.
And I feel like we talk a lot about EP where strong top side of the map, consistent bottom side, and that's exactly what happened. Raphael had a quiet game, I guess, for him, a good performance there on his Ahri, but, you know, nothing stellar. And Amazing J just went off, especially of all things, on Mini-Nah.
Yeah, Mini-Nah. It was like the return of Rain Man on Teemo, just running around on a tiny Yordle, completely decimating people, and no one could get away from him. With that Trinity Force, that Phage was just coming up absolutely massive and just dictated the pace of the game in the maybe wrong version of Nah, but for him, hey, he made it work.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure if they'll be getting either the Ahri or the Nah again here, will EP. Vici, even with the Dandy on the Rek'Sai, had a strong draft for themselves. Vasily on Graves, actually, one of his most underwhelming performances on the champion. And for me, it seems that they picked an aggressive champion for their AD carry and just had far too quiet a laning phase.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And we spoke about the Morgana. Sure, you can nail the bind, but with the exception of that, can't really get your AD into a kill position. And you really do need some of that point-click CC, some of the big, I guess, Leona Wombo and stuff like that to come through to really get the Graves going. And that just didn't happen.
No, but we're going to swap sides now for this next draft. Vici on the blue, EP on the red. We've got the same bans already for Vici. Going to stick with Victor and the Hecarim there, targeting both Raphael and Amazing J respectively. An Energy Pacemaker, very smart stuff. Going to ban away two supports, actually. Vega on the red side and Jana again away from Mata.
Yeah, so Vega, of course, just that standard ban that would come through. But what else do they ban here? You feel the Ahri is so high priority now because it's just, and that's what it is, but now Nah gets through. You have to first pick it, I think.
I mean, I think that's fine for carry, but I mean, Amazing J is a pretty deep champion pool there in the top side, so probably has something prepared there for the Nah in the top side. I wonder if EP are thinking about banning a mage. No, they're going to take the Dandy Nidalee away again.
Yeah, so I like that ban because it gives them Rek'Sai in this first side. And Raphael also has the Azir available, of course. That's a good pickup for him, but also denies it from Hetong.
Yeah, they've got Lissandra and Cassidy open now as well. Azir still available, and there's Zerath. I mean, lots of Raphael champions. Father Victor open now, and EP have almost anything they want to pick here. And Amazing J, as we said, likely has something prepared for this Nah.
Yeah, you would hope that he has something that he's happy to take into that. I think the Rek'Sai does need to be taken away from Dandy. He didn't have the best performance, and Jarvan, of course, still is available. I just think that there's a lot that Rek'Sai does much better than Jarvan. Brings the knock-up through, has a very good gap closer, and just farms so efficiently.
Instead, Energy Pacemaker might take away two mages here, actually. One for mid, you have to think, and one for support. A very weird start to a draft, but LeBlanc and Annie are their first two picks.
Yeah, they must have a game plan behind this, because blind picking a LeBlanc with the likes of a Zed, with the likes of Azir still up, is a very risky maneuver, but that's exactly what Raphael is elected for.
I mean, Raphael, a big LeBlanc player as well. It seems to be one of his favorite champions. Maybe just feels like they have, as you said, a pick comp sort of prepared here for the LeBlanc, or Raphael maybe just feels like playing LeBlanc. Who knows? But Vici are going to respond with some strong picks here. Hetong's Azir has been outstanding when he's got it, and Dandy probably going to revisit the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, so completely picking up the top side of the map, leaving Mata and Vasily for the last two picks is something that we don't often see coming through from pick ban phase, but they have a very good skirmish AoE top half of the map so far, and the Nah has been, I guess, seeing a resurgence. It looked like teams had figured it out, but in the last couple of days, Nah's been pretty strong. Yeah,
he's looked great here, and I mean, that last performance from Amazing J maybe showing you why. Still a great team fighter. Apparently another backup AD carry if you're Amazing J in the Mini-Nah form, but EP going to humor us here with a couple of hovers, and they've got, again, some more picks open. I think Corki probably makes the most sense as far as immediate picks goes.
Yeah, I certainly do, although Graves a denial away because it deals with LeBlanc so well, because if you jump into Graves' face, that actually goes back to the Corki, and we've seen Drizzle play the Jarvan. We've also seen Amazing J taken into the top lane, so a little bit of a flex, but Drizzle played that extremely well.
Yeah, really did a number on Dandy's Rek'Sai in the last game, so probably going to revisit the jungle matchup from before. Corki going to be Kane's pick up there again. So Vasily, if he wants to, Graves can take it, but might not be feeling it after that last game.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look preferable coming through here, and actually hovering the Kalista. More of a team fight AD carry, can deal with the tanks a lot better, and having that the Kalista Thresh combination that we saw played to great effect yesterday we've seen a very potent kill lane.
Yeah, I mean, I just like that Mata is going to be back on Thresh here as well. So we do have, like you mentioned, Kalista Thresh coming through there for Vici to round out their draft. Mata just felt he's fine on Morgana, but it's not a high-impact champion for him, and Vici needed something to really get them going in that last game.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that needed to be the case, and with the hover from Amazing J coming through on Aurelia, looks like they're going for more of a split push feel potentially. They don't really have a fantastic 1-3-1 coming through, so a lot of the pressure will be on Amazing J, because this gets down to a 5v5 team fight. Azir, Gnar, Kalista, there is a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, and EP have good options as well. They have some semblance of, I guess, a good grouping or skirmish comp with a bit of pick potential there as well. Raphael's going to have to do a lot of work here on the Blanc, I feel like, but I do love that a very strong last pick Aurelia is going to come through here, because you mentioned that Gnar dropped off a little bit. Part of that was because everyone was picking Aurelia.
Exactly right. And Aurelia's with Ninja Tabbo just take absolutely no damage from Gnar whatsoever in that mini Gnar form. Throw in a Doran shield and you just shrug off everything.
Yeah, so that's going to be our top lane matchup, of course. Amazing J had just that, an amazing game in Game 1 there. So if he can repeat that sort of success against Carry, now on the Gnar, the champion he played in Game 1, he's going to put the team on his back once again. Same matchup here, actually. Both junglers sticking to what they know.
Yeah, so Dandy looks like he's putting a lot of priority on the Rek'Sai. You can see why it's very strong. Raphael versus Hitong. Back to our key matchup. Azir versus LeBlanc, something we don't see very often. High volatility, both extremely squishy mages.
Yeah, and important to note, 2 comfort picks for these mid laners there as well. So lots going into there on the bottom side. Vasily going to take a bit more of a hyper carry here in this one. Going to get Kalista there, actually. And Mata on a champion we know and love him for. It's the Thresh.
Yeah, so Mata's Thresh coming through, one of the premier Thresh players. And in the bottom lane, you would think Thresh, maybe not very aggressive at the start, but we saw yesterday at level 2, this lane has so much CC with the Ren slow, the Flay, and the Death Sentence coming through. They can put out a lot of early pressure.
Yeah, Thresh is a champion that kind of does a little bit of everything. And adding mobility on top of mobility like Kalista, maybe not what you want, but you know what? We're going to find out soon. Let's get onto the Rift. And welcome back for Game 2 here. Vici versus Energy Pacemaker. Energy Pacemaker actually up a game here in this series. Looking to continue a trend of winning, I suppose, and maybe get a 2-0 here, which would be insane against a team like Vici.
Yeah, to be able to secure 3 points from Vici would be an absolute miracle for Energy Pacemaker, and they're looking to, I guess, make it happen here. They need to get some good 2-0s through to be able to press for these playoff spots, and they look like they're capable of doing it.
Yeah, we're going to see some spreads out here. Just a 4-point defense coming through for both teams. Early wards being put down there as well. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Hatong does put a nice deep lane ward there in the mid side, just to maybe spot some swaps here, because you have to think Vasily wants to dodge the Corki matchup.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to go against a Corki Annie, more importantly. Annie just puts out so much kill pressure in any lane, and both supports taking the Ignite this time around with the Morgana. They settled for the Exhaust, and you have to feel no exhaust in these matchups. It means that Raphael, if he gets a good combo, will be able to take away either the Azir or the Kalista pretty quickly.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned it already. This is the matchup we're looking at here. Hitong versus Raphael have both been playing fantastically for their teams in their victories. But again, both on cover champions, pretty different ones as well. And Raphael, at least for EP, he's going to do a lot of heavy lifting if his team's going to take the second game.
Yeah, exactly right. And it actually looks like EP going for some sneaky strategy, because their bottom lane has started up the blue buff.
Yeah, looks like they're on the blue now. We're going to have the Krug started up there for Drizzle, and Kanan Shu actually might have just taken the little creep, so it looks like that's what they did.
Yeah, they saw that there was a little bit, the freeze was coming through in the top lane, so they had to race down to that bottom to push it in as hard as possible. Otherwise, they would have lost out on the lane swap. I think what they were hoping for was the 2v2 and then being able to give either Phosphorus Bomb the spam ability, or maybe even Annie with those Qs to be able to really set up some high pressure in that lane. But doesn't look like to be the case. It'll be the 2 versus nones.
Yep, sadly, just the jungler's going to hang out with their top laners here in their first early clears. Vasily here, like you mentioned, freezing the top side of the map, and I imagine Kane's doing the same.
Yeah, and now we have to see how long this lasts for, because Kane has actually got a couple more melee minions, so it will slowly push into the turret of Vici, but this really dictates how Kalista builds, because if you want to continue a long laning phase with lots of freezes and extend the laning phase to the 11-12 minute mark, you can't go the Hurricane, because it just automatically pushes a wave. So you have to go into maybe some early attack speed and then a BF sword, but doesn't allow that particular build to come through, and it can change up the game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this feels a lot like just sort of a transition thing where you want to get through the rough parts of the early landing stage and come back in the lane for the 2v2, right around when the first dragon might be considered.
Yeah, exactly right. And they see that Carry has been zoned off. Might even be caught.
Good stun there, actually. Amazing J going to follow in there. Just the blade search for damage, but that forces Carry's flash.
Yeah, so the flash gone, and now they completely zone off the turret. The 4-man proxy coming through, and they've sent a couple of members down to help out, but they might need to be careful here. And until Mata recalls, this is a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, if anyone remembers Snake strats from a few weeks ago, they were doing a lot of 4-man proxying here in this game, and it's a really good, it's a kind of a weird answer, I suppose, to this sort of lane set, because if they're freezing, you want to push, like, all right, everybody get in.
Yeah, exactly right, and I'm surprised they didn't proxy for a little bit longer. Now they're pinging back down to the turret, because that was in a position where NEG Pacemaker could really make Vici pay for committing a second resource there. The correct response would have been to back away completely, but now standing on top of a ward, they've been completely spotted out.
Just faded, and a ward immediately put back down there by Dandy. Kane trying to do a bit of freezing, but he knows the wave's going to push in, so just moving it forward, and I agree with you. I think they should have just proxied immediately and fast pushed the turret.
Yeah, they certainly should, because now their options are, do they start up a Dragon, which is very dangerous, with a level 1, and on the other side of the rift, I think there's a level 3 or 4 jungler. Dandy's level 3, so he's in a much stronger position. Because otherwise, Kalista just gets a completely free lane.
Yeah, this Dragon's doing so much damage, and EP have to pull off the flash, actually. Thing is, Carry going to get caught up. They want first blood so bad, and they'll get it. Amazing J gets the reset.
Yeah, so he's able to get in there, pick it up with the Blaze Surge. Now they continue on the Dragon. It still does a lot of damage. They need to be careful because there's still 3 members around.
I mean, it is at 50% health. Raphael's in the area also, so it's 5v4. I guess maybe 4v4 right now with the Dragon acting as a couple champions, resetting health very quickly, and Carry's going to TP back. Nothing EP can do.
Yes, the problem is here that they've committed a lot of resources to the fact that they're trying to shut down the Kalista. Actually teleporting Amazing J at level 1 into the top lane, that's a risky decision because he's not going to be able to break his freeze by himself, and if he dies, that's a lot of, I guess, map pressure that they lose straight away. So a lot of pressure now on Vasily. Can he have a better performance than he did last game and really start carrying through?
Well, he's off to a great start if he does want to put a bigger performance on in this particular game here. And Amazing J, he's doing the smart thing, hanging out in the bush and soaking experience.
Yeah, so he's trying to get as much cheeky experience as he can to get to level 2. Then he can maybe better equip with dealing with the minion waves at least. But Carry, he's in a better position at this point. He's got 21 CS to only the 2, and will be able to farm against the Corki. Might have a little bit of a trouble in the exchanges, but at least we'll be able to get some good damage across. Yeah,
and I mean, Carry, understandably, maybe wanted to dodge the 1v1 matchup after what happened in Game 1, but Amazing J completely put behind this game. If he was going to look to be a big performer here for his team and really put the carry pants back on after Game 1, he's going to struggle to do so. He is really far behind.
Yeah, he certainly is in that CS and the levels, more importantly. However, he has got the first blood, so he'll be about equal to Carry, you would have to think, in gold. 20 CS is about that 400 coming through there. So Carry, he needs to continue to farm up if he's going to be this late game threat. And against a Corki, one of the better 1v1 AD carries.
Yeah, we've seen again, one of the cool things about Graves Corki being so popular is that they actually lane quite well just on their own.
Yeah, exactly right. Graves lanes so well because of his passive. It's just hard to chunk him out, and trades really well in short bursts. And Corki, I guess, is all the mixed damage, makes it hard to itemize against him, as well as the fact that he has that poke damage and just farms at ease.
Yeah, and Shu here is just babysitting Amazing J on the top side, but Mata wants to do a tower dive. You have to think Vasily, level 5 there as well. Amazing J getting whatever CS he can, but Vici posturing aggressively now.
Yeah, and he's trying to duck in and out. The danger here is that passive right there, the Blade auto attack coupled with the fact that Kalista's W gives the passive that comes through when both members auto attack them. It's just so hard. And now that level 6 is out from Vasily, there's a real chance that a turret dive comes through.
Yeah, some pretty sweet soul bonded synergy there coming through. And Vasily even chucking the render under turret. I mean, Kalista, especially when she's ahead like this, one of the better people are just harassing people under turrets by hopping out from under them.
Yeah, exactly right. You throw the auto attack from in range and then can hop back out of range before it's over. So Amazing J having a horrible time now, 35 CS down, and unless they get a third member up there or, I guess, massacre another lane, this is just rapidly deteriorating. Already 500 gold the advantage for Vici.
Yeah, pretty crazy to see Shu sitting up here with Amazing J, babysitting him, and actually be a higher level, actually half a level ahead now at 4.5 to Amazing J, who just hit 4.
Yeah, so Amazing J definitely not having the game he would have hoped. Across the rest of the map, very, very even, apart from the fact that Dandy's jumped out to an early CS advantage, and now he's looking to get a gank through into the bottom lane, going over that wall.
Yeah, nice little gank actually. Sig set up in the bottom. Kane will get knocked up there as well. Great play by Carry. Nice him into the wall, and Dandy follows up cleanly.
Yeah, and that's a really cool tunnel to use because it gets you out of range of the turret. Very hard to, I guess, be able to respond to that quickly. They had a ward down there. It just wasn't in the right position. Didn't spot Dandy going into the jungle. So from this point now, Energy Pacemaker in a fantastic position. They picked, in a horrible position, they picked the Aurelia to be able to deal with the Gnar, but hasn't been able to go against him 1v1. And now with 54 CS to 7, if that ever is the case, Gnar's just going to completely destroy him.
Yeah, and Vasily actually going to get landed out. Drizzle tried to follow him, but couldn't get it done. And the thing for EP is they really committed to what was a greedy tower dive in the bottom side, and it set them so far behind. Aurelia's great in a 1v2 situation, and Gnar honestly really isn't. So the fact that that matchup's been flipped after the swap is amazing. They're getting solo. Vasily does get the kill, gets stunned out there by Shu as well. The knockup coming in for Drizzle, and Shu will get the trade though.
Yeah, but a support kill for an AD carry kill, I know what I would rather have, and it just continues to deny even more CS away from Amazing J. So things getting even worse as this game comes across, and now they need to look for a lane to hide him in because he can't really lane against anyone.
Yeah, and Raphael can't even leave to influence the other lanes. That's the big problem, I guess, as well. Hotong able to keep up, very competitive in CS in the mid lane, even stealing away the blue, I believe, with Dandy's help, who's exerted a lot more pressure this game than game one.
Yeah, because the problem is that Drizzle's just been caught on the top side of the map looking for an opening, trying to get a gank down, and Dandy goes blue to blue, able to pick up both buffs, puts him ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Dandy already putting the jungle on farm here on the Rex side. Pretty much consistently out-farming people on this champion. Loves to really stick in his jungle long here, but Drizzle, like you mentioned, just has to try and gank lanes that are honestly at this point kind of ungankable.
Yeah, exactly right. And they're at the point where they're that far behind that it's going to be so difficult to come through. You see the Phage as well as the Giant spell finish up to only the boost too. So I like the pickup coming out of the Aurelia to be able to survive this lane, but level 5 to 7. Talk about uphill battles. Yeah,
I mean, you can see the gold lead there, slightly ahead by about 500 gold by carry, but so much more gold in base stats here. An amazing day. Going to get flash knight into the wall. Dandy going to come in for a follow-in knockup. There's the wallop and the boulder toss in as well. Amazing J gets subjected to so much CC, but he does just live.
Yeah, so he's able to live, but the problem is that his wave is frozen over the other side of top lane, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to make that freeze go away. And just a horrible situation for a top laner to be in. This repetitive attention coming through from Energy Pacemakers shut down probably the best player from last game.
Yeah, and Raphael here in the mid now. So weaving in between the Azir Sand Soldiers for a bit of poke, but is anchored to this lane so far. And LeBlanc doesn't really like being stuck to a lane, wants to try and roam and get some help in the... give some assistance in the side lanes as well.
Yeah, certainly does want to be able to get up there, probably even go head-to-head with the AD carry at this point and try and shut down Vasily, who's built a nice CS score at this point in the game. 95 CS at 11 minutes. He's got up to an absolute blinder and what would have been a hard lane matchup if he had been able to run into that Korkiani. So across the board, they really have won this lane swap situation.
I mean, they have it. I said it before, but EP just got so greedy on that dive and should have just taken the swap, I think. You know, accept it. Aurelia's fine. Nah, you can probably keep him down if you want to dive him. Didn't even commit to the proxy after they started it. So EP just a couple poor early game decisions and a big hole now for them.
Yeah, and that was a surprising. The fact that they had the opportunity to go for that proxy and didn't choose to, as Marta hooks a minion. Very nice play coming out there.
Delivers it to Vasily, of course. Being a nice guy support. Trust me, that's intentional.
As we see Drizzle clearing out of pink water over this side and in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Fate Skull being popped there as well. Shu will get knocked up there. Vasily moving in. A great hook out by Marta. Follow-in play coming through. Tibbers actually could be a bit of a problem there, but Dandy comes in. A great double stun, but Marta collects the kill.
Yeah, so actually good play coming out Shu there. Nearly picked up a return kill for himself, but in the end, 2 kills for absolutely nothing. A huge creep wave now. They'll be able to pick up an outer turret because that reinforcement's fallen away. It's 12 minutes into the game, and now they're starting to not only win one lane, but win the whole map off the back of that lane swap.
And you know, Vasily not on an aggressive AD carry this time around. Kalista much more of a, you know, sort of a late game threat here. Bit of a slower AD carry to build up, but when he's given potential to bully his lanes here, and he has with the lead, plus with Marta playing Thresh, he just looks so much better.
Hetong's in so much trouble.
Ulti there coming through there for Azir. Hetong does go down though. Drizzle just ganks him in the face, and Raphael plenty of burst to help there with the kill.
So Raphael double distorted to get in range of a Q chain stun, and Hitong thought he could go aggressive there because Dandy was coming as Dandy's caught out.
Yeah, actually gets stunned up there by Shoot. Dandy will tunnel away to the Baron Pit. There's already been ignited Prey Seeker just right there. Amazing Jay going to duck down there as well. Stun's going to move in. There's the Equilibrium Strike for the slow. Carry moving in. Does get one into the wall. There's Amazing Jay going to move in. Dandy trying to kite away, and Carry not tanky enough yet. Raphael gets the next kill. Mata whiffs the hook there, and now Shu is actually going to get caught out. A great play to start things off. Vasily's here as well. Dandy gets a trade.
Yeah, but in the end, all this time for Corki to be able to farm in the bottom lane, and they pick up 2 kills for 1. So the trade in favor of Energy Pacemaker, and you wouldn't have maybe thought that with how this game is going.
No, and Raphael going to return there to the mid lane. Very strong roaming, finally freed from the mid lane. They're able to help influence other parts of the map. Kane down the bottom side there as well, getting some work done.
Yeah, Kane able to, I guess, push in on this turret. Nearly gets it down as we see right now. Hitong responding to that one, but Kane will be able to take it out.
Trouble there as the Santordas move in. Evacuee's out of the way. Hitong going to keep chasing in. The slow comes in, Q's through him, and an easy solo there for Hitong.
Yeah, very nice play out of Hitong, recognizing that he was going to stick around for the overstay and making him pay for it. That's a Trinity Force finished up for the Corki player. So 0-3-1, not having a great game, but at the point where he would like to be at this. And Vasily, he's rushed a Bloodthirster, actually. So he hasn't gone the Hurricane build because of the freeze situation he was put in early, but a lot of flat damage coming through.
Yep, so damage is getting built up there. As we look through some of the other items as well, we've got Amazing Jay really far behind actually on that Trinity Force upgrade.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he stuck with the Trinity Force and you're going to go for some Kane stats.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Amazing Jay, usually the player to do that, but in this situation, very committed to the standard Aurelio build here, and that might hurt him.
Yeah, it definitely will be hurting him as we have a collapse coming through in the bottom lane. Hitong being caught out.
Yeah, Dandy trying to run down there as well. Drizzle and Shu actually going to lose the stuns up there. Stun is not going to land. He's actually at a stun turret now, defending there in EP's own space. Dandy moves in for a knock-up, and that was very well played.
Yeah, a little bit of a bait coming through with that Azir turret, and now they've been completely caught out. Carry's caught Drizzle.
Yeah, Drizzle gets slowed. They're going to force the flash out. Wallop will miss as a result, but Dandy going to move in there. Kane will dodge back in. Raphael really wants a kill there. Does get a bit of burst down. Actually chains up the blue buff there as Kane is going to move in to try and defend it. Soldiers, though, zoning people out. Raphael diving on the blue. Kane does pick it up, so they will secure their own buff. The flash, though, forced out by LeBlanc.
Yeah, so all in the meanwhile, with how far behind Amazing Jay is, he's not using his teleport at all. He's trying to pick up as much farm in this situation as possible. Just wants to be non-interactive. Vici recognizing that, invading at will, trying to take things away, using their top laner who is ahead to rotate around the map, and now they're going to pick up a free mid lane turret.
Yeah, smart to pick on the lower side of the map as well, because Amazing Day is at least in the area if you're pushing the top side.
Yeah, they also pick up the Dragon as well at the same time, so fantastic heads-up play coming out of Vici at this point, and they've done well to dictate pace.
They have. I mean, Dandy just having a much more different game here, much more influential, involved in 4 of the 7 kills that VG has 3 of them for himself, done a lot more counter juggling, a lot more proactive. It's night and day when Dandy's on and off.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I like the proactive play coming out. Dandy, when he's at his best, is making sure that he's getting around to lanes, being at the right place in the right time, setting up some good counter ganks is probably what he's most famous for, but I guess that's when he's playing his game. When play is getting dictated to him and he's late to the lanes, he's not really getting in the position to be able to affect it. Definitely agree that he doesn't look to be the same player. And whilst Drizzle's still having a good performance, 1-0-3, Dandy's really turning into a carry for his team.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things and why I love Dandy's rec size so much is that exact reason you mentioned. He loves to be reactive. He's the master of the counter gang. So give yourself a champion that's super versatile and has great mobility around the map.
Yeah, exactly right. You can also say that he can use his kit to do a little bit of split pushing, although they're looking to invade here.
Yeah, Raphael actually going to find Hitong there and gets blown up there, does poor Azir. LeBlanc starting to claim some victims now.
Yeah, and that's the danger of playing a squishy mid laner. If you take those aggressive routes, you get caught out very quickly, and we see now the siege comes through into the mid turret.
Yeah, Kane here with the Trinity Force. Great rotation coming through for EP. Might have catches another minion there. Vasily will collect the delivery that has been picked up here, and Dandy going to move in carry with no Naba here. Can't quite move in, but Amazing Jay still stuck in the top lane. He can't join them for fights right now.
But slowly but surely, he's starting to eke away at that little bit of a gold advantage. He's back to within 30 CS. That was about 50 at the start of the game. So he's slowly shutting it back down, picking up farm around the map where he can. Now he's only 1 component away from his Trinity Force. Sure, it's not a 14-minute Trinity Force like you would hope, but it'll be in before 20.
Yeah, and, you know, that's probably not what we wanted, but acceptable, I guess, at this point, given how poorly everything went. And credit to EP, they've done a good job grouping around the Corki Trinity Force and mostly just making space for Aurelia.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think, yeah, whilst it's not what they were hoping for, it was at the point where you thought that maybe he wasn't even going to get it at all. He was just going to have to be committed to the Frozen Heart, go into a Banshee's Veil, and be a very tank-heavy Nidalee and not really be able to serve much of a purpose. So sticking with the build has paid off in the end because he will at least be a marginal, a bit of a threat against Vasily's Kalista.
Yeah, and Vasily has actually gotten very big now as well here. Double items are completed here with the BT, plus the Hurricane already through. So Vasily, it's his time to shine in this team fights. Vici, they're going to look to try and set some up. They're in the top lane.
Yeah, so they've rotated between objectives nicely here. We see that they're using the ultimate from Amazing J to try and clean this out. Actually picks up all the CS for himself, so he's okay at this point.
Yeah, quite a bit closer to Trinity Force. Might actually have it done now as well here. So looking good, and no, not quite yet. Just actually going back for maybe some wards. There we go.
Yeah, looking to get some wards in there. Swaps over to a sweeper as well. Understanding the fact that he has to be able to deny vision. Can't afford to get ganked in here. And maybe looking for a team fight. No, with that teleport, definitely better to go into the top lane. Shove that one back out. Needs to freeze for as long as possible, but can't afford to do it to the point where he's hurting his team.
No, and I mean, EP can only buy so much time here, especially as everyone else from Vici does get tankier as well. We see carries now, Giant Spelt, Spectres, Cal, Phage, and the Merc Treads, plus the Ruby Crystal actually, so very cost-efficient early tank sets there as well. Hetong working on the next item, probably the Zhonya's against the LeBlanc there with an EDC large item. We already talked about Kalista. Vasily's ready to go as far as fights are concerned.
Yeah, Vasily definitely is. Maybe even just wants a QSS to be able to get rid of an errant stun if he gets nailed by the Tibbers or the chains coming through. But apart from that, he is in fight mode right now. So definitely at the point of the game where he would be happy to get in these little 3v3s, 4v4s that Kalista excels at. Across the board, very cost-efficient build coming out in the top lane. I like the fact that they're going for Banshee's Veil over the Randu and Omens pickup just because Corki does a lot of mixed damage and hasn't really got to the point where he's at his 2 items, has the boots upgraded, but apart from that, still stuck on the Trinity Force, and until that Blade of the Ruined King comes through, won't be able to do much damage to this HP-heavy Gnar.
Yeah, and as we see Kane going to clean out some of the minions here as well. Shu going to just kind of look at them longingly. Wish you could have some, but not today here as well. As Vasily goes back, does actually finish Berserker Greaves, I believe, and gets a couple wards. So 3 pink wards in Vici's inventory. They're setting up for this next dragon. Yeah,
they certainly are. They've had complete control over the objective after a very early, I guess, misplay coming out of Energy Pacemaker where they thought that they had the superior numbers. They were able to grab first blood off it, but lost complete control over the rest of the map. And from there, really has been owned by the Vici lineup. Merc Treads coming through for their mid laner as well. I like that pickup against the Annie, as well as the Equilibrium Strike. Needs to make sure that he can get out of stuns as quickly as possible and put out this consistent damage that Azir is so famous for.
Yeah, an Amazing J saw him in the top. He's still trying to find the Trinity Force. If he can keep carry in the top and they'll interrupt the teleport, EP might actually have a decent shot at a 4v4, simply because Raphael's finally finished up his death cap.
Yeah, he certainly has. As wow, Drizzle gets chunked out there. Marta misses the play, but that might be enough for them to have some confidence to get even more ward control further up.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of good vision already here. We've got double Sightstone, triple pink there for Vici as they moved in for the Dragon. So up in 20 seconds, Vici have such a good stranglehold of vision there around the area. And this is what we're talking about is Raphael gonna dive in, but can't quite find Hetong with the chain.
Yeah, can't nail the chain. That probably would have been the signal for Kane to go aggressive as well. I like what Vici has done with their wards this game. We said last game they spread their wards very thin. This time, next objective is Dragon. Look exactly where all their wards are. They don't care about the top lane. Amazing J is losing out on that already. They've got complete control over this area, and that means Vasily's just going to be able to pick it up solo by himself. Nothing Energy Pacemaker can do.
Yeah, we see this all the time here. Dandy and Vasily actually going to team up just to make sure that gets rendered. Dandy will throw it a smite just for fun. And a third Dragon actually going through for Vici.
Yeah, and now they rotate into this bottom lane, trying to pick up some damage there as Hetong takes a full combo from LeBlanc in the face. That was a very favorable trade. And in the top lane, Amazing J has finally finished up a Trinity Force. Was 22 minutes.
Yeah, a little late there on that one. Probably 6 minutes at least late as far as where the maximum timing threshold might come through, but he does have it. It's just a matter of how much difference does it make, because EP have started to lose a little bit more in this game. They're 4,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and he's let that CS advantage creep back towards the 50 mark as well.
Mata gets knocked up there. Shu getting hooked up, and Drizzle just going to dunk him. Dandy, they're diving right into the backline. Mata gets fate called out by Vasily. Dandy almost escapes as Corki gets the kill, but Hetong is in the front lines here now as well. Carry almost at Meganar now as well. Vici going to force EP out, but Dandy did go down.
Yeah, and Raphael might have a little bit of a flank here, so if Carry chases through, they're in a good position.
Shu though forced to flash out. Carry going to bounce on top of his space there, and Shu has nowhere good to go. Tong probably going to clean him out here, but Drizzle actually chasing in. They're trying to save the Annie. They're a good ult there from Carry. Actually killed Shu, but Amazing J gets it onto a zero. Vasily can't find any traction in the fight. Does jump back in, trying to hop around. Gets so aggressive, but Kane just destroys him.
Yeah, and that was an amazing fight coming through for Energy Pacemaker. They used the Cataclysm to shut off the rest of the team as Mata. That is a very brave position to be. On top of a pink ward, yes, but normally people pass through brushes.
Well, not today here. Mata will get out with his life this time around, but like you mentioned, a stellar fight around terrain by Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and Energy Pacemaker to lose the top side of the map that badly and only be down 2,000 gold at this point in the game is a complete miracle. I don't know how they've done it, as we see Dandy going a little bit aggressive onto Raphael, who's kind of teasing him there, recognizing that he didn't have the tunnel to close the gap. And yeah, sure, they've picked up the 3 dragons, so they're on a good click for pressuring that 5th dragon, but you would think that they would maybe be 4,000-5,000 gold ahead with how this top lane's going. No, Amazing J, still 2-1-1, has put himself in a very good position. He's only 700 gold behind. When all said and done, that's not that much.
No, and he got a couple kills in the last team fight, so his team kind of helping through there as well. And Vasily, we've talked about it so much, but just too aggressive in that situation.
Yeah, thought he could take on the Corki, but wasn't expecting the pocket LeBlanc to be there. Completely got blown up, and that put the Blade of the Ruined King finished. And this is a premium Corki build. It's very expensive, but in saying that, that means you scale very well into the late game, because the thing about Corki, sure, he doesn't go for that auto attack build, more of a caster, but if every single one of your items is around that 3,000 to 4,000 mark, you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Mata double play actually after landing a good hook there onto Raphael. They will get out though with the gap closes that they have. The strong goal. We'll see the Mata going so deep actually. Gets Fate's Call thrown in there, and he's in the middle of the team, but he's going to get blown up, and Kane just says, thanks, I'll take your gold.
Yeah, exactly right. Amazing J in the meanwhile needs to be careful. He's being collapsed on.
Good stun there coming through, but Vasily's going to chase him down. Amazing J does have a Glacial Strata. Good blade dodge in. Might shoot it for long enough. The ulti going to come through, but Kane gets a zero, but gets rendered to death. Does poor Amazing J. Now Drizzle diving in the back there with Raphael as well. Keep Vici out.
Yeah, so able to turn that one around. It was a 2-for-1. All said and done with Hetong going down, and this LeBlanc now has got some serious damage. They need to make sure this game doesn't get out of hand, because Raphael is looking to take over. Finished off those 2 core items, going for a very aggressive build, and put his team back within 1,000 gold.
Yeah, going to get a turret there as well. So 4-3 now on that objective. Actually, I think it's actually 3-for-3 because Azir, as always, is tricking me. Carry here. Going to bounce into the rush, find the Scuttle Crab. Just chucks a pink ward down because Baron, now a very real objective these teams have to consider.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually 2-for-3. Top lane turret is still out as we see a bit of a replay. This is where Hetong got picked off over the wall. Very nice play coming through for Energy Pacemaker. Kane the beneficiary of that one.
Yeah, really strong stuff. They're coming through. Mata, though, going to clear out a couple wards there. Vasily will get the big Raptor for himself as well. And Carry even pushing the top. So, you know, EP have won the last few fights here and done well in these exchanges. But Vici are continuing to pressure forward here against the team.
They certainly are. And Vici definitely scale better into this game with the Exir as well as the Callista. I just don't think you can ever count out the ability for Raphael to pick one member and completely throw a team fight in disarray. An aggressive build out of Hetong going for that death cap means that if Raphael is able to get on top of him, he won't live very long.
Yeah, we talked about it as well. He first picked it here in this draft. Is Dandy actually going to catch up to? The knockup comes in and Vasily just cleans him out there. Carry in the Mega Knight form. Going to dissuade anyone else from EP from walking into the brush.
Yeah, so they thought that they were doing Baron with felt they had to face check it, and that means that now Vici can start this one up, and there's not really much on the side of Energy Pacemaker they can do.
Yeah, Tong running good zoning control there as well. Baron at about 60% health, now going to drop to 50% as Kane's going to move, and they might try something amazing. Jay, it's actually kind of around the side, going in onto Mata. Kane going to throw a good amount of AoE in, but Mata gets on in. Raphael though around the side, gets knocked back by the ulti, but distorts away, and Drizzle still chasing him, but Kane is getting ripped to pieces. Vasily is going massive here, but goes down to Raphael. Drizzle still locking everybody else up, 2 for 1 in favor of Vici.
Yeah, so Vici managed to pick up the win in that team fight, but they are all so low. They need to get out. Shu starting to stream in, and Raphael looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, does have the Mimic back there. Mata will get up there, tries to throw a massive long-range chain, but they'll push in instead. An EP defend with a man down.
Yeah, so able to stop the Baron. That's a key moment there. You feel that even though they're still behind, Energy Pacemaker have spiked earlier in this game because the Assassin as well as the Corki comp. So they're taking a lot of, they're dealing a lot of damage in these comps. Vici need to stop trying to force around neutral objectives, get a lot more farm onto the Azir and the Kalista, because if they send this late, they're going to outscale. They've got some hyper carries in there as well as a massive tank, and this Aurelia still hasn't got going to the point they would like to be, but forcing very early.
Yeah, and that is the scary thing to think about. Vici, though, going to continue control of the Dragon, going to sneak them away here. Might just be able to complete it. Vasily not there to help with the Rend. Secure there, but Carry and Dandy should get enough. Drizzle wants to steal, but Carry and Mata are going to run interference. Mata actually going to dive in. The 4th Dragon does go down. Drizzle gets away, but EP now on a timer.
Yeah, so that is a scary point. 6 minutes, and that's the 5th Dragon coming up, and they've had complete control over it, meaning that they have to keep control over both Baron and Dragon objectives at the 35-minute mark, and that just might be the impossible task of how well Vici have warded out this map, as we see a little bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. Raphael completely chunking out Mata with 3 abilities.
Yeah, it doesn't even have the Void stuff yet either, so going to do a lot of damage. Good hook dodge there by Shu, actually. Very aware, playing a lovely defensive Pink Ward to keep them safe. And again, EP securing vision around the area. They seem to want the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly want to keep control over that area. They've also afforded the luxury now of securing vision of the top side of the map to get amazing Jason more farm and take out that last outer turret. So good job by them. They're back within 1,000 gold when this turret does go down, and you have to say that they've extended a very poor game very well.
They have, and it's just a matter of, you know, is it worth for them to extend this game? Can their team get some work done here? And by all intents and purposes, it seems like it can.
Yeah, it certainly can. And I think that as long as the game doesn't extend into the 38 to 45-minute mark, they're okay. After that, when all of the items come through for the Azir, it's going to be pretty dangerous. But otherwise, yeah, sure, they can extend it into a late mid-game where Aurelia starts to shine.
Yeah, and Hatong playing it aggressively here, although Vici going to 3-man there, Carry down the bottom as well. Don't even need the Baron buff, but playing like they have it. Amazing Jay, just a little too long there on the bottom side, and turrets fall everywhere.
Yeah, so turrets do go down. They trade 2 for 1 in total, but it's still only 2,000 gold, so they're just trying to get some gold in there. And I love the Frozen Heart pick up here. That starts to shut down Vasily. Only going for that 1 attack speed item, and if you can get on top of him now as Amazing Jay, you're going to hamper exactly what he wants to be doing.
Yeah, and aggressive build from Hatong there for Vici as well. Actually went for a death cap, not a Zhonya's here, and Raphael, I think, has finished the Void stuff, and is very soon if he hasn't. So this Azir, if he gets caught out by a LeBlanc combo, is going to die in almost an instant.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Now he's picked up what looks to be maybe even the makings of a QSS, you would have to think, with the current composition. And that just might not be enough to keep him alive. Zhonya's would have been the better option here because he can get his wall out, then throw the Zhonya's out. Whereas Raphael, you mentioned it, as soon as that Void Staff comes through, he's going to pop the mid laner.
Yeah, and there's actually aggressive builds across the board for Vici. Infinity Edge just got completed by Vasily as well. So both the carries here for Vici. With the 5th Dragon coming up, I guess I kind of get it, but playing very aggressively.
And if Vasily wanted the Infinity Edge, I don't disagree with the item purchase as a whole. I just think he's gone the completely wrong order in buying it because it doesn't give enough crit by itself to really justify all the extra gold in there. Sit on the second BF, maybe pick up a defensive item, or go for that Zeal, because realistically, by itself, Infinity Edge doesn't have enough crit as a multiplier to really justify the overall purchase.
No, it's not the same item it was when it was, you know, kind of a standalone 1-item power spike here, but Vici are going to start a Baron. It's a pretty easy secure there, an EP. A little lapse in vision just means they can't really defend here, but Drizzle, he's going to give it a go.
Yeah, he gets over there. All the spears going in there means that you actually have to fight it if it's under maybe the 3,000 health mark. So need to get in there nice and early, get some vision. They're actually rotating Amazing J down, looking for a flank.
Yeah, actually, he's going to go in the ulti forced out there by Hetong, so a good cooldown use, and Amazing J will wait patiently.
Yeah, he stands on top of a tunnel to clear that one out as a Raphael.
He almost kills Mata there as well. That's the combo we're talking about.
Yeah, he's pumping out loads of damage, and that's without a Void Staff. You think with that pickup coming through in about 100 gold, he will have enough damage to 100 the support.
Yeah, but EP have to try and fight here as well. Raphael crucially missing level 16 now as well. Does have a blue buff. No, actually doesn't, but wants to try and get the level 16. That rank 3 ult is a big boost in damage.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Amazing J stacked the bottom wave nicely. Got it nice and pushed up there. They're sending Vasily down there to pick up the red as well as carry, so they get a free shop across the board if they so please.
Yeah, very smart stuff here. EP, again, buying very intelligent pockets of time for them to use here in this game. It's been catching Amazing J back up, making sure your carries get big, but at some point, like we mentioned, EP do have to try and make a forward move here, but they've slimmed the gold lead down by quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think they've done the right thing. They've stalled it out to the next dragon because Vici are going to be very greedy for that objective. It's the 5th one. And maybe, just maybe, if they can get the right Cataclysm and cut off pockets of areas, Raphael can get some work done. It's very important for him to get the level 16 in the next minute and be able to pick up that rank 3 ultimate, as you mentioned. If that is the case, they will like their chances coming in here.
Yeah, Raphael scrounging for experience here. Kane actually level 16, not too bad there as well for rank 3 missiles, but Raphael pretty desperately searching for it at this particular stage of the game. The only one close here is Amazing J. Transcendent Blade's probably not needed here, but we're going to have a big fight in about 55 seconds because Vici, like you said, they're all in on this 5th dragon.
Yeah, if they get the 5th dragon, they will be... Ooh.
Good pick onto Drizzle there. Knockback there. The flay in there as well. And Drizzle just gets CC'd to high hells. Raphael is going to dive in, try and get the damage up. Mata actually fates calls in and finds Kane. Danny in a fight with the Unburied there as well. And Carry going to get the next kill.
Yeah, shutdown coming through. That's a massive pick up there. Being able to get the 2, and they actually go for the Baron because it's still 30 seconds on the Dragon, and aggressive call coming out.
Yeah, they should have enough time to pick up both here, and don't really care if EP get one of the dragons, and at this point they have to fight Mata. Another great hook there landing, and Amazing J right in the back. Shu getting locked up there as well as Amazing J will actually get the kill onto Mata. Still running in. Raphael has done a lot of work here on the block, just sneaking in there, but Hetong will silence that, and Amazing J runs away.
Yeah, so Raphael able to dodge out here. Oh, will be taken down as well, so that's nearly the clean ace. Only Amazing J lives, and it was for 2 members, so 4 for 2. Good fight.
Silenced a little late there, was Raphael, excuse me, but does finally go down to Hetong as Drizzle running towards the 5th dragon here, trying to take it away. EP would love a first, but they really want to deny the 5th.
Yeah, they have to deny this, but this is an aggressive call. It will be 3v3 when this goes down, and I don't know if they can get it.
Well, Drizzle running in there. He's actually on top of Hetong there. Dandy trying to smite it out. He gets a little too low there. Amazing J dancing in the back. They're going to maybe get the kill into Azir, but a great shield there after the EQ knockout keeps him alive for a little while longer. Kane goes in there. Amazing J still alive, and EP have successfully defended.
So they successfully defend, and they deny the 5th dragon. No Baron fell down, and they actually turned that in their favor. That was a 5 for 4 if you take the extended fight in. What a play out of Amazing J and the jungler Drizzle.
Yeah, going to knock some Baron buffs after as well. So balanced in a whole lot of tension here right now, but Vici get the night here, and EP are going aggressive.
Yeah, they're looking to get in there for the Baron. Vasily picks up Mata, and Mata goes, mate, what the heck are you doing? I want nothing to do with this team fight, and that's an ultimate down when they're starting up Baron.
Yeah, they're actually on top of it. Drizzle a little low here, but does have his smite available. Kane forced to back off. Dandy is back as well, so Energy Pacemaker make the right call and get off the Baron.
Yeah, but now the teleport is available, and they're sending multiple members back. Do Vici pull the trigger? They've got a lot of wards still in position from that last fight, but this game completely even. 1,500 gold at this point, that's nothing, and Drizzle, you see, went very aggressive, gets pushed out by the ultimate. As we jump back to live to watch a Scuttle Crab be mercilessly murdered.
Goodbye, Crab.
But that was what saved him there. Drizzle was going to fall down to all the Sand Soldiers, but they didn't want to let the other members out and got saved by Hetong's ultimate. And in the end, that's probably what won them that little bit of a skirmish.
Yeah, you can see as well, Vici are back in the Baron pit. Do have a nice pink ward there in the center. So able to clear out vision from the back. Raphael, though, very scary on the LeBlanc. Rank 3 ulti and the Void stuff now done.
Yeah, he's got another 1,300 gold in his back pocket as well. Might be looking to pick up another needlessly large rod for his troubles. And at that point, LeBlanc probably the strongest she's going to be all game. Looking to just absolutely smack Vasily, who has got the QSS, but doesn't help Death, unfortunately.
No, he can't cleanse that one off. As we talk about, as Raphael's just clearing through minion waves, using his ultimate very aggressively. Of course, a very short cooldown on that one, so makes a lot of sense. And Raphael continuing to get pressure on.
And once again, Vasily was a huge beneficiary of this early game, but Kane's managed to sneak up ahead in gold. In a deficit for his team, he's 1,000 gold ahead of the AD carry on the other side of the rift. Definitely playing this Corki to great effect. Nearly got the 6th item build out there with maybe an Infinity Edge coming through as his last item. Of course, that Mercurial Scimitar is the premium item of choice. Just costs about $100,000. That's like the most expensive item in the game.
Yeah, you got to pretty much mortgage your home to buy the item, it feels like. Here is Energy Pacemaker dotting around the Baron. They're trying to see if they can get some vision back. Raphael, a very aggressive recall, but does have the home guard boot, so we'll make it back now with a need to see Large Rod ready to go. Yeah,
so he's completely ready to fight, and Energy Pacemaker is starting to sweep out this Baron area one more time. Dandy's actually on split push duty. I like this call. He gets to team fights very quickly with the ultimate, and it's a little bit harder to spot where he's coming to than the teleport, where the water appears and purple starts swirling around it. Of course, you can get some sneaky positioning of those tunnels. It's important for wards to be in very methodical places to provide the visions they need. That's not the case for the tunnels.
No, and Energy Pacemaker now grouping up, trying to find something. It's a long dance around this Baron buff here. Dragon's not up for a couple more minutes, so neither team can fight for that. And these fights are very volatile at this stage of the game, as Raphael is going to bounce in and bounce out there with the distortion. But the thing is here, EP for me have done such a stellar job, win, lose, or draw for this game, of just making space here. Amazing J, now even in gold for carry. Kane, who was behind, ahead in gold now against Vasily. Like, everything that EP have done have just gotten to a point where they actually can win this game, and we wouldn't have said that in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. And even in the mid lane, though behind in gold, you would say maybe ahead in the short team fights that we've been seeing power-wise. Sure, if a fight goes for a good 15 seconds, that is going to do a lot of work, but we're seeing Raphael get in there, do his job in all the AoE before that is the case. So they're putting a lot of pressure around the map, and Vici, whilst feeling confident early, would now probably think this game's on a knife's edge.
Yeah, and Energy Pacemaker have just shown such promise in the team fights that they have here. They've played beautifully together as a team, and Vici haven't quite been able to get it together yet. Raphael still pushing the mid lane as best he can. Amazing Day with his teleport is bopping off to a side lane to try and take out some minions there. And again, it's a long extended dance, but they have to. 40 minutes into the game. Now death time is unbelievably long.
Yeah, exactly right. That's a massive factor. They also are just trying to play around the dragon for the second time. I guess the problem with this is that you have a Callista and you have the smite that can come through from Dandy, the Prince of Thieves. You don't want to keep playing with the dragon, because if that is the case, they're going to get one at one point, and then the team fight just goes massively in their favor. Good flank coming through here from Danny. Has been spotted out.
Yeah, actually, he might get caught out here, unfortunately. Does tunnel away, but the teleport going to come in for Amazing J. Mata going to look for a hook, but does not find any fish today. And Amazing J actually flanking around, but he might be caught out now as well. Randuin's getting popped by both jungler and top laner, and EP will reset.
Yeah, so EP reset. They did have to use the teleport, which gives the advantage to carry. He can head back into that bottom lane and start shoving it up with reckless abandon, although has been caught by some chains.
Raphael diving in, a little bit of damage, but carry pretty tanky here right now. As Drizzle diving very deep onto Mata. There's a good catch that they can go for. Mata double play back. They get spades called out by Vasily, but Vasily takes so much damage to Raphael, but he's looking very low as well. Shu moving in, Kane coming in as well. The damage looking good, but Mata's still alive there. Kane gets the first kill, finally backs out. Vasily goes down. Amazing J going off in the middle. Dandy goes down as well. 3-0 Energy Pacemaker.
And Raphael, being that low, flashed in to assassinate Vasily. What a heads-up play, but so brave. If anything went wrong, no margin for error. And that's going to mean the Baron for Energy Pacemaker, although teleport now coming in.
Carry is actually going to make a job of it. Shu comes look for a stun. He's so tanky is this now. Kane going to dive it. He needs to get to down. Hatong's here as well. That's going to force the flash. Shu could be in trouble. Hatong takes out Drizzle. Might get another. Raphael looking so scared right now. Very low on health. Hatong charging in on this as here. Kane going to turn around a good bit of poke there. And maybe Hatong's like, don't fancy this.
Yeah, there was a very high chance of him being blown up, but the important thing is 2 members fell very late there, and the Dragon has respawned. So unless they can pick up a kill here, which is what Amazing J's recognizing.
Raphael does go down. Unfortunately, Azir gets the kill. Amazing J was trying to set it up, but that might just be it here for EP.
Yeah, so that'll be the 5th Dragon for sure. They're actually prioritizing Baron over that objective, so looking to get the minion waves pushing in their favor and help out the siege.
And a long game still to come here, but Vici in a very strong position if they can secure these big objectives. Baron, like you mentioned, is the first one, and it dies quickly.
Yeah, so the reason I don't agree with this call out of them, even though they might be able to grab both, is that they could have grabbed the 5th Dragon, been in a position to bait a fight around Baron, and used all the extra combat stats. The Baron won't help them around the Dragon area. It helps you with pushing, sets up all your minion waves very nicely, but doesn't allow you to do it. And Kane might look to sneak this one away, needs to get a wriggle on.
Good guy Kane does steal it away and just kind of rides out on the earth there as Marta and Dandy are like, where's it gone?
Yeah, so now they were looking to do it in that, I guess, order, and completely snuck away. What a heads-up play out of Energy Pacemaker to delay this game even further.
And that's what, like 12, 15 minutes of time being bought already by denying these Dragons. I mean, Energy Pacemaker playing very dangerously here, but it's working out so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're not backing away from the fight. They continue to take it there. Raphael rolled the dice one too many times. 1,500 gold waiting on that Banshee's Veil to come through. He'll be 5 items, and this is the point, though, that Hatong really is starting to shine on Azir. We saw how much damage came out last fight over that Baron wall from the long range, and he was able to poke out a whole team in a 2v4.
Yes, Marta, Hertong, and Vasily now will roam through the jungle of Energy Pacemaker looking for something. Might be a turret here. They do have the Baron buff, remember, so lots of pushing power coming through.
Yeah, definitely in a good position. Vasily's picked up the Infinity Edge as a standalone crit item. We touched on it before. He had to go for the Last Whisper to be able to deal with this Aurelia, and it's not adding that much damage into his kit as, fight starts.
Yeah, actually, Amazing Day almost getting hooked there. I think Marta found another minion, but the Baron Cannon minion is moving in here. Raphael looking aggressive, posturing in, but just trying to poke the minion with just one auto attack.
Yeah, they can't kill that minion. They're too short range, so they're just trying to fire rockets at it, but it's being guarded by Dandy, the human bodyguard.
Yeah, good stuff there. Is Carry actually going to get quite low? Amazing J will get grabbed up there. Raphael wanting to dive in. Can they get the super tank? Vasily diving in, gets a good chunk of damage done to Kane, and Vici break the base.
Yeah, that'll be the inhibitor as well. They got a lot of poke damage through on the other side from Hatong. Vasily going absolutely off now that he's finished up his item build. Doing a lot of damage. Still don't know whether the Infinity Edge is optimal.
Yeah, Raphael also poking his head around, maybe trying to pick up an exit kill or two here, but looking aggressive. Still has the permanent blue buff apparently, but unfortunately does not have one of his own. The Baron minions still moving in. They buff will shake off now as Drizzle rotates in, and EP don't have anything they can really do but counter push.
Yeah, so they're trying to stream down mid lane as 5 members and start a fight. Carry now, he's huge. He's got the Warmogs. He's finished off the Thornmail as well, so not going to be given that much trouble. Mercurial Scimitar finished off by Kane, so that was before even the Infinity Edge came through there. And at this point in the game, sure, Vici have a much better team fight. They've got advantages all over the map. They've got that looming pressure of the 5th Dragon, but you never want a game to get to this point. They would have been so much happier if they could finish it off, because one fight goes wrong with 45-minute death timers. There's going to be all kinds of pain, especially with how the new Alexas work, with all the AP coming through from LeBlanc, going to be able to chunk out structures, help out Kane, who's got that Trinity Force and all the flat AD. Game's really close when at the start of the game it looked like it was going to be a complete snowball.
Yeah, I mean, Vici just kind of took the ball and ran with it, and EP just somehow stopped them after a very rough 15 minutes. So impressive, like you mentioned, that they even got to this point. But I like that at one point, maybe 25 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, you mentioned that LeBlanc is probably the strongest he'll get here. Raphael almost gets himself hooked, so wants to keep that strength alive. But the thing is, you're right, LeBlanc just doesn't do that much at 3-4 items. If she actually makes it to 6, she could potentially blow up Carry, which is a scary proposition.
Yeah, and that's where she needs to get to, the point where she can chunk out the tank that much that the tank can't approach the backline. As we see a push coming through on the opposite side of the super minions, EP, they've got a GA on their jungler, looking to dive very deep with Drizzle and then allow him to come through for a second round of spells. Using him almost like a human cannonball to get in.
Yeah, he's just sort of a human shield. They throw him in, hope he's a distraction, throw the Cataclysm in, lock some people down, and then he comes back and tries to play cleanup. I mean, Drizzle, he hasn't had that much this game, unfortunately, as far as resources go. He's woefully behind Dandy in terms of gold, but he's making do with what he's got.
Yeah, he certainly is getting in there and I guess providing a lot of disruption. Oh, should have got caught.
Yeah, that's not good. Then Marta plays back there out of the flash, actually, but the base gate coming up big.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the rest of the team not able to pounce on it. And Marta used a lot. The Ignite, the Ultimate, even tried to throw a lantern at him. Don't know what he was hoping to accomplish. Just a bit of vision over the wall, but in the end, the support player just walked out.
Yeah, I mean, Shu there did get caught, but he'll be okay for now. Here, and items are coming thick and fast now. So much damage on a lot of these carries. And like you mentioned, these are very volatile fights. So Amazing J going in. Drizzle going to dive in the back as well. Marta trying to defend it, but he gets Fates called out. Amazing J running out from under his turret. And EP are going to shake off the rent stacks and go again.
That's so important. That was only an wow.
Actually going to go back in, though. The Sun Turret moving it. Kane gets grabbed there, but a good QSS keeps him safe. Forces the Valk out as well.
Okay, so I was going to say the QSS is in favor of Energy Pacemaker, so that was really important. But a heads-up hook coming through from Marta definitely flicks that back in the favor of Vici, and now the siege starts all over again.
Hatong Sun Turret here, and EP have to defend their Nexus as well. Arise did so much damage to that turret, and it melts.
Yeah, so they're able to take out the second base turret, and that was with 2 members back at the Nexus. Energy Pacemaker might not be so happy when they watch that part of the replay, but they're looking to get an exit kill, maybe onto carry.
I mean, Dragon's up in 30 seconds, though. They have to do something here, because, again, that time is still in this game. That 5th Dragon is still available for Vici.
Yeah, and it just doesn't go away as Amazing J and Raphael trying to catch out the big tank, but not going to be the case. And now, with Super Minions pushing into the base, Energy Pacemaker have a really tough decision to make, how they defend this 5th Dragon.
Raphael is begging for a pick here as well, being so aggressive with his distortions, trying to find anybody that he can kill here, because if he can get one, that'll buy them enough time to hopefully deny the 5th Dragon. But Vici, the Dragon is ready, and Dandy's just going in.
Yeah, so he's got his ultimate available as well as the teleport, so they feel they have 2 teleports to 1. However, they're just starting up the Dragon so quickly.
They have to fight here. There's nothing really that they can do here. Dandy going to opt into a 50-50 smite, maybe Shu gets hooked up there. The first Dragon does go actually to Hatong and Vici. Now with 5th Dragons, they're going to blitz through Energy Pacemaker. Kane getting locked up in the back. Raphael trying to kite them, but Hatong doing so much work in the backside. Raphael going to get locked up for a bit. Distorts over, but Carry will chase him in. Hatong's going to find him. House hits on the back of the Blanc. Raphael buys a little bit of time with the zombies, but does go down. Drizzle escapes with his GA intact, but EP will not escape with their base.
Yeah, valiant effort coming through from Energy Pacemaker, but in the end, the Dragons were what won it for Vici Gaming. Able to get that one away, and they'll take the Nexus.
And a really crazy game, almost 50 minutes long for Vici to wrap that one up. And we have to say well played to Vici. They finally took the game out, but Energy Pacemaker fought so hard.
Yeah, and they've shown that they can really go toe-to-toe with these top teams. The worrying sign is they can't win them. They're not able to get the all-important 3 points, but what a turnaround game. They got it to the mid-game where they were stronger, but super late game. The Azir, the Kalista, the Nard, just too many threats to deal with.
I mean, Vici might be thinking to themselves, we got kind of outclassed in game 1 and then had a lot of trouble winning a game we were ahead in for the first 15 minutes of it. That's a worry sign, honestly, to play a team like EP, who, yes, have been coming up, and other team that can spike you in against anyone, but that was more than impressive from Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think the most worrying sign that is there seems to be a clear ban path that you follow to get rid of a lot of threats on Vici Gaming. You get rid of the Nidalee, you get rid of maybe the Janna or something along that line, throw these guys onto different champions, and they seem to not be dealing with it as well. On the other side of the rift, though, the target bans of Hecarim and Victor seem to be doing nothing. Energy Pacemaker still playing through it.
Yeah, I mean, Amazing J had a good game. Raphael's consistently well. Even Kane, who's actually gotten behind, I think, in both the games he played there, just managed to find a way to get ahead.
Yeah, he certainly did. Just managed to, I guess, beg, borrow, and steal resources to get in a winning position. Not able to pull it off, but very close.
And a great game played by both, but Energy Pacemaker can't clinch to 2-0, and Vici will win the split there against him. Don't get anywhere, though. Coming up after this, Dade and Friends as M3 takes on Gumty.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberian. That was an epic series between Vici and Energy Pacemaker, tying it up yet again here in the LPL. We always have these 1-1s, especially at this time of the split, but man, that last game was a nail-biter.
Yeah, it certainly was. An Energy Pacemaker able to fight back from an early deficit, but in the end, you got to hand it to Vici. Controlled the important parts of the map and picked up a win.
Yeah, it was really beautiful play. Prioritizing that Baron over the 5th Dragon. We've finally discovered it. What is more powerful, that Baron or the 5th Dragon? It seems to be the Baron here, of course, managing to push through and break the base after that one. But let's get into our next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have Gamty taking on M3. And M3 looked fantastic. They have been definitely on the up. You know, Dade managing to carry a few times here in this one, and his Xerath yesterday looking fantastic. But Gamty have had some really brilliant team comps.
Yeah, they certainly have. And the comp they played against OMG yesterday is a one-on-one highlight. And if we take you through it, in the first round, they took Jarvan and Corki for a very big ambiguous. Nah, and then Leona followed with their last pick, Ezreal. And it was a big wombo combo comp that provided a lot of different layers. So the first layer I want to hit is the massive front line. The Nard, the Jarvan, and Leona scale so well with level, get all the inherent power through the W from Leona and E from Jarvan, as well as the transform. They just were too big to deal with, along with all the CC. And then it transitioned into good lane matchups. So the bottom lane scale both very well with levels. Leona, of course, can get in there for all the CC. Corki repetitively procs Sunlight and have the same spikes at level 3 and then at level 9. So they were able to win that lane. Then when you transition it through even further, you see the massive AoE damage that comes out of the ADs. When all of the lockdown CC goes through, they're able to get a lot of mixed damage through, and they fast push turrets very well. And then the thing that brought this comp together and made it perfect for me was the Ezreal. They waited until it was last pick, was a counter pick against the Xerath, and they knew it was no tanks because Rumble had been picked up in that top lane by Going, and he really dictated the pace. Did Xiaohu in the mid lane, was doing ridiculous amounts of damage. Didn't finish with the most impressive scoreline, only 4-3 and 13, but he definitely was the barometer for his team.
Yeah, and the True Shot barrages coming over the top of the OMG lineup were just devastating, immediately stacking up that passive, and then he was just able to go to work. And I like how you highlight the fact that it was last pick here as well, identifying exactly what OMG were bringing to the table and then answering accordingly. It's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, because you felt if that wasn't a Rumble Xerath last 2 picks coming out of OMG, they would have gone for something completely different. So they just showed their mastery over the pick ban phase. And if there's one thing OMG was criticized for, it was doing that poorly. But you really have to hand it to Gamty. They dictated the pace of it, set up an ambiguous AoE comp, and then nailed it with a pretty unique mid Ezreal for a different reason.
Yeah, and of course, we haven't actually seen Ezreal sort of used for the True Shot barrage damage in a team fight. Often it's sort of like, let's have some side wave control with the global ability and make sure that we have everything pushing in our favor. But it seems to be working beautifully as just a massive damage source.
Yeah, and if you don't fire it through creeps, it does so much upfront burst damage. You throw a solar flare on top of it, just absolutely devastating. The passive is the added bonus, I guess, the cream of the crop at the top, because it just allows him to, I guess, persistently chase, get so much damage out. And I guess that's what Gamty as a team look to do. You look across the board. Yeah, sure, Huey's come in, made a very big impact, but Let Me, Xiaohu, and Tail are the backbone of this team, and they want to get their whole team going. They're not looking for one member to carry.
Yeah, and then there's also Sync Dream as well, who's just able to roam. I know I talk a little bit too much about Sync Dream because I just love his playstyle, of course. Always happy to roam around that map. Doesn't care about picking up experience, just wants to make plays and get his team ahead, and it's beautiful to see. And And I don't know. I just love watching him play.
Yeah, I think that if we take a trip across the rift now, M3 have played very well. Candy and Love CD are the two to watch, but we'll jump into the starting lineup and we see Garmty there in their very nice sweaters.
Yeah, and I love this as well with the fact that Let Me just so strong on the Gnar, has looked brilliant on it, and against Lupa, who has sort of only recently moved over to these like super tanks here in the top lane, and also playing that one. That's going to be a hugely contested pick, and Huey, can't forget that pentakill.
Yeah, he certainly can't forget the pentakill in the bottom lane on that Rex side, but he was impressive on the Jarvan, had a decent game on Lee Sin, didn't really do enough early game for me, but Zhao, who this is if you had to pick a star player, it would definitely be in the mid lane. The Xerath, the Ahri, the Ezreal pick was good. Didn't like the Lissandra coming through. Maybe see how they revisit that one.
Yeah, it was a little bit just... we had just watched Hatong just show complete mastery over that champion, so you may be a little bit biased coming through, but just didn't seem to look like he was doing exactly what he needed to. But Tail, you have to mention that Corki. He is so strong on that one, and Sync Dream just wants to roam.
Anything with a level 2 CC, Sync Dream will pick up, because that's when he packs up shop. Annie, the big one, Leona, he's been playing it more for this Wombo feel that we just went through. And I think that it's something that they'll take a big look at is Sync Dream's champion pool and try and throw some bans at it.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm excited about as we switch over to the other side is Candy and Love City versus Tail and Sync Dream. They both have fantastic duo synergy, but we saw Candy and Love City hard carry M3 yesterday. They were unstoppable, and the Thresh Callista sort of leapfrogging each other out of bad situations, and just having so much innate synergy was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it certainly was, and all of it came down to that level 2 strategy they pulled off both times, picking up the Gromp and then the Krugs of the second game, and being able to go in lane, get level 2 very quickly, and then punish from there. Picked up first blood both times round and just really shoved a horrible lane into World Elite.
Yeah, it was just very difficult for them to deal with. And I mean, you talk about World Elite, you think, oh, they're in the bottom of the standings, but they've been looking great, especially the last few weeks. So it's no slouch that M3 managed to sort of decimate them over and over again.
Yeah, the M3 is definitely coming together more as a team. They've thrown a new jungler into the mix as well. And as we go through their lineup, you'll see that they're starting to pull it together.
Yeah, and it seems to both of these teams actually having new junglers come through. Of course, M3 sort of likes to rotate all of their junglers around as we have a look at their lineup here as well. And I just want to see Lupa pick up more things like the cannon and stuff like that. It's just I love that Korean top lane flavor.
Yeah, but he has been picking up the super tanks and doing a fantastic job with it. You feel that same composition wouldn't work against someone like Lupa just because he does have the Gnar, does have the big Mundo there.
Yeah, well, it's true. And Condi sort of coming into the lineup, actually the last couple of games looking a whole lot better than his debut just before that. But you have to think that he has to show some more champions before he can fall into that sort of bannable phase. And Dade, his Xerath looked fantastic, and we maybe didn't give him enough credit for that the Victor play as well.
Yeah, the Victor play was very good. The surprising one in there is that his Zed was surprisingly bad. So that's the only thing you can really take away. Otherwise, playing very nice. And Candy, he's been playing a lot of Callista. And as we go through to Love CD, you'll see the Thresh. That combo was completely devastating.
Yeah, and actually the last 3 times that they've played Callista, they've played it paired up with this Thresh as well. And there's a reason why they have matching skins. They just tend to work pretty well together.
Yeah, they certainly do have all of that innate synergy. It's not only the big things like being able to throw them in and get the box down, but it's the little things like the W passive with the Flay passive.
Yeah.
A lot of damage comes through from the auto attacks on both. They poke people out of lane well. And then the slow into the death sentences, into the flays. It's just so much across the two kits that are hard to deal with. You put them together as a combo, and it just becomes oppressive.
Yeah, and then you've got also the escape ability as well coming through from that fancy leapfrog with Fate's Call, which I have to admit I'm probably a little bit too excited about.
Yeah, it definitely was an impressive play, though, when they came through. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but throwing your support to safety and trusting him to be able to drag you back definitely was an impressive sight that came through. So they showed that they understood not only how to go aggressive on the combo, but deal with some pretty negative situations as well.
Yeah, and they were just really able to demonstrate that they have this lane combination down to a T. They looked perfect in that situation against multiple matchups here. They completely changed the bottom lane the second time around here for World Elite, and M3 just showed that they knew exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah, it was the exact same result. The only problem coming in here is that Tails preferable lanes, the Corkies as well as the Annies, deal very well with Kalista, so they need to be careful how they run that in there. And across the board, this is a very even matchup.
Yeah, especially as we have a look at the jungle switch-up graph. Both of these teams very even on that front.
Yeah, they certainly are. They come in with, I think, a couple more moves on the M3 lineup. But
Yeah,
Huey's in there for the Garmty team.
Yeah, Huey and Condi. We'll see which new jungler is going to bring the most victory to their team. And I just really can't wait to see whether Gnar is going to be taken away for a first pick here from Gamty, or whether they're just going to ban it away on either side, and then new top laners are going to come through.
Yeah, I think it definitely is first pickable for Gamty in particular. If they're able to get it through a pick ban phase, wouldn't be surprised if that was picked up.
Yeah, and we'll see whether the FLICKR is going to hit the bench here as well, of course. Is one of Sync Dream's favorites. Does like to be able to move around and get multiple CC down onto multiple members, so we'll see what happens. But, of course, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, no FLICKRs to be had.
Yeah, no FLICKR, no Kalista coming through.
Straight up.
Hitting that one, I thought that Tails champion pool dealt with it well, but Garmty's still not willing to risk it, taking that one away.
I think this is really intelligent, because Candy just showed that he just knew exactly how to deal with everything, and wow, Gamty actually going to ban away the Gnar.
Yeah, and wow, this is a very interesting pick ban phase, because Looper was one of the first top Kassadin players to really play it to fantastic effect. Has sent it onto the bench here. Hasn't played it recently, so you understand. Let me, on the other hand, at a 12-1-6 Gnar game, I think against OMG, that sticks out to me as probably one of the best top lane Kassadins I've seen coming through. Really put the hard carry on. And now, in the mid lane, do they take away the Azir from Dade, or do they first pick it for Xiaohu?
Well, that's a very good point. And is it going to be the Xerath being banned away then in response if it does get taken off the board? Sync Dream going to ban away his own Annie, and this is ridiculous. Do we have the right names on these players and teams? Because it's like they're banning away their own stuff.
So Rek'Sai gets taken away from Huey here.
Or Condi.
Not surprised about that one, of course. He has shown probably the most proficiency on it so far. So, yeah, this is a wide open mid lane. No one really touching any of the mid lane champion pool. Of course, Veigar is a support. Kassadin is probably a top laner in this matchup, so the Azir, the Xerath, the LeBlanc, even the Ahri, all still available.
Yeah, and Dade and Xiaohu, have we seen much of their Ahri? I don't think so.
Dade played one game of Ahri, if I remember correctly. It was okay, it wasn't fantastic, and I think Xiaohu hasn't yet picked it up, so preferring much more of the control mid laners coming through.
Yeah, Lissandra is going to be looked at here for Looper. Just really difficult champion to deal with, and Lissandra Jarvan, that's a pretty devastating combo.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it takes a lot of the wombo away from Garmty. We talk about how they like to build their compositions. Understand getting Tails Corki after taking the Kalista away. However, that's a lot of weapons that Garmty would like to have on their side of the rift now being given over to Master 3.
Yeah, and we'll see whether this is so that Sync Dream can pick up that Leona, which he has been favoring in the last couple of games. Made it look fantastic here alongside the Corki, who, as you mentioned before, is able to just so effectively proc that Sunlight with the Gatling gun. And Huey, he's got his pick of the crop as far as these junglers is concerned, but are there more priority picks that they should be looking at in other lanes?
No, so this Garmty, when they build a team comp, like to do it ambiguously. So they're trying to leave it as open as possible and at least get one of the lanes counter-picked to a good degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did go for their jungle or their top lane here, because Aurelia does very well against Lissandra and might force that pick into the mid lane.
And what would be in response to a Aurelia if that Lissandra was relegated towards that mid lane slot? Because Aurelia just generally a pretty strong champion. They are going to lock in both Lee Sin and Aurelia at this stage. Sort of strong picks, but doesn't allude to any sort of team comp strategy here for Gamty.
Yeah, and very, I guess the only thing you can say is that they've got some mixed damage coming out of Corki and good wave clear, so they can go 1-3-1 if they want to put Xiaohu on more of a split pushing mid lane. But apart from that, that is a very bruiser heavy lineup, but not really much AoE coming out, not much lockdown CC, so trusting on picks and little skirmishes to get them ahead.
We'll see whether they'll be able to get them as effectively as they have been. And the Azir actually being looked at from Dade. He doesn't mind what he faces there in the mid lane, just wants to take the Birdman.
Yeah, and they can go double AD now on the side of Garmty because they see both solo lanes, and once again they see that it is a tankless lineup with the exception of J4. So would not be surprised if that is what they chose to run, although You can never look past the Xerath counter pick when someone's locked in an Azir.
Especially when it's the likes of Xiaohu as well, who is just one of the most impressive Azirs that we've seen play so far in the LPL.
Yeah, certainly has shown very good control over that, locking in the cleanse as well, just in case Looper comes from any of his early roams. So he's looking to poke out Dade. Dade will win the lane very early, level 1s to level about 6. Azir has a very good time against Xerath. But after that, as soon as Xerath starts getting more and more points into that queue, just shoves out the wave way too hard.
Yeah, and I love the pick potential that they add with these last 2 picks at the end. As soon as you land that Dark Binding, the Rite of the Arcane can finish off that target, you have to think.
Yeah, so they've gone for a pick comp, and across the other side of the Rift, Masters 3 have put together a huge wombo combo. You throw a Twitch on top of an Azir as well as a Lissandra, that is so much changing of terrain coming out of Azir. Jarvan, keep your Twitch very safe behind that wall, behind the Cataclysm, can unload, as well as all of the damage that will come through in an AoE sense. I really like Masters 3 composition here. They need to dodge the Corki lane because Twitch will have nightmares about that one. However, with the Thresh, we'll be able to reposition him around the map pretty quickly.
I believe it was Candy that actually had a relatively good Twitch game, though, getting ahead pretty early.
Yeah, so
a little bit earlier on. I don't quite remember because, of course, it's been a long season, ladies and gentlemen, but there has been Twitches that have somehow managed to come out ahead, even in these 2v2 situations that they shouldn't necessarily be winning.
Yeah, so if we go through the lineup here, we see the Aurelia into the Lissandra. That has to be in Let Me's favor. Deals with mages extremely well.
Yep, and Huey on the tried and true Lee Sin here, but Condi picking out something new for himself, grabbing that J4.
Yeah, going with the Cataclysm ultimate, and we see the Shurima mid lane, Xerath versus Azir. Xiaohu once again with the counter pick. So in the laning phase, you have to give the advantage to Ganti.
Yeah, there's counter picks across the board here. You mentioned that, you know, Lissandra not going to be able to deal with an Aurelia too fantastically in that lane. And Xerath, we know from many, many, many matchups, does quite well against the Azir here in the mid as well. So you have to think that M3, they're going to have to dive so deep into trying to get this lane swap.
Yeah, they certainly will have to probably commit to it, not to mention the Corki versus Twitch. That's the third, I guess, counter in it, and that was the one that Masters 3 picked themselves into. So across the board, Gamti, a very good individual pick ban phase, but it hasn't got the same feel as what yesterday's did against OMG, where they were very clearly ahead from the get-go.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but M3 now, I mean, what they have to do is weather the storm, and we'll see whether they can as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as Gamti take on M3 for our second matchup of the evening. Gamti going to be starting off on our blue side, of course, and M3 going to be beginning here on the red, and we'll see who is going to get ahead early, because it looks like the cards are in favor here for Gamti.
Yeah, so we see Master 3 looking for a little bit of an early invade, trying to get some vision over where Corki is, but across the board, looks like standard lanes have been set up so far.
Yeah, possibly opted for. Love City actually going to head back to base, as is Candy, so maybe looking to switch this one up, as we've got Sync Dream heading towards that top side as well. We'll see whether any funny business does come through. Of course, Gamti setting up something a little bit cute maybe towards this top side. Huey not going to find the Sonic Wave.
And so now they have to have known that something funny happened there, because no one wanted to show themselves from Masters 3. So by setting up and making sure that no deep wards came down, they knew that they didn't have vision anywhere. They weren't able to spot it as a recall, and Candy and Love City find themselves in the 2v1.
Yeah, we'll see whether Gamti are going to switch back any earlier than they otherwise would. Of course, he's not too worried about this. Aurelia fantastic in that split push situation. They are going to do this buddy system in the jungle. Both of these teams accepting the lane swap.
Yeah, so both of the teams not really trying to force anything too hard. They've started on the 2v1 side of the map, so straight away you see Sync Dream running in there trying to contest the blue buff and make their life miserable up here. With the smite being down, he has a little bit of a nuke on that Q that he might be able to affect.
Very cute. He is going to be able to get some auto attacks off here, is Sync Dream, but more importantly, he knows exactly where this buddy system is on the map. And do you think that Gamti are more than happy to let this mid lane just be a situation where they're left to their own devices.
Yeah, not really, because at the start of the mid lane, it will be Dade that wins it. So I don't think that plays into Gamtee's hands at all. I actually think that Dade might be able to build a little bit of a lead. Xerath does much better with early jungle pressure because he can throw that stun out as well as the slow from long range. And Dade is a very squishy Azir in this matchup. So I think that across the board, the 2v0s suit M3 much more than they do Gamtee.
That being said, Dade's down to 300 health. Has to pop both of his potions here.
Yeah, he's farming up relatively nicely, though. Probably just took a little bit of a combo, but he'll be okay. And it's more of the shoving that he can do in early and pretty reckless because he knows that the junglers won't be available for it.
Yeah, and we'll see whether we're going to have sort of this 3 versus 1 situation in any of these lanes, as we do have the top laners pairing up. Going to be moving back, of course. We've got Let Me heading towards this top lane now, wanting to soak some experience potentially. Both of these mid laners poking each other very effectively. As Candy's got a hard freeze here on the top side. It's going to be difficult for Let Me to get any experience.
Yeah, so Twitch freezes better than probably any champion as far as AD goes. But in saying that, they've sent 2 members up to this to deal with it, and they will be able to shove out relatively quickly. So whilst the hard freeze went through, that means that a big wave is going to crash into Twitch's turret. And on the bottom lane, same isn't going to be done for Corki because he can just wave clear much better.
Yeah, Love City, Condi, and of course Lupa are towards his bottom side, but just going to be Lissandra entering that lane. And M3, a little bit of a pair up just to try and get some deep vision down here for M3.
Yeah, so in the end, Xerath did manage to win out on that mid lane, build himself up about a 6 CS lead. Dade had to back earlier and was only able to grab that tome. On the other side of the roof, you see the Forbidden Idol coming through for all the mana regen and a bit of a gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Tail's actually going to be discovered here. He's going to flash and Valkyrie. There's the knock-up, though. The Flay to come in as well as they're tanking up the turret beautifully. First blood going to Condi.
Really nicely played in that gank because they walked through the whole of the river. There was no response, and they sent Lissandra very early, well prepped by Lupa, and was able to set up the gank for his team.
Yeah, really nicely played. And this is Tail on his very comfortable Corki, having to buy at an inopportune time. I mean, only has the pieces of that phage. Dade going to go aggressive on a Jahu here, who's going to miss the shocking orb. Does get some extra damage down, though, as Dade taking a lot of damage. Huey coming through. We'll see whether he manages to land this Sonic Wave. Not going to happen as Dade, he's going to blow both of his summoners, but in the end, he's going to survive.
Yeah, so he was able to live through that one. So heads up play, he went extremely aggressive and tried to turn around a little bit of a losing mid lane earlier than you would have expected, but this lane swap has done wonders for M3 so far. They've got the first blood off it. They've got Twitch in a CS lead, and they've made sure that they've really shut down both the Aurelia as well as the Corki a little bit.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, Let Me does have a little bit more farm than Lupa, but as you mentioned, I mean, Aurelia are going to be relying on the items a whole lot more than Lissandra is. That Frozen Tomb always going to be there once you hit level 6.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Lupa just farms so much easier in this lane swap. So even though ahead now, when Lupa starts skilling up that Q, we'll just have a much easier time, as opposed to the Aurelia, who has to actually put herself in harm's way, and you see being completely zoned off the wave.
Yeah, it's getting very difficult, especially with Candy now having that level advantage here as well.
Yeah, so we see lane swaps being committed to for even longer, and Dade, he's fallen behind 11 CS in the mid lane, also doesn't have either of his summoner spells, thanks to Huey's early gank coming through there, but is, I guess, relatively okay. Would have liked to have put a little bit more pressure down in the early game, and now that all the mana regens coming through for the Xerath, going to have no problem crushing out these waves.
Yeah, Jahu actually heading back as well to pick up that amplifying tomb for himself. Dade managed to pick up the Fiendish Codex here as well, as Condi just going to clear out that pink ward. Jahu going to be pretty upset about that. Didn't last very long. Did that ward in the mid lane. You can see both of these teams sort of a mixture of aggressive and very defensive wards here as well.
Yeah, so across the board, a nice deep ward on the red side of the jungle. We'll be able to spot M3's jungle. Whenever he goes to pick up that red buff next, he looks like he's going for a bit of a dive top lane. They've stacked up the wave nicely. Hit level 6 on Candy, so they have a lot of damage to come through. members running up there to try and get in range to help let me out, but they might be too late.
Yeah, Descent's going to land here. There's the teleport coming through from M3 at the same time. It's going to be a 4v1. Love City taking a lot of damage. He's going to flash out of the way as Let Me is going to try and dance around this fight, but doesn't manage to. Of course, Candy at level 6. No worries there at all. Oh, he has to flash out of the way of the turret shot as the Rite of the Arcane comes through, but of course not quite enough range to deal with it. And Dade just sort of misses his friends, wants to join in the party.
Yeah, so now he's around the back. He's looking to get involved, maybe get in on that ward. Wow, he goes in so deep.
Yeah, there's a Dark Binding, immediately exhausted as well as Sync Dream's going down quite low. Let Me finally managing to get back in with that teleport. Looper in a little bit of trouble, but the Black Shield is beautiful. Oh, that Frozen Tomb to help Looper out, but Jiahu might be able to finish off that kill. Let Me dies first though, and that's the miss of the skill. Jiahu manages to pick up the kill in the end, but Shocking Orb going wide once more, flashing out of the way. Sync Dream has to be very careful. So much action across this map. The 5th kill for M3 goes down as Jiahu misses yet another ability. Not quite his game thus far. And Tail sort of saying, guys, stop fighting. I'm in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Taylor was sitting there going, I don't have a teleport. I'm against a top laner. Please stop it.
Yeah.
However, he has managed to pick up a turret. So overall, whilst they get all the individual gold over to M3, Garmty will strike first with the first objective. And a turret this early in the map is a lot of gold going across. So you see that they're nearly back within 600 gold, which is not horrible, but that went pretty badly.
Yeah, and I mean, Jiahu uncharacteristically missing a lot of his abilities there in that fight. Things could have gone a little bit differently had there been a slightly higher percentage of Shocking Orbs landed.
Yeah, he did miss a few, but at the same time, Looper especially, I think the one against Condi was just an outright miss, but Looper put his dancing shoes on at the end of that one and was managing to, I guess, bait a lot of the abilities out to try and kill him. He lived on no health for a ridiculous long amount of time, and with his ultimate coming up with the perfect timing, also had a good job of that one. So very impressed out of Looper's Lissandra's play. This was the standard champion that he brought out the first and probably looked the best on. And now that they've got a level 6 Twitch, they're confident to rotate him back into the 2v2, although it's a very long lane now the turret's gone down and they need to be careful.
Yep, Tail did actually manage to go back and pick up that Sheen here as well, so going to have a lot of sort of poke potential against this Twitch, whose range isn't that high unless he puts on that rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah, so straight away they look to get him in a different lane, looking for a pick in the mid lane, try and submarine in onto Jiahu and take him out there, as unfortunately Dade will miss some CS.
Yeah, thankfully we skipped off that just to make sure that we didn't see that last caster creep go down. Candy not going to find any joy here in this mid lane, but they might transition into a dragon instead. Scuttle Crab going to be opted for here as well.
Yeah, so very surprised they didn't start the dragon up straight away because they knew that he wasn't in the mid lane anymore and they had complete control. Now he's returned and that ultimate is very long range, so they still will get it just because of some good wards, and maybe even Garmty might have thought it went down earlier than what it did. However, won't be as early as they could have possibly done, but 5 seconds, I guess they'll take it.
Yeah, not too much of a big deal. Horses for courses potentially here, Spawn. But M3, they are going to transition here to the bottom side. Descent's not going to land, but Sync Dream, of course, with no flash, not going to do anything about this Cataclysm. He's going to fall down. Candy picks up his first kill as that rat-a-tat-tat comes down, and almost unnecessarily there because there was nowhere for Sync Dream to go.
And that was some sick, nasty damage coming out of the Jarvan. He's 3-0-3, very inflated for this stage of the game, and has already finished off that armor penetration as they try and now dive Looper. He's got his ultimate. This is dangerous.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem. Transcendent Blades comes through. Looper finally uses that ult. Let Me's going to die as Looper finally pays for it, but may actually pick up another one. No. Oh, the creeps.
Oh.
One last auto. Oh, doesn't get him. He leveled. He leveled. Strategic leveling.
He was so low, but throughout the river, Dade's also zoned off Jiahu, so only trading kills there. Huey even nearly falling, so a lot of the control of the map firmly in M3's favor.
Yeah, and they've got so much vision over this bottom side as well, trying to make sure that their Twitch does not get ganked. And it looks to me like he's going to see anyone from Gamty coming from a mile away.
Yeah, he certainly is. Need to get Twitch into the position where he has that Blade of the Ruined King. Has about 1,400 gold, so he's nearly there. And that's when they can start using him more as that second roamer, try and get him into lanes, of course. Farm is important, but he's just not going to out-trade a Corki in a lane, so he needs to use his time a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, it's true. It does get that Contaminate down to at least Telltale that, yeah, I've got some damage, like a little bit at least. Manages to get that one down, but Tail, of course, a very practiced Corki player, more than happy to go toe-to-toe against this Twitch. But now the Twitch is 1-0-1. Candy's having a great time.
Yeah, it certainly is. Dade in the mid lane got caught. He's dead.
Yep. Yeah, very dead. Jahu actually going to use the last bolt of his ult just to clear out some creeps.
Yeah, so he tried to contest a pink ward there, and he actually got hit by a shocking orb, and the kick came through from Lee Sin and didn't last much longer.
Yeah, that's about all she wrote there for that one. So Huey going to be able to facilitate a kill here for Xiaohu. So 1-0-1 now for the mid laner of Gamt. He's starting to get his stuff together. We'll see whether he can carry through, because he does have a lead as far as the CS is concerned, and it's a lot of guaranteed damage from Xerath, just because he can be so far away. You're not going to get picked off by the likes of a Twitch. It's not like a Victor where you have to get all the way in amongst it in order to get your damage down. He's able to really impact a fight from a long distance.
Yeah, it definitely is a long-range caster, and if Candy doesn't play this right, he will be relatively safe. But in saying that, Candy should be going for the very aggressive roams in this, because he has the ability. There's so many threats on his team that they can unload with a lot of their damage, and they will have to commit to the fight on Garmty's side, and then he can pop out of stealth. So I think Candy's positioning will be key. He needs to be in position to hit the Corki, to hit the Xerath, otherwise the team fight will go pretty badly. But in saying that, our top laners are very squishy at the moment, and going for a Trinity Force out of Let Me, we're going to see another 22-minute Trinity Force here, and taking no armor into a couple of team fights versus Twitch is a very bad notion.
Yeah, it sounds very dangerous
But
to
once
me
again,
too.
Looper going to be dove, this time by 4 people. If it doesn't work, try again.
Oh, Let Me actually flashing to try and get the Equilibrium strike. Not sure why it didn't come through there, but of course Looper was a little bit lower on health, so nothing going to come from that one, and Gampty sort of walk away with the tail between their legs saying, yeah, we'll get you next time, Looper.
Yeah, so not even having to burn the flash from Looper, so he's played this lane very well. A lot of extra pressure's been up there, and he's starting to farm up a Storm. He's only 20 behind his mid laner.
After a lane swap as well, that's a big deal.
Yeah, so he's been able to do this one well. He's getting towards his Morellonomicon, has 1,500 gold, so whenever he wants to go back and buy that, he can. And will add a lot of cooldown reduction into his build. And this is the part of the game where Lissandra becomes scary. We mentioned that the matchup is there if Aurelia can get the one-on-one, but once again, the lane swap really sorted out a lot of the problem from the draft for M3.
Yeah, all Shocking Orb just going to go wide there as Dade takes a lot of damage here in this mid lane.
Returns a lot as well, has the heal available, so maybe look for him to go aggressive if that exchange comes out again.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of members here coming from the top side as well. M3 want to make something happen here for Xiaohu, but Xiaohu is going to move very defensively. You can see M3 just have this map so lit up. They've got 5 pink wards on the map. Every ward, like there's like 3 wards from Gampty. M3 just have total vision control.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've actually maybe even overwarded the map again, because whilst they're trying to scale, so that's the purpose of the wards. They recognize at this point in the game, Gampty are probably stronger. They've got the Corki. They want to continue to scale up. However, if they don't get anything from this, just the farm isn't going to be enough, because they're starting to lose out on turrets. They're getting repetitively shoved in, and we see actually the binding
there's the Dark Binding into the right of the Arcane. Just not enough damage as the Puddle was there trying to do some work. Candy forced to use that ambush to escape here as well. Phosphorus Bomb going to keep him in vision for a little bit longer. And Dade, wow, has to blow the heal. And that was very close.
Yeah, it certainly was. Maybe even push him for the mid turret now that they've sent the mid laner back. As we see Syncdream nailing Condi with a bind. But it's a level 1. No, it's probably not. He's probably maxing that first.
Yeah, it's a level 3 bind, but it's also a bind from Syncdream, who doesn't often have very many levels.
We see Twitch actually being able to pick up a lot of CS for himself in this bottom lane. Staying relevant with the Corki, that's definitely in Candy's favor. Even though they swap back very early. And Dade keeping that turret alive with no health.
Yeah, that's true. And I actually really love this out of these two AD carries, because both of them have hit their theoretical power spikes here in the Blade of the Ruined King and the Trinity Force, but both of them want to use them in very different ways.
Yeah, they certainly do. We see the Dragon started up. Corki wants to use it to lane, to poke, to be able to rotate around and take out turrets. Whereas Candy, he wants to find someone by himself when he has a teammate, stealth in and absolutely blow them up with that Blade of the Ruined King, with the Rat-a-tat-tat. So very different styles coming through. Even the team fights, you'll see very different styles. Corki needs to be there for the upfront burst damage. Twitch needs to get in a good position to be able to put out persistent damage as the fight goes on. So will be about who executes their team comp a little bit better.
Yeah, let me very close to picking up that Trinity Force for himself as well. Huey farming out this jungle very effectively. Both of our junglers actually having a decent game, but of course you can't go past Condi. His first performance here on Jarvan looking fantastic so far. Let's see whether he can continue it towards this later stage of the game where M3 really want to shine on this map.
Yeah, and Dade starting to crush through these waves. Has gone early Merc treads as well to get rid of that shocking orb coming through. Wants to be able to get some Emma, and with the Athenes as well as the Merc treads, is surprisingly tanky, at least against magic damage. However, with a Lee Sin, with an Aurelia, he's going to have people diving on him all games long. Look for him to pick up a Zhonya's Hourglass relatively soon, although we've seen in the past he's pretty stubborn about grabbing that item on the Azir.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does grab it or whether he's just going to go straight for a Death Cap or something fancy like that. Might even just go for an Abyssal Scepter saying, yep, no more magic damage, please. Don't want to deal with it. Actually works out quite well on Azir. He's going to be doing a little bit of damage fairly close up. Candy, heading back to this bottom lane, is going to be able to pick up this huge wave of CS. There's Tail. Should Tail be rotating around this map as well on this Corki? Of course, he is going back again, possibly to pick up those Sorcerer's Shoes, which he just does grab, and is now the time where Corki needs to be moving and making plays here for game. Let me. He's going to get caught out. There's the Transcendent Blade, but Sync Dream and Huey, they've come around here as well as Condi. He's going to get shut down. Looper now in a lot of trouble. Just glacial paths onto the Dark Passage and gets out.
Yeah, so able to get out of there. Dade also coming up into the lane. They've brought Tail in there to try and get a little bit more of a push happening, but the danger is now they've left Twitch by himself. So yeah, they pick up a kill. They might even grab a turret from it, depending on how quickly they rotate mid. But you never want to leave a Twitch one on nothing in his lane to be able to farm up, because he's going to scale exponentially better than the Corki into late game. So sure, yes, he's at a very good point for himself, Tail, but he needs to use that power to keep the Twitch down or to crutch through structures. They need to commit to one strategy and try and get a victory that way.
Let me actually going to protect his pink ward here on the bottom side. Candy forced to use that ambush, but she's going to pop up and get that last hit. No worries at all, but it is going to save that bottom outer turret. And 2 already down here for Gampty, and they are actually 2 turrets. That's not Sun turrets that are dead yet.
Yes, so they're proper turrets coming through here, of course. Haven't actually been able to build that much of a lead because of it. They're a very early game focused composition with the Corki, and he has been sitting on his power spike for a little while now. So it's good that M3, they've been able to pick up the 2 dragons. So you would say objectives so far even, although the early gold much more beneficial at this point in the game. But they're still managing to scale up, still getting into a very good position. Now with that maxed out CDR in the top lane, Looper's going to crush through these minion waves and be able to farm up an absolute storm. And it's 20 minutes in, and Letme's been able to finish up his Trinity Force, but it's still pretty late.
Yeah, but if you look down the board here for Gampty, is Sync Dream just going to Black Shield that one away? Oh, Candy taking a lot of damage. There's Rite of the Arcane. His aim is on, and he lands it onto Candy. Beautiful play from Xiaohu, making up for that first skirmish.
Yeah, Xiaohu nailing the skill shots this time around, able to get his eye in. And that will mean the mid lane turret falls very quickly. They can't defend it, and they might even push in for a second.
Yeah, Let Me coming around here as well. Takes a Sand Soldier to the head, but it is going to be a trade here as Looper takes the top turret. Does have his teleport if he wants to get in. But man, there were some beautiful Rite of the Arcanes here for Xiaohu.
Yeah, that was just over-aggression coming out from the Twitch player. However, that was not a great position to look for a flank. Once they had missed the opportunity with the hook, couldn't really afford to go in by himself and was made to pay, and we see. Buys them some more time to go back into the split pushing. They've done the job of the composition so far. Crushed down the outer turrets, looking to get themselves in a position. Oh, wow, Looper teleporting.
Yeah, he's actually teleporting, trying to pick up Let Me here as well as Condi's hanging around this. Ione and Ferb are going to be helping Let Me a lot in this position because he's getting collapsed on by multiple members of M3, but they are going to give up.
Yeah, and that's just a bad teleport coming through from Looper. Even if you can stun up the Aurelia, with that passive coming through, going to mean that she doesn't get held in the CC very long. Has also now picked up the Merc Tread, so it's an even more impossible task to keep her locked up in all of that CC. And the
Are you
death
talking about
cap
multiplicative tenacity here?
I certainly am, and I refuse to say that word on stream anymore because I just can't nail it. But the death caps come through from Xiaohu in issues that aren't words that I can't say.
Yeah, good. I like that one. BF sword as well picked up for Tail, and Xiaohu actually had that Rabbidan's death cap when Candy fell down earlier on, and these are some big power spikes to come down. Locket of the Iron Solari now completed against this double AP comp is huge. Rabbidan's death cap. You've got BF Sword on top of Trinity Force here for Tail. He's hit a huge spike. Letme's got his Trinity Force as well. I'm going to follow Looper around. There's the Blade Surge potential to come through. Does have a few Transcendent Blades. There's the Flash as well. Equally answered by Looper, and he's going to be safe in the end. But Aurelia now knowing that she's a little bit stronger as far as the 1v1.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as those two items came through, was always going to be in a better position. However, Looper's just going to do so much more in team fights, because he's nearly finished up that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's got that ultimate to put him into stasis and all the synergy that will come through with the Jarvan as well as the Azir. Really like what Looper's Lissandra will bring into these mid-game composition team fights.
Yeah, he's looking great. Xiaohu actually foregoing the Sorcerer's Shoes here, wants to be able to pick up that Void Staff as soon as possible to be able to cut through the magic resist that's been picked up by multiple members on the M3 lineup, of course, namely Dade. Just wants to be able to kill him as often as he can. Of course, you sort of hold on to that, I want to kill my lane opponent throughout most of a game, as M3 now going to have to struggle here against the Dragon. It's going to fall down to Huey, but Sync Dream just gets popped very early on. Huey now in the backside, going to kick Candy out of the fight. Can't really rat-a-tat-tat onto any members. Huey eventually going to go down for it. It was some cute play, but the Dragon did go over to Gamty, and that's their first one. That's important to pick up.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they've just left Dade to defend against 3. Now sending Looper back there. He's got the home guard boot, so he will be able to fly in there. So objective answered in a one team fight for M3, and they're only going to get stronger as this game on. I really can't stress how much Gamty needs to win this early. Otherwise, they're relegated to looking for picks in the late game, and that's not a great strategy to be able to win a game against an Azir and a Twitch.
Yeah, well, the Twitch especially, who can just ambush and get himself into any position he wants. And as far as late game positioning is concerned, you can't go past Candy. He's shown that he's fantastic in the late game team fights. And Dade as well. I mean, he's no slouch on this Azir. His Azir has been really impressive.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's had some of the most memorable and mechanical outplays in the bottom lane. That 2v1 turret dive that he turned around was absolutely amazing. And yeah, as I said, this game is getting to the point where Gamty did what they needed to do early game, but they haven't been able to transition into enough. And now that the outer turrets are starting to fall for M3, they're starting to get it back in their favor. The early kills they picked up, particularly on their jungler, have just meant that this game didn't accelerate quickly enough for Gamty to really gain full control over the map.
Well, that's the thing as well, because the kills going to Jarvan means that that powers up the sort of only early game focus that M3 has.
Yeah, and it allowed them to get very tanky early on. Even had the luxury of going for a Sightstone on Jarvan, which doesn't really lend that many combat stats, but is fantastic for him. So,
oh, Synchream, you're in so much trouble. The rat-a-tat-tat to come through. Dade actually in a lot of trouble as he takes his E in order to get himself to safety. The shield there as well from that face of the mountain. Dade solo doesn't get knocked up. That was huge damage coming down as Letme is trying to find Looper, who's going to fall down. Under the turret is a bad place for a Lissandra, and that was gigantic burst coming through from Gamty.
that was a 4-man kick into Xiaohu's abilities, just being able to AoE everyone down. What a play out of Huey to be able to nail that one and swing the team fight back in his team's favor. Teleport now coming in onto Condi in the jungle.
Yeah, Letme actually home guarding in, just Equilibrium strikes. Struck? Equilibrium strikes him to death. That was a difficult one to say, and Phosphorus Bomb not going to find Candy.
Yeah, so able to get out of that one, but he has to be careful if he doesn't get dove now. And all of a sudden, Gamty got exactly what they needed, a one team fight. Turn it into an objective. Push your lead as much as you can. Pick up the exit kills. All of the right things came through at the end of that one. They get it back out to about a 2,000 gold lead. And M3, yeah, they're probably ahead of where they wanted to be, but they're still not as strong as all of these mid-game champions.
Yeah, and the thing that I love coming through from M3 here is that everyone has picked up a sweeper. They know that if they're going to win in the late game, they can't get picked, like you pointed out before. So they need to be removing wards, and everyone can.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the game plan to deny as much vision. You also have to think that they're looking for picks at this time of the game. They're not looking to teamfight. They want to just get that one kill with Candy. So they're trying to get him to pockets of no vision and be able to pick that one up. As we see him going back to base now, he's got himself another long sword, so potentially looking for that last whisper to cut through a lot of armor coming through in the top lane particularly.
Yeah, it does have that Warden's Mail completed, does let me, but of course Gamty want to be focusing on the majority of the damage that is going to be coming through in a team fight, which will be sort of Looper and Dade. Both of these members very, very strong, and there's a lot of damage threats from M3, and it's very difficult for Gamty to be able to focus on exactly what they want to defend for.
Yeah, exactly right. The double AD is where Twitch does tend to shine, just because of the fact that you don't have the luxury of going all armor against him. So having Looper in there doing a lot of magic damage, as well as, of course, the Azir, which is going to scale so well, means that he is in the position to get a lot of bonus damage because of the fact there won't be Frozen Hearts and Thorn Mails and Randuin Omens being picked up by every member. Probably just a Frozen Heart out of the Aurelia to start things off.
Yeah, really wants to get that cooldown reduction in her back pocket, but you have to think that Huey, he might be grabbing that Randuin's at the same time. But the thing that I'm scared about here for Candy is the fact that Gamty demonstrated that they have a lot of burst damage. And Candy, pretty squishy.
Yeah, he certainly is, but that was probably the perfect team fight. I don't know how often M3 are going to stand in the way of a 3 or 4 man Lee Sin kick into all of the burst damage coming out of an Xerath. That was just a very bad miscalculation of how quickly they were going to kill a member, and now that they've done it once, you wouldn't expect it to be a repeat performance.
Yeah, Huey going to be able to clear out this pink ward here, as well as Gamty setting up for the dragon towards this bottom side. There are a few sneaky pink wards here for M3, but they're a bit far away from the actual pit itself, and Scuttlecrab, all that's going to be helping them know exactly what Gamty are doing. Looper hanging out on this top side, of course, does have his teleport. Teleport advantage actually here for M3, as Let Me doesn't have his available, especially after being able to kill Condi there in the bottom side. Both top laners now, I mean, the CS lead for Looper definitely is a thing, but equal scores, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, very, very cute coming through there. As we see, actually, maybe a team fight going to be started up here. They need to be careful. They need Looper there with them to start these team fights up. Looper committing to the push, but
Oh, that was a big ride there for Huey as the box comes through. He gets slowed down. Love City might just get focused, but Candy comes in the backside. Xiaohu now from a long way away. Looper's just going to die instantly. Couldn't even use the ultimate, and the rest of M3 have to run away. Right of the Arcane hits one bolt, but Condi's going to survive that one, but oh, it's looking very dangerous. Dade going to get slowed down by that one, but Gamty with a beautiful team fight so far. Oh, Dade actually going aggressive yet again. The Zhonya's is there, though, and Let Me just hanging out. He's happy just to tank this one up. Candy, he's the only member alive, and Gamty, they're team fighting pretty well in this mid game.
Yeah, the clean ace. The problem there was Looper got stunned as soon as he flew into the team and was not able to get his ultimate off. Otherwise, that was a perfect fight for M3. No one would have been able to walk through all of the AoE Looper was bringing with him. The Cataclysm was in the perfect position, but as soon as he went down, things went horribly wrong. They pick up the Dragon on Gamty's side. They've got a 5,000 gold lead and a lot of CS now going over onto this AD carry. He's going to go back and pick himself up probably another BF sword at this point.
Yeah, and Tail is another one of these AD carries that is just fantastic at making Corki look like he's a great late game champion. He's just very, very strong at sort of being able to be in the right spots in a fight. And now that he doesn't have to cut through a super tank as well, I mean, does that sort of even out the AD carry matchup towards the end, or is Twitch just always just going to be better?
Twitch is just always going to be better late game at the team fighting aspect. He just pumps out so much damage with that ultimate, as well as the build he goes, gets a lot more crit than what a Corki would, especially a Corki that's gone the Bloodthirster in there. And the attack speed just scales so much better. So definitely Twitch still the premier late game AD carry if you can get in there, but as you can see, a lot of these team fights will come down to the execution. Can M3 execute a high skill cap, squishy team? And as we saw that time, it wasn't able to be done.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to deal with. 6-0-5 now for Xiaohu as well. Man, this Xerath is getting huge. And is the difficulty here the fact that... You want to sit down, buddy? What are you doing? Hanging out up there. It's just ridiculous. Is the difficulty being that Jarvan is the one that's picked up the majority of the kills here for M3, whereas on the other side, Xiaohu, 6-0 and 5.
Yeah, exactly right. So we see that Xiaohu actually having a very good time in this mid lane.
I'm sorry. We've embarrassed you a couple of times today, I think.
Oh, that's
it's not working out. Not working out so well. I'm
fantastic
sorry,
as we just jump back into the game.
Now let's switch focus around, shall we?
Yeah, definitely. And we see a little bit of a push coming out here, even pinging out the Baron, trying to get that one started up, but a split push coming through. And this is really what Gamti need to do. They need to rely on the fact that they've got the Aurelia, will win out on the 1v1.
There are a lot of wards here for Gamti.
They haven't started it up. They haven't swept it, so they've all got sweepers.
Yeah, why there's all... Oh, look at the 4-man! Right of the Arcane. Candy almost died.
Yeah, and they get a free inhibitor for this one probably. They're not going to be able to get back in time. They're trying to stop the backs, and Aurelia is going to absolutely tear through these. Even if they do get back in time, they're going to give up a Baron, and that's just horrible news.
Yeah, and we had a little bit of a, step back, of course, checking out you standing up there, but since we've got back into the game, it's just looking ridiculous here for M3 because now they're just caught between these really bad decisions, and the Baron, it's about to go down. Dade, that is a beautiful ultimate into the pit, but he's taking a lot of damage. Xiaohu, exactly where he wants to be in this fight, as well as he's going to destroy Dade. Every member of M3 getting exploded, and there goes the Baron. Gamti looking so good.
Yeah, and the problem there was that they didn't have all the members. The teleport was able to come
and Candy
through.
Wasn't there. Oh, that was cute. Candy not going to get seen by the Tempest to come through there, as well as Sync Dream. He's looking for the rat. He is going to escape though, but that could mean even more here for Gamti as Candy out of position. No Condi, no Dade. Does this just mean a definite inhibitor turret? It does. The inhibitor could go down as well, and Gamti in firm control in the 35-minute mark, and this is not when we thought they'd be the most powerful. We thought it'd be earlier than this.
Yeah, it certainly did look like they were going to be more powerful earlier. I think this is down to mis-execution from Masters 3. Sure, they've taken good control over a game where they've been given opportunities, but M3 have played their team comp absolutely poor. It's been horrible, to be honest, in the late game. Twice they've dove in without a key member. Lupa got blown up the other team fight without his ultimate going off. That time around it was a 3 versus 5, and they didn't have their Twitch there for all of the damage he's supposed to provide. M3, they've just really made mistake after mistake in this late game. It's really cost them now 10,000 gold behind and a Baron buff. If this game doesn't go for a long, long time, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, it's true. And Xiaohu, he might be more than happy for this game to go for a long, long time. He's got 4 huge damage items. He's going for a Riley's Crystal Scepter as his final one, by the looks of things, with that Giant's Belt. He's going to be doing so much work in these fights. And when you've got Rite of the Arcane coming down, at least getting a little bit of a slow here. Of course, it's AoE, so it's only going to be 15%, but he's going to be locking members down with his abilities after that one comes through. And you've seen his positioning has just been so good.
Yeah, but he wants the game to end now. He's at the strongest he's going to be. Dade is the one that wants it to extend because he still has a death cap to pick up. He still has a void staff to pick up. And we saw how much damage Dade was doing that last team fight, even though in the end he went down. So at the moment, Azir, the strongest he's going to be all game. That is not Xerath, the strongest he's going to be all game. That's not the same that we say about the Azir. And it's the same down the line. Corki, he's probably at the 3 item spike that he likes the most. As soon as the all the crit comes through with maybe another Zeal item coming through for Candy, who just got completely destroyed, as well as the Infinity Edge, they're in a much better position. But the problem is it's just not going to get to that point because this mid-game comp has really hit its stride.
Yeah, and we've got double siege minions into the top side here as well. Gamti, they've got super creeps coming down that mid lane. All they have to do is set up a siege here as well. And as long as Tail can use that Bloodthirster in order to get in, get some poke damage down, you can see M3 can't really do anything. That big one decimating. Lupa coming through for the flank, wants to try and get something to happen here, but he gets blown up yet again. Condi gonna fall down. Love City in a lot of trouble now as Letme is massive here on the front line. Right of the Arcane in here as well as Huey picks up Love City. Dade and Candy, the only ones left alive. And with no front line, what are they going to do?
Nothing, and these super creeps are already on the Nexus turrets. They've nearly taken the bottom one out. Top one will soon to follow. And Garmty once again executing against the no-tank lineup very well, but you have to question the decision-making out of M3 through that mid-game. They looked completely in shambles.
Yeah, and their early game was fantastic. M3 gave themselves all of the tools in order to follow through for a fantastic late game showing, but Garmty just out-rotated and outplayed M3 across the board.
Yeah, they certainly did, and in the end, it was a lot to do with this Xerath in the mid lane. Xiaohu able to stop the initiations repetitively throughout those team fights. Destroyed Lupa, who didn't have the best game, 2-5-5 there in the top lane. Got a lot of pressure put on him and maybe didn't step up the way he would have hoped.
Yeah, unable to get sort of his ultimate down in 2 crucial team fights there as well was very difficult to deal with. But you have to give credit here to Garmty as well, because, I mean, Lupa comes in and they immediately explode him. There was nothing he could do.
Yeah, but so don't go in immediately. That's the choice that he could have done. Let the Jarvan dive in there. Let the other team members start it up. Even just throw the Thresh in there and let him die and absorb everything as long as he gets his abilities out. And then send Lupa in there for the secondary initiation. He was just so stubborn about it. Repetitively dove into the team and just died repetitively.
Yeah, and in exactly the times where he needs to be doing the most work here as well. It's a little bit difficult for Alessandra to be effective when you can't use any spells. That is most definitely a problem, but we'll see whether M3 can answer back to the aggression of Garmty in Game 2, which is going to be coming up very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by the wonderful Spawn, who copped it a little bit in that last game. I'm really sorry, man.
But I did find a seat, so that's okay. Moving in, and that was a pretty impressive game across the Rift. Gamti really showing up against probably the most informed Chinese LPL team, Masters 3. They really took it to them and gave them a beating.
Yeah, well, it's true. And M3 have been looking fantastic, as you mentioned, one of the most informed LPL teams that we have so far. And wow, Gamti really coming out on top. Of course, they drew yesterday with OMG. Gamti can play with the big boys.
Yeah, I have a bold prediction here. So Gamti have drawn, won, drawn, lost, drawn.
Oh.
So I'm going to predict a draw right here.
Whoa, no, you can't break it. It's got to be a win, right?
Maybe.
Because they've got sort of the heart monitor graph.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So we'll see whether it's actually going to come through. Of course, with the sort of like 3-point split, it's actually what it kind of looks like with little blips. But let's not go too far into it. The bans, very similar coming through, of course. Going to be banning out that Annie, Callista, and the Viger and Cassidon as well, and nothing really to change. We'll see whether M3 are going to take away the Nah here as well, because Gamti, they're probably looking to do that one again, not wanting to switch things up too much. Lee Sin actually going to be taken away from Huey, and is that going to mean it pigeonholes Gamti into a Rek'Sai ban?
Potentially. It means that Huey has that available, and Condi might be able to jump onto the J4. I think that this looks like they're setting up for another first pick for Looper. Wouldn't be surprised if that came through, because he looked all kinds of not great on the Lissandra last game.
Yeah, and has looked all kinds of great looking on the other side on the Nah as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So get him back on something that he's played to good effect in team fights. He laned very well on Lissandra, dealt with a lot of early game pressure, but then just had some horrible early engages. And Gamti obviously recognizing that as well. They take the Nah away.
Yep, gonna stop Looper from picking that one up. Huey gonna have his second time on this Jarvan as well. And we'll see whether he picks up that Aurelia once more. With Rek'Sai on the board here, does that mean that Dade has the opportunity to go for this Lulu? This Lulu Rek'Sai seems to be something that our LPL teams have been putting a lot of priority on.
Yeah, it certainly is a good combo. The double knock-up is very good. I like it. I also like the fact that Lulu adds a lot to your AD carry. Playing with someone like Candy, who wants to be that damage threat, does give them the option to do so. However, I would be very surprised if it was Dade that picked up that champion. So coming through, he does have other options available. The Azir is still up, of course. Xerath is still available. We saw Dade play a very good Xerath game yesterday. In the top lane, we have the likes of Maokai still available if they're going for more of a tanky lineup. I would like to see a very tanky lineup coming out of M3 here, something that they can run into Gamti, because we saw that Gamti, if they do anything well, it's team fight as a unit very impressively.
Yeah, it is the hover of the wife steal bottom lane here yet again. We haven't seen Lucian's being all that successful, but I mean, in the hands of players like Imp, he looked very, very strong on that champion, and we've sort of had speculation coming through that the Lucian does quite well against Corki.
Yeah, it doesn't do badly. He can dash away from the phosphorus bomb. More importantly, he can go forward through it and get a lot of damage down with that double tap coming through. And he weaves his spells very nicely. So he's kind of the poor man's Graves. That's the way I like to look at Lucian at the moment. Doesn't have that nice steroid on his E, just a repositioning tool. However, he does, in the laning phase at least, do very well.
Yeah, and he has also that little bit of extended range. Does that help with the piercing light?
Not really.
No.
Buckshot's a better move than piercing light.
Yeah, okay.
It really is down to that passive. That is what separates them. I guess he has it on his passive, all the extra attacks he gets out, whereas Graves has it on his E. And I think that the True Grit just does come up a little bit better. However, Candy has taken Lucian.
Yeah, Candy's going to be picking that one up instead. Of course, had the option of that Graves. Decided against it. Dade looking at a potential Zed pickup, and we sort of criticized his last outing with the Zed. Maybe picking that one up again, but it's just a hover at this stage. We can't really guarantee anything, and the Azir is still available, and despite losing that game, his Azir still looked fantastic.
Yeah, his Azir looked pretty good. It just looked like there was not enough follow-up coming through there. So he's going back to that one. Looper's locked in the Hecarim, and he's swapped his summoner spells over to the Ignite Teleport.
The standard LPL.
Really frustrates me because he gets so much AD out of Ghost. If you want to go an aggressive summoner spell, Ghost just makes a lot of sense. But in saying that, they know something I don't. That's why I'm sitting here and they're playing the game. But we see actually a very tanky lineup coming out this time. The Thresh gets very tanky through the Souls, of course. The Hecarim in the top lane. He goes Trinity Force and pretty much pure tank after that. We've even seen some Hecarims just sit on the Phage. And Rek'Sai, one of the better tanky bruiser junglers at the moment, excelling in skirmishes. So a lot better lineup, I think, coming out of M3 this time. But the problem is, across the Rift, Xiaohu's just grabbed Xerath, and we saw that he doesn't really mind playing against the Azir matchup at all.
He doesn't mind playing against anything. He's so comfortable on this champion. And Let Me going to be a mega tank there on the top side of the map. They've got a lot of disengage coming through from Sync Dream, but that could be something that could be a little bit of an issue here, because this is the first time we've seen Sync Dream on a champion that isn't sort of a, I'm going to gank the mid lane at level 2.
Yeah, he certainly is going for more of a different feel with that Janna pickup. I think that it's because the Lupa diving in on the back line, especially around that Xerath, will cause them a lot of problems. It's very hard to stop that ultimate. Some would even say impossible because of the mechanic. So he's looking to get him back out of the team fight.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And as far as this top lane is concerned, Maokai taking on the horse. How does that work out? Is that just going to be a slugfest?
Maokai actually does very well because Hecarim spams his Q and Maokai keeps himself relatively healthy through his passive, so it's not a horrible matchup.
Okay. Maokai, of course, has the highest base AD as well, you taught me earlier on. So that's exciting. Is he going to be running a lot of AD and attack speed there in the top lane there, Spawn?
I don't think he plays Maokai the same way I do, Atlas, but thank you for bringing that up on an international stream. As we could focus on the lineups here, so I think that, so the Maokai versus Hecarim matchup, that one is definitely a little bit more volatile. The Ignite swings it in Hecarim's favor, but he does do relatively well. All eyes must point towards the mid lane. We saw Xerath go absolutely off in the same combo. They're probably going to look to do it again.
Yeah, and we'll see if they do as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 2 between M3 and Gamty. I just got a lot of head shaking from Spawn just then, but we are going to get into more serious mode as these teams are going to face off on the Rift. And do you think that there's going to be any more of this lane swap shenanigans, or do you think Candy and Love City more than happy to 2v2?
No, this time around, I think they are looking for the 2v2. Tail and Sync Dream, they've got a very, I guess, a neutralizing lane, I'm going to call it, in the fact that they've got Janna as well as Corki. Lots of poke damage can come through, and they trade in burst very well because of that Eye of the Storm Shield. Lucian, of course, trades very well in lane in his own respect, so...
Ooh, Xiao actually coming around here, trying to get some poke damage onto Condi. Lands the spell. Beautiful stuff. Got his eye in, most definitely, on this Xerath now. Had a fantastic performance in the later stages of the game on that champion.
Some deep wards coming through here on M3's bottom side of the... on Gamty's bottom side of the jungle by M3, so they've got pure vision of where they're going to start. Both top laners also looking to start a camp and get an early level 2 here. And going to trust their junglers to maybe solo out their first buff.
Yeah, and Candy and Love City, they're going to know exactly whether or not Gamty are going to go for that Gromp first up here as well. They're going to take away the Krugs, and we may have yet another experience here on the bottom side of the map where M3 really go for that level 2 cheese.
Yeah, so you can see that they've got the ward on the Gromp to try and spot out if their lane opponent goes for that one as well. Looks like they're starting up the blue buff. They just take away the little one for a little bit of extra experience, trying to get the level 2 a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cute play. We've seen this come through a couple of times here.
We've also seen Hecarims nearly die to Wolf's camps. They do a lot of damage to the Hecarim, and the Tony doesn't seem to deal with it very well, although Lupa, he's got this one under control.
Yeah, it's the Raptor camp that you really have to watch out for. That one is definitely going to kill you. Huey also struggling here with these Gromps on the top side. The jungle is a dangerous place, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be able to stab that little one here as well, but everything's going to be fine here in the bottom side of the map. Candy has hit level 2. And Lupa just going to take a smash to the face here as well, but happily level 2 on the horse and able to farm. I don't think too much action is going to be happening up here as a spawn.
No, definitely don't think that will be the case. And we see in the bottom lane, early level 2s coming through for the AD carries, but on the other side of the Rift, wasn't able to pick it up for Love CD yet, so they've got a small level advantages. Wow, Dade putting down some pain early on, but this is how we kind of saw the last game go, and unfortunately Huey was able to beat Condi to the mid lane for that first gank.
Yeah, and the Arcano Pulses are evening things out here just a little bit. Dade going through his mana, but like you say, of course, Azir Just able to poke with those Sand Soldiers so beautifully. Condi happily taking his red buff away. He's got a bit of an empty jungle here as well, as Rek'Sai just pretty good at the old farming. Love City just going to use that Relic Shield to take away the cannon creep. Tail missed by the piercing light. Nicely played. And as far as, you know, where these teams are trying to aim their aggression, when they're going to be sort of at their peak, where's M3 trying to really put pressure on the map with this particular comp?
I think they're looking for the first item spikes as well. They skirmish very well in small situations. The 3-on-3s, the 2-on-2s, they have a very good skirmish team. Rek'Sai adds that to lots of teams because of the way the tunnel networks work. You can generally beat the junglers around to these little skirmishes if you're on the other side of the map. They scale not bad into the super late game. Hecarim's very good in the super late game. Azir's very good, although short ranged, and we saw that that can punish him. However, I think that Garmty is stronger against most areas of the game. It's going to be really up to, can M3 get themselves into a better position than they did last time around?
Yeah, Let Me actually taking a lot of poke here from Looper in the top side. Both of these top laners have used that teleport to get back, as Let Me looking to back, but decides to cancel it.
And we see in the bottom lane a little bit of jungle pressure now coming in from Condi. He wants to get over the wall, maybe looking for that flash engage. See whether he goes for it.
Yeah, he's actually coming through with that tunnel there as well. Preyseeker finds Sync Dream, but that is all she wrote there. Dade in the meantime, though, he's going to fall down to Xiaohu. No, Huey going to lock down that kill. Xerath going to be pretty annoyed about that, but still beautiful and successful early gank from Huey.
Talking about annoyed, Dade is going to be annoyed about that. That's twice in a row his jungler has visited another lane, shown and left Dade, who was pushing up very aggressively, trying to deny Xiaohu, to 2v1. Condi really needed to get to mid lane earlier this time around, and in the bottom lane we have a little bit more action going on.
A little bit more of a scuffle, as Love City probably got a little bit of a hook there, but not really going to find too much. Candy actually running through his mana pretty quickly. As Descent's going to land on a tail, it's a nice shield to keep him a little bit more safe, but look at the burst damage to come down as the ignites there. Not going to quite be enough, but I think this Corki going to have to leave the lane.
Yeah, heal was available there for Corki, so that's why they didn't flash or try and go super aggressive on there. Never want to tank up minions early, but that does put the lane in favor of Lucian, who started to build a little bit of a CS lead and will look to push up now that Corki has left the lane.
Yeah, and of course, Love City and Candy now able to utilize their fantastic synergy in this 2v2 situation. And again, coming out ahead. Of course, not being able to pick up sort of the early first blood situation that they managed to get with their Callista Thresh combo, but still working out, still creating the advantages that they want. And you can see, I mean, 14 CS in the lead at 6 minutes. That's huge.
Yeah, that's a very big deal. Really only the mid lane where it is going against Dade now after that first gank did come through. Top lane, Looper is performing very well. Jungle completely even. It's just the fact that this mid lane was visited by a successful gank, and Dade was once again kept a little bit down.
The Gamty have capitalized on this one as well. You can see in the gold they are ahead by just a little bit. It's actually extended a little bit further on than just that sort of first blood gold lead.
Yeah, it certainly has. Coming through there, 600 gold, about the difference.
Yeah, Looper and Let Me still going toe-to-toe. Let Me struggling a little bit against the horse. And you mentioned that, you know, Maokai going to be doing great. Is it about that level 6 mark?
Yeah, it's not that he does great in the lane, it's just that he doesn't outright lose it. He doesn't get run over the top. Hecarim's very good against melee laners because of the fact that he can harass with a Q and doesn't really get caught up, as we have once again the defensive Valkyrie coming out of tail. So Maokai, as long as he's getting farm, he should be able to CS completely fine in the lane, as long as he's able to get to the position where he's going to be that very, very tanky top laner. He'll be able to do his job in the lane. So just the point that it doesn't get run over the top with not very much kill potential coming through from the Hecarim, and Maokai just able to farm up.
Oh, Descent's going to go wide here as well by Love City. His tail doing his best to survive this lane, and as a Corki, just surviving a lane is not necessarily something that you normally talk about.
No, it certainly isn't. You would look for him to be a little bit more aggressive at this point. However, in saying that, Lucian's a fantastic laner in his own right. That's where his popularity really came from, with his low cooldowns, ability to be able to weave those spells in there and harass over the creep wave with that Q, as we see a very good example. Thank you, Mr. Candy.
Yeah, it was beautifully done.
And even the ultimate burnt there to try and get some more harass down. They're looking to be super aggressive in here.
Yeah, or at least trying to shove out. His tail's going to get caught by a Death Sentence. Dade, in the meantime, just going to throw a Sand Soldier. Candy took a butt ton of damage there in the bottom side. He is going to survive.
Yeah, took the Phosphorus Bomb and big one straight to the Kisser. So that is what got him down very low. And now that the level 6 has been reached with that Sheen, they will be able to fight in small skirmishes extremely well.
Yeah, and you can see Love City and Candy still with complete control over this lane. Love City is more than happy to go toe-to-toe with these auto attacks against Janna. And Tail just playing back, 10 CS behind, something like that. Has gone for the Sheen first. And that might be why he's been so punished.
Yeah, but he's looking to poke in the short windows. So he's looking for the Janna shield to go on for him to be able to get the big one. As Dade's ganked again.
Yeah, and he's just going to get exploded. There's not really too much to say about that. Shocking Orb went wide, but when Xiaohu has multiple damage abilities, he's going to be able to lock that one through. And Huey having a great game on this Jarvan.
Yeah, he certainly is, being able to get in there, and he's really set up the camp as the hook lands again.
Yeah, there's the Ignite. It is going to come down here as well, as Tail in a lot of trouble. There are so many members of M3 going after this Corki, as he does use his flash to get a little bit of guaranteed damage onto Rek'Sai, and Looper taking some turret hits as well. But there's Rite of the Arcane. He's looking for something as Xiaohu doesn't find Condi, as that was where his aim was, and he's going to be M3 coming out ahead.
Yeah, and did Rek'Sai ultimate
Oh my
there?
goodness. Shocking Orb doesn't find Condi, but nowhere to run. And that's double buffs here for Xiaohu.
Yeah, so Xiaohu now really rolling in this mid lane. He's got a CS advantage. He's 2-0-1. Has 1,000 gold in his pocket as well. Huey's going to be the beneficiary of this one as well, because he might even be able to... No, they give the blue buff over to Xiaohu off screen, so he's just refreshed that one. And Dade now, with all of the auto attack harass that's going to come through from Xerath, make the ability to hit these spells even easier with the slow. He needs to be careful. If he gets another repeat gank, he can be completely shut out of this map.
Yeah. The MT, of course, struggling a little bit on that bottom side of the map, but we know that Tail is fantastic at using this Corki in a teamfight situation. And with Xiaohu so strong yet again, he had an immortal performance on that Xerath in the last game, and I'm quite surprised that he managed to get it again.
Yeah, he certainly did have a good performance coming through there. As we see a little bit of harass coming down in the bottom lane, that's a big CS advantage coming through, and the Culling doing a lot of work actually out of Candy, taking out half the health of Tail.
And I like this as well, because of course Syncdream not going to have too many heals outside of that Monsoon, so poking down the Corki, he's not going to be able to get that health back very quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. Shove him down as much as possible. He's also gone quick Berserker Greaves to be able to get in and out of range at will. Be able to set up as many kill participations as he can, because he is the one you feel needs to get rolling on a very mid-game focus Lucian to be able to bully out this lane and get his team ahead. And it's not working so far. Mid lane going very much in the favor of Garmty, but bottom lane slowly starting to build up.
Yeah, and Xiaohu, of course, when you do have a lead on this Xerath, it means that you get sort of your Morellonomicon, your items a little bit earlier, and he's just going to be able to clear out these waves so quickly.
Yeah, and we see that that is exactly the case. He's just continuing to push into Dado, who hasn't been able to return the purchase of the Morellonomicon and is continually under fire now from these max range Qs. However, it has meant all this bottom side control has led to a dragon for M3, so they're able to pick up the first major objective of the game.
Yep, and Candy just going to get pulled back over the wall by that dark passage as well. Syncdream going to find out that, yes, there's no dragon.
So a big lull in this game, actually. Not much action happening. The Cataclysm is back up as well as the Xerath ultimate, but Azir's got out of lane. He's gone back and picked up that Morellonomicon. 13 CS is the advantage. Looper in the top lane. He's starting to get some work done. 20 CS in the lead. That Righteous Glory is finished up by Maokai, so not electing for any aggression in the build, just going the pure tank Maokai route. A lot of sustain coming through, but will struggle in a split push situation as this game goes on now.
Yeah, it does hit towards that top side, trying to hold on to this 20 CS advantage.
As we see the gank coming in, completely no vision of this. Condi is in range to maybe be able to get down there nice and quickly if they do go for it. That's got to give it away. You do not recall that close to a minion wave.
No. Oh, the dodge on the Ardent Blaze. There's Love City just getting knocked up by that one. Flashes out of the way, but of course that means that Cataclysm is so easy for Huey, and he nets himself another kill.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just dodging out of the Ardent Blaze there meant that he wasn't spotted, and that was pretty
so
silly.
Smooth. So just one step.
Yeah,
Got it.
they kind of knew something was up and then didn't respect the fact that they didn't have eyes on the jungler. And with how much vision they have over the bottom side of the river, there's not many places he could have been apart from potentially top, but then why would Tail play like that?
Yeah, it's a little bit silly, of course, especially when he's had such a rough time in this lane just generally. Rockets now being used to poke out Candy pretty effectively as Looper's diving onto Let Me here, but the turret doing a whole lot of work. Of course, this Maokai very tanky with the Righteous Glory actually used
Junglers
that.
both coming up.
Yeah, there's the flash of the Twisted Advance. Huey picks up another kill. Condi, you have to think he's going to fall down as well as the Ignite, not enough. And just a bit of a lane tax for Zhao Hu as he demonstrates the fact that he was ready to help.
Yeah, I think he actually picked a kill up off that. He's 3-0 on 1
Oh,
now.
right,
I think
okay.
he got the second one with the first one that came out and then just threw the other two out for a little bit of extra farm and help push the wave out. So very nice play coming through from the mid lane again. He's been able to impact the side waves twice now. And whilst Looper was trying to get aggressive to take the turret, poor decision because now he loses his turret in return.
Yeah, and yet again, we're seeing these red side Jarvans picking up 3-0-3 very early on. 100% kill participation now for Huey when he picks up the Demacian Prince. And Jarvan just looking like a pretty strong early game hero at this stage.
Yeah, certainly is, and that's meant a 2,000 gold advantage for the Jarvan. He's a Sightstone and a Giant's Belt ahead at this point, just adding so much extra, I guess, utility to his team through all of that vision. So he's having a fantastic start of this game, and we saw how well Garmsy did last game with without the lead. This time they've got a huge lead coming through in 2 of their 3 lanes. Probably going to be able to push it even further.
Yeah, and they're not too worried about Let Me falling behind as well. He's got one job. It's be annoying in the front line. And he's going to be able to do that as this Maokai, regardless.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. And we see a little bit of pressure now from Condi. He's trying to zone Let Me off this turret. He wants Looper to be able to pick this one up. And finally, Looper, he just decides that he values minions' lives more than his own. So he's happy to tank that one up for them. So we see continual poke coming through now from this lane.
Yeah, actually, Tail is more than happy to throw out all of his mana's worth, but there's Rite of the Arcane being put down here as well as Dade comes into this bottom side. Huey locked up underneath that turret. He is not going to be the first one to fall. The heal comes through. Huey is going to die eventually as Dade picks up that kill, gets the shutdown on this Jarvan. That's exactly what Dade needed, but of course, Love City also fell down.
Yeah, so they had to use a lot to secure that kill, but that was what Dade needed to really get rolling. He was falling further and further behind. Unfortunately, Zhao, who also picked up the return kill coming through, so that's an even better position. Surprised the teleport didn't come through from Looper. I thought there was a good ward positioning in that river, and he had taken down the turret, but in the end, deciding not to, everyone just backs away 1 for 1.
Yep, no one actually going to be teleporting towards that bottom side. Zhao going to find Condi. Shocking Orb not going to find its mark here as well as Condi. Just a bit of disrespect to this Xerath, but understandably so after that.
Yeah, and we see Candy returning to lane. He's picked up that Infinity Edge. Infinity Edge, one of the best 1-hour item power spikes for the Lucian, just because of the fact that you get 2 auto attacks in between your in between your abilities. So it does, I guess, increase the pseudo attack speed without any other items, and of course attack speed just scales so well with crit chance. So it's not a bad first item pickup, although compared to a Trinity Force as well as a Vamp Scepter, Corki definitely not as far behind in this lane as they would have hoped.
Yeah, I like the Vamp Scepter pickup here as well.
Yeah.
He's going to get poked out here by Candy over and over again. Likes to use the culling on it.
Oh,
the teleport actually immediately cancelled here from Looper. Interesting communication. Let Me is down on this bottom side, of course, preparing for this dragon that's going to be up in 25 seconds. Got in there very early. And Hecarim now moving towards this bottom side as well. And
yeah, so Looper cancelled it because he would have been on the complete wrong side of the team fight, and he's not tanky whatsoever. He's only got that Trinity Force, so he's a damage threat this time around, but he isn't that tank threat that they need him to be. So he had to cancel that one, otherwise he would have been in no man's land. And needs to be careful now because Huey's moving up.
yeah, Love City looking for Tail here on this bottom side. Of course, it's a 2v1 situation down here. M3 still putting the pressure down. But Corky going to have a fair bit of wave clear. There's no point in M3 really pushing this one any further up. 4 members of Gamty looking around this Dragon Pit. Hasn't been started. There's the Cataclysm onto Love City. Going to use that flash yet again in order to get out. Right of the Arcane coming through. Lands all the bolts. The stab not going to be enough. Huey not going to find the kill, but that is the support completely chunked out.
Yeah, completely chunked out. They use the culling to, I guess, tickle Huey's
backside.
Yep, as on the exit for that fight. Now they're trying to close in on Looper.
Yeah, Condi actually looking for something. Doesn't find the Unburrowed. Death Sentence isn't there as well, and Looper now finds himself in an odd position as Tail and uses the ultimate defensively. That is a huge deal.
Yeah, and as I said in Champions League, just cannot be stopped whilst he's doing that. So able to reposition himself around, even though he was CC'd, and that was a very good use of the ultimate, but it wasn't aggressive. And now M3, they're going to have to give up this objective most likely because there's just not much left in their arsenal to be able to use.
Yeah, Gamty having some help here from Dade as well. That's a bit cute. Using his Sand Soldiers. They've pulled this Dragon all the way out, and you have to think that this is going to be a free first Dragon. Oh, unless Condi can steal it. He doesn't manage to. Gets locked down here as well. Can't get to the Dark Passage, and Xiaohu, another kill.
Yeah, 5-0-1 for Xerath at this point of the game. He's 1,500 gold up and doing amazing work here. He's got the death cap. You can see why he was doing so much damage in there. Dade, he's no slash, but he can't defend a turret 1v3, so that one will fall 2 objectives to none. 3,000 gold the lead at 20 minutes for Gamty.
Yeah, and we were talking about sort of this switch up of junglers that's gone on between both of these teams. Condi and Huey have been stepping it up over these last series, but you have to say Huey has looked massive on this Jarvan. 100% kill participation really helped get Xiaohu ahead early on, and that has been massive for them. This Jarvan has really been doing work.
But the team play is just amazing. Look, there's 4 members in this bottom lane. Love CD is now going to see the bad news and think, what did I just get myself into?
Yeah, he's having some very difficult times towards this bottom side of the map, and that Thresh was so dead.
Yeah, and that was a very interesting decision to come through, but it will be another death. Dade, in the meanwhile, will try and push out this mid lane and get as much damage down to the turret as possible. Potentially even looking for a dive because their team is grouped up around there. So Looper just choosing to steal away a red buff for himself. And overall, this game has just got out of control for Gamty, and they haven't been able to do much.
Yeah, Syncdream actually forced to use that flash very early on. There's the devastating charge onto him, but just takes away that shield. You can see that red buff doing some work. Huey actually Cataclysm onto Looper here, who doesn't have flash. Going to use that Onslaught of Shadows. Finds Xiaohu with it as Shocking Orb. Not going to be opted for just yet. Charges up the Arcano Pulse. Looper just running through this one as well as he can. As there's the Emperor's Divide to get Huey out of Dade's face and over the wall with him, and he's going to be okay.
Yeah, so that was a very well played team fight because they were at a disadvantage, and not losing a member meant that they picked up the objective in the bottom lane. But you just see how scared they are of this Xerath at this point in the game. Even Huey has picked up a Warmog's armor. He's an absolute monster in the health department, so he's going to be pretty tanky to...
Yeah, I mean, are you going to build Blade of the Ruined King on Candy to deal with it? I don't even know. Is Huey actually going to just launch himself onto a couple of members here? The tower falls down as well. Death Sentence not going to find him after the flash. Is the Flag and Drag going to get Huey a little bit further forward? That was very aggressive play. Looper and Let Me now battling one another. Sapling just, I think Let Me wanted a friend. Actually, the Rite of the Arcane to come down.
Nearly
looking
kills
for Dade.
Dade, both summoners available, probably wasn't going to die. We've seen that he is probably the most consistent player at dodging out of that ultimate coming through, but other members haven't been so lucky.
Yeah. Candy, though, going to be able to take away this red buff very quickly. And building up towards that static shiv where it's going to have a lot of burst damage on top of the fact that that crit going to augment the Infinity Edge even further. And Randuin's Omen now going to be the option left to Let Me, and sort of ignoring the magic resist for now. Is that something that he should be doing?
Yeah, he definitely has the ability to be able to do it. He's got a lot of health coming through, so doesn't really mean it will hurt him too much. It helps him deal with Looper and all the physical damage coming out there. And of course, his job is to dive into the Lucian's face. Lucian, very short-ranged AD carry, can't really peel for himself against something like a Maokai. So he's going a very cost-effective build. He has fallen very far behind Looper. Looper's probably the shining light for his team at the moment.
Yeah.
At about 60 CS in the advantage and 1,000 gold. So he's looking to get tanky sooner rather than later. But with how big the backline is on Garmty, Xiaohu, as well as Tail, who has quietly built up a 2-item build with this Bloodthirster going to be coming out relatively soon, they will probably be able to still be, deal with Luke because he isn't that tanky. He's committed a lot of his resources to that Trinity Force.
Yeah, almost has that Warden's Mail completed. You have to think that going to be going for a Frozen Heart relatively soon. Or is it going to be the Randuin's here? Because, of course, not a lot of attack speed relied upon here by Gamty.
Yeah, but Frozen Heart's just so good on Hecarim. And the more cooldown reduction you can get, the more your W comes out, increases your health pool, gives such a good heal on that ability. And, of course, the Qs are just so crucial to being able to impact these team fights. So, Randuin, fantastic item in its own right, but just...
When he manages to pick that one up, Condi now just hanging out in his jungle, and M3, they look a little bit lost. They don't really quite know what move to make, but on the other side, Gamty, they're not able to push the slight advantage that they have.
Yeah, Gamty not able to push because they haven't extended their ward line up further than the river still. They're actually lacking on wards, so they can't really pick a fight that is favorable for them unless it's in a lane. M3, on the other hand, have done a very good job of, I guess, keeping their ward line at river and not giving up too much of their jungle. They're still trying to stay aggressive where possible, and that has meant that they've been able to get a lot of CS onto their solo laners and stay competitive in that fashion. They've fallen behind in kills. They're behind a dragon, but they're able to, I guess, use their team composition to continue to split push. No one can really deal with Hecarim at this point in the game and make life a little bit, I guess, they're trying to force Gamty into bad decisions.
Yeah, let me. Going to pick up this huge wave here on the top side. M3 actually hanging around the Baron just a little bit. They know that they've got a lot of vision. Is Candy going to be able to clear out this ward? Takes a lot of damage from Baron at the same time as that Howling Gale is going to make him a little bit angry.
Dragon has actually respawned here, so they were trying to draw them away from the Dragon, and that meant that they took a lot of damage. They've taken even more now, and they need to be careful. Xiao, who's in range of killing a couple of their members.
Yeah, we've got a Sun Turret here in the mid lane, but Tail's going to make short work of that one. A little bit of extra money here for our Gamty lineup.
So that's another free Dragon going to go across to the Gamty lineup. There's no way that it can be contested now. They were able to poke enough members out, and unless they fly a Hecarim in there with something, just going to go away. And meanwhile, Xiao doesn't even feel he needs to rotate across to help out with it. Picks up all the farm in the mid lane. So very well played. He's got 3 items now with that Void Staff finished up and doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he almost single-handedly poked out M3, of course, with a bit of help from Tail, who has a Bloodthirster now as well. It's looking very scary, especially if Gamty gets some time to mess with M3 before a fight breaks out.
Yeah, so what they need to hope for now is maybe grab some home guards on Looper and look for the miracle flanks to start these team fights off. I definitely agree that if the team fight goes for any period of time at the start without a hard engage, it's in favor of Gamty a lot. But Looper still can't be underestimated on this Hecarim. He's nearly level 16, and he will do a surprising amount of damage to a 3 aggressive item Xerath. There's no resistances coming through from Xerath. If he can get on the back line, should be able to disrupt it. He's also 80 CS above Maokai, so whilst...
Yeah, you can see Looper, he's had a free time, and we've spoken about this before. When Hecarims get a free lane and it gets to this 27-minute mark without too much of a gold difference, things can go very, very wrong for the team on the other side of the Hecarim.
Yeah, it certainly can. We've seen Hecarim run over the top of teams time and time again, and it looks like he's setting himself to do up something similar. 1,200 gold does have enough for that Frozen Heart, I believe. Yep, so goes back and picks that one up. That's a lot of crucial CDR coming through there. Now really only a Spirit Visage away from the item build that he would like to max out as much CDR as possible and create this tanky frontliner that uses a cool resource system in his W on cooldown to be able to heal up as much as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Gamty to get rid of him, of course. I mean, Xiaohu does have a lot of damage, Tail with a lot of burst here as well, but once this Hecarim gets to super tank mode, I mean, what does Gamty do?
Yeah, and that's definitely the point that needs to be asked. And they've started up Baron to really try and force the issue. Pings have come out, and they really didn't take out much help, instead engaging.
Yeah, Love City actually forced to use that flash to get out. That's going to mean the Cataclysm on top of him, but in the backside, Looper's here. There's the Onslaught of Shadows as Dade is looking to almost fall down to Tail. No, the rocket doesn't land as Candy now looking to do some work. Let me just on his own in no man's land. There's the sapling, not going to be enough. as the heal came through and helped him out. Looper's eventually going to fall down. The Trader top laners is going to come through, but you can see Tail, Xiaohu, both members very, very low. An even fight, but this is what we were talking about. As soon as Looper gets even more difficult to deal with than that, could be a bit more of a problem.
And that was completely hilarious out of Looper. He dove through, ignored the Corki, recognized he's not the main threat, and just used everything in his kit to get on top of Xiao, who wasn't able to solo him out on the back line because they collapsed 3 members onto him to deal with this Hecarim, and it still took the majority of that team fight to fall. You saw how much quicker that Maokai from Let Me went down, and that's really what they're looking to do, create all this disruption, get the pony to canter through the back line and round people up, muster them into a position where Dade and Candy can get all of their damage down.
Yeah, and look, if it keeps going that way, things are looking a little bit better here for M3. Of course, nothing really happening as far as, you know, objectives down or anything like that. There was a blue buff steal that went in favor of M3, but Gamty, they're hanging around the Baron yet again. Yeah, they're going straight back to the same plan, but the problem is this time Looper has his teleport available and just has the ability as Condi hits that Baron. I guess Gamty, they're recognizing the fact that they can delete someone if they lock him down. Ooh, Dade getting a lot of poke through here as well, but he's going to eat some Rite of the Arcanes. Oh, the Dark Passage going to help him out. Yeah, so he needs to get back and heal, but that's a good cooldown out of Xiaohu now. And they still have Looper in a position to flank. So if they press too hard here, Gamty, the turret isn't that far away from the base. Dade should be able to make it back, and Looper, you can see clearing out wards. He's looking for the flank. Yeah, he is hanging out there, of course, has that Onslaught of Shadows available. He's going to sort of hop away from this one, of course. 5 members. He did discover he can't actually last it. But he discouraged them away from the mid lane turret, so even though all of those cooldowns were burnt to send Dade back, it didn't mean anything out of Gamty. They weren't able to force a fight because of the threat of Looper looming in the backline. Nearly level 16, so we'll have the rank 3 of the ultimate. And he's pinging out for assistance. He wants to go in. He's looking for something here on the backline. Love City and Condi. Oh, he's on top of Zhao, who's not able to do anything. Candy picks up that kill. Let me now. Right in that front line, exactly where he wants to be. And Tail, he's just turned and ran from this fight. Nothing going to go on, and that's a 2 for 0 for M3. And what a play out of Looper, controlling complete vision over the top side of the map. He's pushed the wave into where someone has to deal with it. Hook lands. Yeah, Huey going to fall down really low as well. Actually getting thrown out by that Emperor's Divide. Says thank you to Dade, but probably going to lose a Baron for it. Yeah, it looks like he's low enough that they're willing to start it up. If he dives in there, they'll be able to take care of him pretty quick smart. So Corki now with all the poke trying to get something done. Yeah, Huey actually taking a lot of damage from these Sand Soldiers over the edge. Doesn't get the steal, nor does he have the flash, and Condi gets the Baron and a jungler. Yeah, and meanwhile, that huge top wave has crashed into that turret. It's doing as much damage as it possibly can. It's not going to fall, but that's a lot of resources denied away. So great play out of the whole M3 lineup to capitalize on some good wave control. And the one-person threat, really the only threat that was looming in that fight was the Hecarim, and now that they utilize that, got the rest of his team ahead, now a 3,000 gold advantage. Yep, Void Rush going to be used from Condi so he can defend this Dragon, which has just been started up from Gamty. Tail with a lot of damage onto that neutral objective. He does have his whole team backing him up, but M3, they're closing in here as well. Onslaught of Shadows almost off cooldown. And it's going to be up right now, so M3 going to be able to take a Baron and a Dragon now as well. That's 2 for 2 on the Dragons and 1 for nothing on the Baron. Yeah, and Teleport still available. Not available for Let Me, so Looper straight into that, back to that bottom lane. Nearly does have the Spirit Visage finished up. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pick up any kills for himself. But that's a death cap and another needlessly large rod finish for Dade. And Candy, with an extra BF sword, as well as that Blast Whisper, is doing some work on Lucian. Yeah, he's smashing through especially these turrets, and that's one thing that we'd always talk about when Lucian was being played a lot, is that Light Slinger passive, it melts structures. Yeah, it certainly does. They take another outer as well for their trouble. That is 4 objectives in a row falling over to Masters 3. They've built themselves up a 5,000 gold lead now, and it doesn't look like they're letting up at all. Looper galloping towards that top lane. Yeah, and you can see this is the same thing happening in reverse. I mean, Gamty, They have this early game comp. They do it well. They manage to get themselves a lead, but M3 somehow managed to turn it around and just have this fantastic sort of 30-minute mark where everything goes right.
Yeah, exactly. And now they're trying to play around what their strengths are. Continual split pushing, trying to go for picks with Dade because of all the damage he does. Using Candy to push out waves. And ooh, they're pinging down onto Xiaohu. Can they get in? He's cheating towards the side of his map that his team is on. Now he leaves. Very good heads-up play. Instincts coming through there for the mid laner.
Yeah, blue buff is going to fall down, though. Xiaohu would have definitely loved that one, but unable to. And is it going to mean a whole lot when Xiaohu finally does manage to pick up this Zhonya's Hourglass?
Yeah, so he's being forced into the Zhonya's Hourglass because Lupa just so much of a threat getting on top of him. It will be a very good pickup, but sending him in to stop him as soon as he comes out of that, I really think that Lupa is the answer on this Hecarim to this backline that needs to set up. Xera's kind of like that big artillery tank that we're used to seeing, where he needs to get himself in a position where he can overlook the battlefield and pick off targets, but Lupa's just not affording him that luxury.
And Candy as well, with 4 damage items in comparison to 2.5. This Lucian really getting huge, and we haven't really spoken too much about it because, of course, it's been the likes of Lupa that has been really drawing our attention. But 3-0-4 now on this Lucian. He was harassing relentlessly in lane, and he's got a huge CS advantage. 60 CS here now for Lucian.
Yeah, he's really been the beneficiary of the pressure around the map as we see a fight starting.
Yeah, Candy actually losing a lot of his health here. Right at the Arcane, looking for it as Xiaohu, as in the backside, Lupa discovers the carries. Monsoon doing fantastic work, but Dade jumps in as well. He's just going to get blown up, though. Gamti looking much better in this fight as Lupa going to get smashed back. Tail picks up that kill onto him. Condi and Love City, the only ones alive as the Dark Passage gets taken, and Condi's going to be okay. The Baron, of course, not available here, but Ganti looking to try something in order to get themselves further ahead in this game.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the winning team fight. They get the clean ace in the end for nothing, and really that was Candy falling extremely early. All of that damage that we were just mentioning not being available, that will mean that a Baron will most likely, it's not up, so I'm not going to go to anyone.
Not yet. Of course, it's a neutral objective.
So they're able to pick up a turret for their trouble as well after winning that fight. They push the waves out very far, so a lot of the map pressure that had been building, as we see the replay of that. So Huey flies in with a very good Cataclysm, and Lupa thinks that he has the positioning to get a good flank. What he didn't take into account was that Maokai had actually set up a teleport in the backline and taken out Candy. So now it's Lupa and Dade on the backline with no assistance from their main carry, and from there they just have to run away. The persistent chase that came out was just too strong. Of course, whenever you have a Chana on your team, she's just going to lend so much for it, and you see the smile coming through. That was a pretty good team fight.
Yeah, not bad at all. Oh my goodness. Let me, though, going to be clearing out these minions in the bottom side, and Lupa continuing to split push.
Yeah, still hasn't really used that teleport, whereas Let Me, he's had a couple of fairly decent ones this game now. As we see, he's now at the point where he's got 3 good tank items. Going to be difficult to deal with. Lupa going for a Banshee's Veil after that Spirit Visage, respecting the magic damage that's coming out of Xiaohu, as well as all the mixed damage. And we see he's just so hard to catch at this point in the game.
Yeah, you're not going to catch him. That devastating charge giving him so much movement speed. Able just to run people over. And he's back to this top side, of course. Not too worried about anything, and as soon as that comes off cooldown again, just all the aggression he could want.
Yeah, exactly right. He can just rinse and repeat that tactic, and we see a lot of M3's members actually rotating into the bottom side of the map. Only 45 seconds before Baron. They need to get control over that area because that will probably be the next focus. Of course, they have very good neutral minion controls with the Azir as well as Lucian, being able to chunk those out, but in this situation, if you don't set up deep enough wards, Xiaohu can just poke off your whole team from that Baron.
Yeah, Lupa actually getting caught out here just a little bit. He gets slowed down as well. Shocking Orb not going to find him as he has to use his ultimate in a very defensive fashion. That's a big ult on cooldown and half the health off the Hecarim.
Yeah, it certainly is a big ult, but it doesn't really have that much of a cooldown. He's got the 30% CDR. It's about maybe a minute if they're lucky coming through there for that ultimate. As you can see, it's already a quarter. Be back up in absolute no time.
Yep, 1 second on that Baron, but the bottom inhibitor turret's getting pinged out here from M3. They want to make the aggressive move. It's like a game of chess now on the Rift at this stage, as you can see the massive minion waves piled up. And M3, in the end, is going to be able to pick up an easy dragon.
Yeah, and Let Me still has no teleport, so they can rotate this one maybe even into a Baron, depending on how quickly they do it. Let Me leaves the wave where it is, doesn't choose to shove any further. And Dade setting up that Sun turret just means that mid lane won't push either. They'll have all the vision from the creep waves, know exactly where Garmty is, but Garmty secured vision of their own jungle at least.
Yeah, the ward is going to go over the edge here as well. Of course, cleared out immediately as that pink ward was in position. Xiaohu going to continue to clear out waves here in the mid lane. Only has a 20 CS advantage. Dade doing a fantastic job keeping up on that front. Of course, nothing in comparison to this AD carry. Candy streaks ahead of everyone else on the map. 380 CS here at 40 minutes in the game.
Yeah, position to position. Looper also doing a very good job. 360 to 240. That's a huge discrepancy coming through there, and you can see it in the item. He's a full item clear of his opponent. Now picking up that Banshee's Veil. Still hasn't got the home guard boot, so won't be able to get in with those big teleport plays that we're used to seeing out of Hecarim players. But he's going to be a very disruptive tank on the backline now. Not going to be able to be dealt with by Xiao, who will need Tails' assistance.
Yeah, and the thing is, it doesn't really bother actually using it when the fight comes around. Of course, he's just generally pretty fast and seems to be great at getting himself into the right position to flank exactly when he needs to.
And you can see once again he's going for it one more time. They've left the Janna back this time to try and keep eyes on him, but he's got a very good flank. We'll be able to chase them into their jungle, and the fight started.
Yeah, the fight started, of course. Gamgee starting that one up very early. Tails going to be able to take down the turret here as Looper finally makes his way into the backside. There's the ultimate to come through from Xiao, who is not quite dead yet, as the peel to come down from Ganti. Condi doing some work trying to lock down this Xerath. Has still got that Zhonya's Hourglass available. Tails going to take down Looper though, and Maokai is so tanky in this fight. Eventually, it's still just going to be a 1-for-2, but Gamgee, they come out the losers on this one.
What an absolute ridiculous fight. Looper diving into the back lane immediately. Tail trying to turn around and deal with him, but not being able to get it done. Meanwhile, Dade survived everything being thrown at him, including a very persistent Maokai.
Yep.
And it put them in a position where it was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, the rest of the members of Gamgee now looking to try and get towards this Baron. Both top laners with the teleports available. The ward to come over the wall here as well, as Dade makes short work of clearing that one out. But Condi so low, they can't stay in and help.
Yeah, there's no way they want to have anything to do with Xiaohu with that little health. They've also got a big minion wave in the top and bottom that they need to go deal with, so you can't really blame them from pulling away from that. Haven't really secured vision around the objective the way they need to deal with the poke out of Xiaohu.
Is this going to give Gamgee an opportunity to potentially go for a Baron themselves?
Yeah, they've not got the same amount of Baron damage coming out, but they can definitely give it a shot. Teleport coming in, they've thrown everything at it.
Yeah, Letme's going to come through here as well. Void Rush going to get Condi to closer to this one, but of course Baron down very, very low. Xiaohu, of course, very safe in this fight. Descent's not going to find it. It's down so low. Tail picks it up. Looper's into the backside here as well as the Vengeful Maelstrom really helping out the team. The Cataclysm onto Dade. Xiaohu right over the side, but he gets knocked out of his ultimate by the onslaught of Shadows. Huey now trying to help the Xerath, who's completely out of mana. Tail coming through as well. There's the Zhonya's Hourglasses. M3 are trying to clean up this fight. The double kill for Dade. He is massive in this one as Love City picks up a kill. And M3, they lose the Baron, but pick up an easy team fight.
Yeah, what an amazing fight coming out for M3 there. Loop is so strong, confident he can take this one up. Now swapping it over to Condi. They lose the bottom lane turret just because of that massive minion wave. But in the end, they're going to be able to crush through this, pick up the first inhibitor of the
beautiful play. And we saw the fact that Looper, he's just so difficult to deal with now that he has so many defensive items. There was almost nothing Xiaohu could do. He was like trying to swat this stupid horse, smacking him in the back, and M3 aren't stopping here as well. They've got a Baron available on the side of Gamgee, but not anymore as the Nexus falls down. What a massive push to come through from M3. Beautiful play, and a 1-1 yet again here in the LPL.
Yeah, they stuck with the last push, able to get in there, just very tanky members. And I think that if these two games that Gamgee have played show anything, it's that they play extremely well against no-tank lineups, and teams need to seriously think about taking a super tank into the top lane.
Yeah.
We saw how much work Looper was able to do. He finished with a very ungraceful scoreline in there. However, the amount of disruption, the ability to get onto the Xerath in the backline and really facilitate Candy and Candy and Dade doing so much damage just meant that he put in his team in a better position.
Yeah, it was beautiful play. And I mean, you can't help but mention Dade here as well, who did fantastically there in that last fight. But sort of his Azir was good, but it didn't do all that much. He was just sort of a solid rock for his team this time, not quite that star player. And Candy, 3-1 and 4. I mean, he got sort of a little bit eliminated in the last one, but
Game 2 coming out of M3.
yeah, really, really looking strong. But ladies and gentlemen, we've still got 2 more matches for you tonight here on our final day of the LPL. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are on the way.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me this time, it'll be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith.
Can't get much more exciting than this, Pastry Time, as we already into the Snake lineup. Barker, he's really hoping he can get some of his priority champions, specifically that Azir and Xerath. We're still on patch 5.2. You have to think his champion pool is going to have to change, but still so strong on that mid lane.
So good for now here. And Crystal, of course, massive AD carry, arguably the key member of Snake here. They love to protect him, and he goes big when they let him.
So many of their comps require Crystal to get really big. They love that feed the puppy, the protect the ADC style. Flandre, he moved away from those top lane carries to the more supportive top lane champions. Loves the top lane Morgana, for example. All that means even more pressure on Crystal, the MVP leader in the LPL.
Yeah, and he's delivered on most parts there as well, of course, leading there in points as well. And Snake are looking for, not even revenge this time, looking for the rematch to go exactly how it did last time.
Absolutely, of course. Back week 2, day 1, a long time ago it feels now that we're in week 7. 2-0 to Snake was the big result. It reverberated around the league. EDG's only dropped points in their first 20 games were in that series against Snake. 5 weeks undefeated, barring that 1-2-0. And Clearlove, he was the one that was really held down that game. 0-9-18 from the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, Beast, when he goes off, he's a big part of Snake and how they play. When he gets into a jungle and starts really harassing you, he just bullies you out of your map.
So we see Crystal on the map right now. Beast is a good one to talk about, Pastry Time, because let's just talk about some statistics. He's actually played 15 games between Jarvan and Nunu this season on those two champions. Between them, he's 13-2. Actually, only one loss on both those champions. So that's what I want to see in the draft. I want to see, can we get them off the Jarvan and Nunu and towards other champions? Because they're so good at turret diving. They're so on point with their early rotations with that uncleansable CC coming through from Jarvan. It's very, very different if you don't have such heavy jungle skirmishing champions like Nunu and Jarvan available to you.
Yeah, and I mean, Snake have floundered a little bit. So have EDG, actually, after the undefeated run, like you mentioned, they've actually run into some problems.
We can see the popularity, still 83% of the fan vote. Everyone still thinks EG are going to be able to take this series, and Koro, he's been really good. He's actually been mixing up his champion pool quite a lot. The Lulu top didn't really work for him, but very flexible. The mages, the tanks, he can play it all.
Yeah, Koro's been a great player so far for EDG. And we actually have a mix-up here as well. EDG Black Lolly, a new jungler.
Interesting, Fire Lolly is actually his name on the client, so we'll have to wait for a real confirmation of that. But no Clearlove. He was the one that was picked off last time. Seems like they're going to use their squad a bit like OMG did in that match against EDG, and we're going to see a new jungler. Don't know what to expect out of that jungle position.
Pawn, of course, has also been mixing it up quite a bit. Def, though, has not been sticking to his guns with Corki, Ezreal, and Mercy, and he tends to play every second game on Jinx, it feels
It felt like he was leaning a bit too much to the Ezreal, specifically against King last week. He overextended, picked the Ezreal second time when they didn't have a lot of damage, and kind of they lost out on the damage. And lastly, Mako loves the Janna. Actually only lost one game of Janna himself. Come on, to be honest, EDG, they haven't lost many games, but they do have those recurring picks. I believe 8 games of Janna, only lost the one. Another power pick coming through for this Edward Gaming lineup. Still, by far, the top team in the LPL.
Yeah, and a reminder as well, this is 1 versus 2 on the standings right now. Snake leapfrogged OMG for second after OMG's 1-1 yesterday, with Snake picking up their first 2-0 in quite a while. So both teams pretty much on top form. Snake especially going to try and make it 4-0 in games.
Absolutely. If they can go 4-0, they will actually jump to the top of the table on head-to-head, of course. They'll be 4-0 over EDG at that point, and they will be top of the table. They would actually have played 1 game more, so EDG still would have a chance to eventually wrestle back that top spot. But even just to be top for a moment, given how far EDG's advantage was in previous weeks, shows how EDG have stutter steps. They've dropped some points to King and OMG. And Snake, they seem like they're on the up and up, especially after that big 2-0 yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday's game was almost a completely different Snake from what we saw in maybe a week or 2 weeks before that. Snake earlier were just splitting series with teams that we didn't expect them to, not really playing like themselves. Beast look a little out of sorts, but yesterday they just turned it all back on.
And that's why I have to have this question, Page Down. They got it all together. Was it a coincidence that was the Jarvan in the jungle coming out from Beast, or was that just all their players stepping up and reflecting all their practice? We don't know the answer to that. We have to wait and see whether Snake can have the same identity without those amazing skirmish junglers.
Yeah, and eventually, like we mentioned as well with Bucker's champion pool, something has to give when the meta changes and things shift. Because the one big criticism of Snake is that their champion pools are a little too shallow. So get some more flexibility, and if they can develop more as a team and just deepen some of these picks and some of their roles, they'll look unstoppable almost in the LPL.
The question is, where do you put the bans? Is it Barker? Because, of course, we saw multiple teams banning those Shurima mid laners, specifically Xerath and Azir, and trying to force him on out-of-comfort champions. He showed some performance on the Victor, wasn't able to pick up a victory, but seemed pretty confident on that champion. The Lissandra, he actually played quite well, and Lissandra's another champion that falls through the bans when you're banning other mid laners. And the Lulu, you could always default to the supportive mid laner. Of course, it makes so much sense when you're already going to be building towards building up Crystal. There are flexible other picks, but it's not the same as the Xerath and Azir. The step down, it's quite dramatic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. With Barker and B specifically, they just have to show a few more picks here. They're fine players in their own right, but just look, almost night and day as far as comfort levels go. And that makes a big difference in Snake games. And you know what? They're going to let the draft do the talking for us. Now, Snake on the blue side, EDG over on the red. LeBlanc, Nidalee, the first 2 bans there for Snake, and Xerath instantly for EDG.
One Shurima mid lane, a Nidalee jungle ban, but of course, Pawn against OMG. He was kind of the lone hand in that first game. They lost it, but of course, it was wonderfully strong on the Nidalee mid against Twisted Fate matchup. I'm guessing it's a jungle matchup. I don't have the scouting report to know if Firelolly's a big jungle Nidalee player, but it's banned away regardless.
Yeah, the Azir ban there as well. So Barker is going to get targeted here. Lulu, actually, a very interesting ban there for Snake as their last one, and EDG got one more ban to pick from.
I want to see the Jarvan ban. It leaves up so many champions, Kassadin notably, Gnar, and other strong picks, but I feel like it's central to Snake's power comps. If they leave it open, and then we start seeing these aggressive early turret dives, they only have themselves to blame.
I mean, Callisto though banned out away, so Crystal going to eat a ban there as well, taking away a carry that he's performed very well on. Although, to be fair, Crystal tends to perform on any carry he gets, and Snake have a lot of choices to make. They play Lissandra, Flandre plays Kassadin as well, but it also plays Gnar, but do they really want the job, and how badly do they want it?
I can understand the Callisto ban. We actually see the lock-in coming through from Kassadin, of course. It is a flexible pick. I'm not sure if Barker has shown that champion multiple times. I'm sure he has the mechanics to play Kassadin, but if I was to be a betting man, I think that's going to be a Kassadin top.
Yeah, I think so too. Flandre has played it a few times already in the LPL, and he's going to be back potentially on more of a carry-style top laner, which is always nice to see, but EDG, you're not going to move through. Vega actually left open notably as well. He forgot about that as we moved through the draft. And EDG, if they want these 2 picks, they'd be very powerful.
It's interesting to see the Vega pick come through. Actually, Mako lost a game on Vega against OMG, the same game we're speaking of. It's actually the only loss that we've seen for a support Vega. However, we have to mention it is a flex pick. We are talking about EDG 2-0 with the mid Vega coming out from Pawn, 0-1 with the support Vega.
Yeah, let's see what they want to get done there, but Firelolly will take Rek'Sai as well, which is quintessential Clear Love champion, so Clear Love not here today at least for this game, but here in spirit now with the pick.
Seeing some champions being mulled over. You have to think it's going to be Jarvan just to put out all that jungle pressure. That's been their meta pick. That's the pick through. And you have to think the aggression, we saw it last series, it's going to keep up from Snake.
Yeah, Beast doesn't have to show anything else now, but that's a Gnar in there as well as their next pick. So Barker is going to be taking the Kassadin, it seems.
I mean, there's no reason to suggest that he won't be able to play that Kassadin. Okay, the early laning phase is kind of the difference between the very strong Kassadin players and the ones that just kind of wait for the Rod of Ages to round out. So I'm sure he's going to be comfortable in the mid lane, but it does suggest passivity, and it opens up some interesting counter picks from EDG and Pawn specifically.
At least by Spawn especially, one of our color casters here, but EDG have plenty of picks to move through. Wouldn't be surprised to see an aggressive short-range AD carry. That seems to be the gold standard here. And Deft, one of the best Corki players in the world, he'll take Corki, and someone is getting Cannon.
The synergy between Corki and Vega is massive. Not necessarily in lane, they do a lot of magic damage to the harassers there, but if you rotate with that Trinity Force Corki, something EDG is, I believe, the best team in the LPL at doing, you just throw down that event horizon next to a turret. There's just so much space the enemy can't move around. Trinity Force procs come in, turrets fall down, and that's the name of the EDG game. All about that early rotations. So I do love the synergy between those 2 picks. And we talk about space control. The Cannon ultimate. None better than that.
Yeah, Korra, strong team fighter. If he wants to take the Cannon in the top lane, a champion I'm sure he's played multiple times already would look lovely in this comp. The EDG are building, but Snake are going to mix things up but keep it very aggressive. Crystal, I think for the first time ever, is going to take Lucian, and Leona there for Ella.
And look, you can still pull out hard carry Lucian. I think we saw it from Candy in one of the previous games, I believe last weekend. If you get enough items on Lucian, he's not quite the same early game beast he once was. Of course, with the burst coming through from Leona, still going to be very powerful. They've been mulling over this Riven a few times, so at least it might be a consideration. Didn't look so good when Vici Gaming's carry played it in the top lane, but it is an option.
I mean, it's interesting as well as we think about the AD carries a bit more here. I feel like a lot of players are starting to pick Lucian specifically in the Corki, but they do lock your Riven, and I believe that is Pawn's champion.
Wow. Riven mid. We actually saw Riven versus Casten come out, and it's a little bit different, because in that matchup, of course, the Riven had to balance harass with not pushing the lane, and the result was pushing the lane a lot. Of course, Casten would just, I believe it was going, would just position himself in the minion wave. And unfortunately, the Riven would have to push it in, and Casten got free farm. In a short lane like mid, I'm going to expect a lot of shenanigans coming through from Fire Lolly on this Rek'Sai. Actually, a lot of heavy lifting needs come from the jungle, because it's a very strong matchup for Riven. But this is a Jarvan 4. This is a lot of gank pressure coming from the jungle. Suddenly, this game just got blown wide open. It's so exciting.
Yeah, every time Pawn always has a pocket pick, it seems like. Could have been the Vega. This time, though, it's going to...
No sort of magic damage to be shielded from the Q. You have to max the E, but you have to be so careful with your positioning. There's always significant burst potential coming out from the Riven. In the bottom lane, the Lucian versus Corki matchup, I actually do tilt this in the favor of Lucian. It's one of his still strong Lucian matchups because the Piercing Light doesn't have much of a ramp cast time. You get that trade, and then you can use the Relentless Pursuit to dodge out of the Phosphorus Bomb, that slower moving skill shot. It's a very good Lucian matchup, but Lucian, it feels like he peaks around 3-4 items rather than kind of his 1-2 item power spike back in the day.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Corki's mid-game power. He's no slouch in the late game. He does so much damage just everywhere as far as big mix damage is concerned. So it's all good here, but we have one hell of a game coming up. Let's get into it. And welcome back here for what's going to be one hell of a game here in the LPL. 1 versus 2 as Snake in second, take on EDG, still sitting pretty at first place.
And we haven't seen much Riven mid ever since the heady days of Season 3 World Championships when FLICKR was pulling it out on his NA account, the barcode killer, of course. There's a lot to like about the matchup against Barker in the mid lane, and he's able to pick up Ignite. This is what Carry couldn't do. It is a fantastic laning matchup for Riven, but without the Ignite for kill pressure because of the top lane matchup, couldn't take Ignite there. Has it here, and Barker, he's got the exhaust. I don't even know if that's enough to save it.
Well, a stroke of genius here as far as the drop for EDG goes. Pawn, of course, such a deep champion pool, can pick out something like a Riven, but Barker, it's not just an exhaust, Papa Smithy. He's going all in. He's got cloth and biscuits as well.
He does not want to die early to this Riven. I like the respect coming through. Of course, 5 biscuits is so much regen. It's not just the 750 health from the pots, but also the little biscuit extra sustain coming through. See, very fast into the bottom of Crystal. I believe they're still spotted out by a ward. Be interesting to see how these lane swaps go through, as there's a lot of people looking to dodge certain matchups.
Yeah, EDG do want to dodge their bottom lane matchup just because Vega is quite weak in lane as a support, so it seems that they'll get that lane swap, but Barker cannot avoid Pawn today.
No, Barker cannot avoid Pawn. Of course, as Casten, you prefer a short lane. I mean, the matchup against Riven, if he was able to get a swap to the same matchup in an off lane, it would actually suit Casten, a longer lane, more chance to farm safely at turret, but he's going to be left with the mid lane matchup and Pawn on the mid lane Riven. I love it.
This will be a treat here. Pawn's such a strong player. Should be able to play a very technically demanding champion like Riven to a T. And the other thing I actually like is EDG's comp is actually totally fine with the Riven in it.
Absolutely. I mean, they still have the balanced ranged auto attack coming through from Kennen as we see some shenanigans going on with the invade.
Mako actually stole the Gromp with a Dark Matter.
That's amazing.
That is amazing. Should not be happening, but it's amazing.
And that just, I mean, the significant factor is, look, it's amusing to see him saunter off on that final boss Vega skin with level 2, but the more significant factor, Pastry Time, how far does this set behind both Beast and Flanjo? With the jungle follow, they're going to ping level 2 so much later. It's going to be so much more difficult to go for those early turret dives because everything's moved back 30 seconds, 40 seconds, maybe even a minute, missing out on that big level 2.
Yeah, we talk about when teams do want to try and, like target Snake when they're playing them in games. It is Beast that they often put a lot of early pressure into, and Mako, he apparently didn't want to lane at all, not even just a swapper. He's in the mid lane now.
He's just going for a roam. You have to think it's the Event Horizon level 2 as the jungle follow continues. And finally, Kennen's going to enter lane in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Korra will join in there. Actually does have a Doran's Blade and some potions, so going to be able to last it probably quite decently there as he moves in.
Fire Lolly, of course, on the Rex side. Probably not going to have much of identity to the late game. Still going to see a lot of significant pushing pressure coming out. No Lulu to help him with the ult, but actually Flandre is path to mid.
Yeah, Mini Run they're coming through. The Boomerang's going to come in, and that actually forces a teleport cancel and the flash by Pawn.
That's still a lot of summoners used. Now Pawn's going to play that much more safe. Remember, it's still Beast. It's still the uncleansable CC from level 2. He's got that CC, and you're going to camp this matchup whenever you see it because it's so one-sided, at least on paper, in Riven's favor.
Yeah, Baka, they're doing okay right now. Pawn staying ahead in CS, but Baka doing the best he can to keep the minion wave nice and trimmed and Pawn out of his face.
It's in a wonderful spot. I mean, Baka does take some harass, but he's happy to be hitting minions under the turret. And I see you amused by the fact that the rotations continue.
I mean, that Pawn just played that stun beautifully there. Knows the matchup to a T. Pawn, again, such a strong player. But Snake, this is a great rotation. A little bit risky, but they're going to attempt the Dragon here at 4 minutes with Beast and Flandre at level 2.
Fire Lolly is so low on the other side of the jungle, so it's actually going to be a pretty safe buff come through. There's no potential for EDG to come check it. I believe it's going to come through.
Yeah, Ella's here as well, and Beast continues a lot of creativity from the jungle. Crystal even moving in to help out, and Snake, they do get the Dragon.
I believe Pawn put the pings out to show that there was pressure coming that way. They couldn't check if it was Dragon, but they're going to have an educated guess. It's suddenly 4 members in the mid.
Flandre coming in as well. Ella looking for the flash, but Pawn's on the other side. Baka chasing in, does land the slow though. Flandre, can he line up the boulder? He does not have very much Mega Knife on left. There's the boulder. Does get the slow, but they can't chase any further, and Pawn should be able to get away. They're still going in. The flash set from Baka. Q goes over. Riven lives somehow. No. Oh, no, Booming. That was amazing.
The heal was clutch from Def, but the snipe max range boomerang toss from Flandre gets first blood. Nothing Mako could do. So slow on the roam. No Moby boots available yet. And first blood to Snake.
Yeah, that boomerang leaving me literally flabbergasted with how Flandre hit it. And Snake, they're doing Snake things today.
It looked like finally the great communication we see consistently from EDG would come through with the clutch heal from Def, but he loses an important summon smell cooldown. Okay, he's in a 1v0. He might not need it just yet, but in the next 3 minutes, doesn't have the same combat opportunities with heal on cooldown.
Yeah, and Snake, a lot of risk being taken with some of these early roams, but they've been successful in securing first blood. Crystal getting some time alone here, and most importantly, Buck is ahead in CS of the Riven.
And Pawn is unfortunately going to have to play so defensive. He uses his broken wings offensively to try and get damage or push the wave. So gankable by Beast Jarvan. I don't understand how Beast continues to get the Jarvan because Snake looks so much better, so leveled up. It opens up them up to play so aggressively when they pick up this Jarvan.
Yeah, and aggressive is an understatement in this game. Snake have come out of the gates blazing today here as Baka will actually return to his lane, but there's a couple people looking to gank him. Ella might even spot off Rek'Sai.
See Rek'Sai waiting so patiently. Level 4, so of course Rek'Sai has CC very, very early into the game. A lot of members on this minimap around the mid. Both sides actually. Much danger coming through for Baka.
A lot of danger. Kieran Beast going to move and take the Scuttle Crab away. Mako continuing to roam back and forth between the top and mid lanes, but can't find anything yet, and Baka getting so close to the early level 6.
And despite the first one, actually gold is very even, and Mako, he wants to kill Flandre.
Yeah, up in towards the top side of the map. Flandre does go down there to death. Very good stun up there, and Beast can't do anything to help the
This 5.2 Vega, you have so few options when that Event Horizon goes down. It lasts a long time. He couldn't eat the burst damage coming through from Def. Falls down, and Def much happier now.
Yeah, uses his heal, gets a kill later for it. So good work, Mako, making sure that Def's able to get a bit of an early lead here. And actually the AD carry is very even in CS. Crystal seems like he might be fast pushing now, though, using some of that Light Slinger passive to really get damage down on the turret.
But the gold lead for EDG actually comes through the bottom lane, specifically Koro. So safe on this cannon, actually with a second shot, still significantly ahead of Flandre in terms of the matchup. 24 CS is a massive advantage. It's so much of the gold lead coming through from EDG. Flandre, though, still able, because he's against Corki and actually taking mixed damage, to build for the eventual 1v1. The Hex Drinker is clutch in the matchup against Kennen, allows you to survive through that slicing maelstrom.
Yeah, and Flandre in the top side of the map now as well. Deft actually stayed, and he has a 3-level advantage over Flandre, so he might try and get some work done. Ella, though, going to go roaming again as he recalls.
Yeah, Ella's going to go for a roam. We've said that so many times. Usually it's on the Janna, his favorite champion, but Leona's so much pressure. It's what forced the lane swap, of course, because you get bodied out of lane as Vega if you're against a Leona. But the resulting Corki farming very happily. The Moby boots completed on Mako, so definitely looking for lane presence. And Pawn, I mean, in the counter matchup, you have to say, behind in CS, that's the only real hole for this early game for EDG.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a brutalizer here, so it can look to maybe get aggressive. Baka, though, level 6 with an arm guard. Very safe now.
Patient time off screen. I saw some disgusting things coming through. I saw the aggressive the aggressive Valkyrie come through from Corki, and I wondered why, because FLICKR was at full health. He's still level 3 against the level 7 Corki. He cannot even come within trade distance because he takes so much damage despite having the magic resist completed early.
Yeah.
FLICKR is so zoned in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he, moved around, got the first blood, got the roam, but hasn't got anything else. Finally, the wave going to crash into his turret, and he'll pick up some much-needed experience in CS.
You know it's bad when the roaming support is higher level than you. FLICKR's going to take a lot of burst.
Yeah, he actually might go down here. Def going to go, and the Ignite does come through the missile, though. Will clean him off, and Def gets another kill.
The moment that Beast left lane burst down, I love the aggression coming through from Def. He's so good at pushing the limits of the Corki. Usually it's with the Trinity Force, but pre-Trinity Force, just padding his stats, sitting on 3,000 gold.
Yeah, he literally has just the Doran split still, and now Beast could be in trouble. Fire Lolly here, going to look for the flash on Boba. Ella moving in as well. Beast flash out of the exchange. Jelly and Ella going to keep chasing in. His FLICKR back here with the teleport. He is somewhere here as Baka rotating in as well. Fire Lolly in trouble. Baka going to move in for the kill. FLICKR low, they're kiting. Mako somehow still alive. Boomerang just going to miss this time, and Snake get another kill. Beast looks for it. Pawn though comes in with the ulti, picks up FLICKR. Going to move in now. Baka gets dead. Another kill goes down. Riven gets one there as well. But Baka's got 2 kills. There's the double. Pawn might be the 3rd as well as Ella. Going to try and chase him up. A beautiful double stump, but he does go down. And a 4-for-2 exchange. 8 people in the top lane.
But the result actually extends the advantage for Baka, and mid lane has the Seeker's arm guard already, suddenly sitting on 2,100 gold. It could be a 9-minute Zhonya's. Okay, it doesn't help him build up the Rod of Ages. It doesn't help build up the mana or health pool. But this Kassadin, in a terror matchup for him, has got a load of gold in the bank.
Yeah, and now we're racing 2 very different Fed champions on either side. Baka here on the Kassadin, going to go real big here early on, and Deft on the Corki, almost done with the Trinity Force.
It's going to have so many options to purchase. He goes towards the Rod of Ages, probably the more balanced option, although leaves still kill pressure coming through from Pawn. Pawn 2-2-0, it's not the start he's looking for. A lot of CDR available, probably going to be useful because he needs to balance the aggressive broken wings, at least at this point, with the defensive ones, given how much attention he's gotten in lane.
Yeah, FLICKR is actually picking up a lot of much-needed CS in the mid lane as well, so thanking Baka for his time off here in the mid lane. He'll might even get level 6. He's going to be close here as he moves in, but FLICKR, again, rotating effectively. This happens so often to FLICKR for some reason, but he plays resourceless so often.
I mean, that's the funny thing, is that he was known as this carry top laner, but his identity in the LPL is mostly to pick up the bags of other people, hope to pick up a bit of farm where he can, because he's been put on so many bad laning matchups. Actually very comfortable in the mid, and he's watching as his team goes and takes a second dragon.
Yeah, Snake a really good rotation. FLICKR just showing a bit of presence, and EDG with no good vision, it seems like, around the area, just can't contest. Deft is in the top lane, going to take out a turret by starting to proxy this wave here, but EDG, they need to pick up the pace a bit.
I don't mind giving away the second dragon specifically. Of course, they had vision because the Scuttle Crab was dead. They're close to power spikes, but they don't have them yet. Seeker's arm guard just went back and was completed by Korra. He's the person with most of the gold advantage relative to his opponent, as Baka takes a little trade of damage there, and he just needs to power that up. Deft in the top lane doesn't have Trinity Force, does have the top turret now, so that could prove significant, but they're so close to a power spike that they're almost in a power trough. They just want to wait and be comfortable and contest for this third dragon.
I mean, makes sense. So Snake, of course, very happy to get an early first dragon there as well, so they're able to get the quick 2. Rod of Ages is going to come through here for Baka, who's going to finish that at a pretty good clip. Pawn, though, you can see in the matchup, still able to bully Kassadin a bit.
And it's still a very, very good laning matchup for Kassadin, but the question always is, what does the Riven do in late game team fights? We've all seen the games where Fed Riven comes from top lane and just destroys everyone, but it doesn't happen consistently in competitive games. The big thing for him here is that Koro and Mako have so much AoE CC that if this Riven is able just to do damage and isn't focused down in a fight, there could be a lot of bursts coming out at the start. It's just whenever those abilities are on cooldown, you have to position so conservatively as a Riven, otherwise you'll just be exploded. You're still a very squishy melee range character.
Yeah, Riven in teamfights is a little weird. You kind of go from being a big aggressive split pusher in the top that bullies people to just honestly being an AoE machine.
But the question is, how long in this game can Pawn have a split pushing advantage over Flandre. If he's not able to bully Flandre out of lane, of course, there's going to be a significant armor stack coming through from Flandre at some point in this game. If he's not able to bully Flandre and Flandre going to sit back with the teleport advantage, it's a strategic hold that Snake will take advantage of. He needs to be able to push his opponent out of lane consistently and then just look for that perfect team fight when everything lines up.
And let's just take a quick step back here and appreciate the top 2 teams in this league, because the amount of rotations that have happened in this game are amazing here. Crystal's rotated in to the mid now. We've got Flandre in the top, like you mentioned. Pawn's moved up in there as well. Everyone's moving around just seamlessly in the first 13 minutes of the game.
Absolutely. Very experienced, smart, top teams coming through. We saw almost 3 members were posturing. Leona was thinking about the turret dive on Pawn in the top. The pressure's relieved, and it just remains just the Pawn versus Flandre matchup in the top. As Koro, he's looking aggressively down bot. 3 members, in fact.
Yeah, Baka might get Gangmaker's going to move in there as well. Baka just dodging the stun or stay in the middle and maybe look to recall instead. Going to wander back down to bot lane.
I mean, EGG's standard playstyle with this Trinity Force cookie is to rotate and get structures. They have the top turret. The mid one's easy to defend in that short lane. Deft's the one who's going to pick up blue. Of course, he's the only person that uses mana next to Vega on his team, so it should be consistent double buffs coming through from Deft. It's not a protect the Deft comp, but he's going to be certainly set up to succeed.
Yeah, he always is on the corky with EDG as well, and we're going to check on a couple item timings here as well. Just to note, Deft's Trinity Force came at about 11 minutes in this game, and I believe Cassidy now has enough for his Rod of Ages, so if he goes back, both those items are actually reasonably accelerated. In Deft's case, especially so.
And worth knowing that Crystal's gone for the Bloodthirster first. Of course, excellent for taking down structures, excellent for aggressive positioning to do any neutrals, but of course, in terms of right-click damage, it's not an infinity edge. Even with the change to the critical strike, moving down from 25% to 20% that came through on this patch 5.2. Crystal's not looking for early fighting. It's usually the 3rd, 4th item spike where we see a really impressive burst of damage coming through from this Lucian pick.
And just as a small thing as well, Flandre CSing under that turret was unbelievable, so happy to play without that much gold.
You know the game's in a lull when you're able to appreciate the little things pastry time, but
hey,
these top players, they're all right at CSing under turret.
There are a lot of really beautiful little things in this series, and don't worry, Snake, and maybe taking the foot off the gas for a little bit.
We just won't be able to see the amazing last hitting mechanics under turret. Flandre has a lot of people backing him up. They're actually expecting the overextension from Pawn, I have to imagine. But Pawn on the other side of the map, and just no strategic holes to be exploited by Snake.
Again, another smart rotation. Tiamat not quite done for Riven, but Pawn's going to rotate and continue pick up CS. Even now, actually, Tabaka, who's now done with his Rod of Ages. Deft's now with a blue buff, I believe, actually, in the mid lane, but Crystal's holding him off. It's going to be a big battle, potentially, for the mid lane turret.
So many people committed to the top lane at this point. A lot of backup coming through from Flandre. A lot spent on Sorcerer's Shoe, so that you know that the slicing motion is going to be a massive factor in the next fight, but it delays the Zhonya's significantly for Koro.
Flandre actually might manage his rage. They do spot Fire Lolly. Good boomerang there. Buckus here as well. So this is potentially going to be a dive here. Snake are pressuring for a turret.
Well, we see Riven in the bot lane is split pushing, so it might be objective for objective, but it might even be a kill.
So smart by Flandre. Baka dives in as well. Knars him into the wall. Wallops as well. Koro pops the ulti and Flandre gets the kill.
There was no reason for him to be so aggressively positioned. That sounds like a contradiction of terms. He was about a foot behind his turret, but he needed to be safer. He's going to be a turret trade with the Riven pushing so aggressively in bot, but Deft's in trouble.
He's going in though. Ella's going to tag him with a Zenith play, but he's forced to flash out almost instantly. Crystal took a big burst of damage there.
I mean, it was always going to be a swap of turrets, so I don't understand why he needed to be an experienced range. Just hang back, watch the turret fall down. It's going to be 4 members committing for an objective that you're getting with just 1 member, and just give time for Deft to pressure this mid lane turret.
Yeah, good pressure. Does get EDG, the crucial mid turret there. Pawn also collected the one in the... Never mind, turret's still there. I tell a lie.
Bottom lane turret goes down, but mid lane turret is a little bit of a bridge too far at this point.
Yeah, Crystal gets low, but does go back just in time for the next dragon that's up in 20 seconds as well. Now EDG even going to take away a red buff, so good control of the dragon side of the map.
Worth knowing that there was a red buff trade, but 1 red buff goes down to Deft with the steal coming through from EDG. Beast actually uses his smite to pick up the EDG red buff, so not going to be knowns to EDG. Won't see the rush coming down on Dragon as a result, but at least for the immediate future. Wow, Deft's going in.
Umbara comes through there. Deft actually going to get exhausted and stunned up, but still going to get the kill there, and that's a 5v4 now to start EDG's first dragon.
We haven't seen the event horizon all weekend, so I forgot they'd CC's you for just a little while.
Quite a long time here as Flandre actually Checking out the area there, sweeping out some wards, doesn't find any. Pawn hunting for Baka here, it seems like. Now with the Tiamat done.
Yeah, they just saw FLICKR trying to pressure the Scuttle Crab. They pick up the Scuttle Crab, Dragon's up. EDG do not want to give away this third Dragon. They need their cannon in massive factor in this next fight, but it needs to kind of come from a flank to really guarantee getting to the back line.
Crucially as well, only about halfway through to level 11, so won't have rank 2 of the ulti if they do go for the Dragon now. So EDG make the much more conservative play and go for the mid turret.
Yeah, they actually go for the Event Horizon, hoping to get a pick on Crystal, but no dice on that one. Level 11 so important on Koro for this cannon, but maybe not for the reason you think. It's not necessarily the amount of damage that comes to it, it's that you have enough bolts, I believe, with a level 2 ultimate and just putting down your double team. It's situational at 11 and difficult 6 with the teleports coming through.
FLICKR going through. EDG going to claim their first Dragon, but Snake want to fight them for Fire Lolly. Getting knocked up in there as well. Beast dives in. Baka though gets exhausted and Def gets the first kill. FLICKR goes in. Nasty pivot into the wall. Koro's diving in onto Crystal and FLICKR's forced to back away. Baka chasing Koro. The kill goes to Crystal. Now that is going to be going down as Ella is in trouble. Pawn's getting low. Will go down to Baka. That's a double. Def got a double there as well. Can make it a triple, but Def now in trouble. Crystal going to chase in for yet another kill. Should be able to get it. Def goes in real deep. Mako tries to find the stun, but can't do it, and 4 for 4.
The vision juke coming through from Deft was massive, though was able to get the pick up on Baka. It's a 4 for 4 trade. Mako, he wants to steal another objective. I don't know if he's going to get this blue
He's
buff.
going to line it up. He does. He's a Dark Matter. He didn't steal it.
No, he did.
Oh, he did. What a wizard.
I mean, literally a wizard.
Yes, literally a wizard. Very good at this game. It's Fire Lolly. Does catch Crystal. That Chilling Smite actually, as Crystal tried to get the buff.
Crystal's going to be pretty sad about this.
He does go down there. Fire Lolly will get credit for that kill.
No buff transfer. Actually, red buff onto Fire Lolly, but man, the Rek'Sai ultimate actually came out massive in that situation, being able to get the exit kill. Ends up being a 5v4, and Vega, Event Horizon's going to be on that much shorter a cooldown.
Yeah, very greedy from Crystal there, but a great steal again from Mako. Apparently he's done this before, and EDG is starting to pick it up now. About 2,000 gold ahead, but not a massive lead. But Bloodthirster accelerated massively here for Def. We've got the Hydra done now for Riven as well, plus an Aegis here for Fire Lolly.
But a very interesting pickup coming through from Baka. Actually goes for quite a late tier to balance out his build. This is something that Dada used to do around Champion Spring last year, getting the late tier, because you know eventually you'll stack it up because you use the Rift Walk and you'll cooldown so often in a fight. But it's very little stats right now, and they're against a Riven. So this is suggesting to me they want to pull this game out and move away from the point where Riven's able to reliably get into the backline, wait for QSL, wait for Banshee Veil to come through. But it's very interesting to go for a late-game item against what is a very strong mid-game team. Corki, Riven, Kennen, all wonderfully strong in the mid-game, and yet you're building a tier.
Yeah, EDG kings of the mid-game here as well. We've seen it so many times with the Corki especially that they've just looked so good, and FLICKR can continue getting CS. Snake are valiantly defending the mid lane turret. I feel like Crystal and Def have been fighting over it for about 10 minutes here, but Mako going to try and line up the stun, just misses.
Mako has no flash. Maybe he does have the distortion boots. I was going to say consider it. He has the talisman and distortion. He's going for those big Event Horizon plays in the late game, but for now, going to have to back out just as Pawn finds a red, happy to find a pink ward on his retreat.
Yeah, Pawn has been very mobile actually in the, basically ever since he left his lane after getting level 6. He's moved around, split push a lot, and just creating pressure and getting vision for his team.
We've seen so many different laning matchups. We see Pawn versus FLICKR and Koro versus Baka as the result. FLICKR is not respecting this Riven and gets deleted in the bot lane.
Yeah, Pawn just destroys him there with a great combo.
Just no reason to die there whatsoever. I didn't even need to use Flash Pawn, but got the kill down onto FLICKR. Need to respect the Riven. You don't see it so much in competitive play, but we've all played solo queue. We know how much damage this Riven can do.
Yeah, and FLICKR now the Warden's now maybe thinking that, hey, that Riven hurt a little bit more than I maybe would have liked it. EDG in the mid lane, still trying to get this mid lane turret, but with the Vega Corki, shouldn't be too hard. Fire Lolly going in, actually, Beast dodging out of the Foster Storm. That's a great stun coming through. Fire Lolly going to go dove in on Beast. They're going to follow in with a knock-up, and now Baka coming in, but Def gets the first kill. Baka's still not able to get it. Rek'Sai will live here. Great exhaust by Mako, but Crystal moving in now. So Pawn comes in, double stun with the W. Baka though does Rift Walk out, but Crystal, he's not going to have any such luck, and Def gets a triple kill.
There's a reason why Deft is so strong on this Corki, why we see it so often. The amount of damage he does, it feels like it's a different champion. He can do so much burst in the mid game. The BF sword helps, of course. It looked like EDG got greedy. They went for the dive rather than taking the free structure when they got the double stun with Event Horizon. But this is why they're a top team. They get 2 turrets out of it and maybe another kill.
FLICKR going to get stunned. No, does actually on the end, but he does bounce out before it happens. But there's 2 turrets for EDG and a massive gold lead now.
It's an understatement to say 6.3k gold at 22 minutes. It's just a massive lead for a mid-game team, no less. The tier is now looking like more and more of a hole in Baka's build. He did so well. Remember, he got that snowball triple kill in the top lane I don't know about spending your gold as he's done, because he doesn't have the Zhonya's despite having a very early Seeker's Arm Guard. And all the power troughs on Snake are balanced out by a massively strong EDG.
Yeah, Barker will have the Zhonya's finished soon, though, but EDG are spending some more gold. Pawn, Black Cleaver now for even more damage, so not interested in any sort of bloodthirst. It doesn't want sustain, just wants damage.
And of course, it gives him a little bit of health, but the big thing is, guess who's going to be doing even more damage? Of course, it's Deft. Already got the Bloodthirster and a second BF sword. He's stacking AD like it's going out of fashion. Maybe there's a discount at his shop, because he's got a lot of it at 22 minutes.
Maybe, and I actually like what Mako's done with his inventory as well. Has a luxury QSS.
Well, he needs to get... You can see what he's all about. There's only one ability he cares about with that build. He's going to get...
Nothing in the world will stop Mako there. And when we look through as well, EDG, Koro's actually finished up a zone. He's kind of playing like a Rumble this game, just getting in and using his ult.
I mean, that's just the way he's going. That's all he really needs to do. Of course, he delayed the Zhonya's with a Sorcerer Shoes. That's why I was worried about potentially the next Dragon fight. It looked like it might be one of those situations where it's Ken and you're like, all right, going to ride in with the Electric Rush and then just die before you can even activate your Zhonya's. So smart pickup, of course, has the Zhonya's. Maybe even a Rylai's just for another defensive peelish spell, of course, does apply with every time you proc the Mark of the Storm. So be very smart to pick up a Rylai's, or maybe just go straight for the Void Staff, because I think the magic resist, it's going to start coming in from Snake.
Yeah, Crystal down in the bottom lane now as well, clearing out some minions that Pawn had pushed in. He's actually apparently going for his Draven build, or at least the start of it, because he's already got a Last Whisper done with his BT.
I mean, look, it's going to be a lot of culling damage. The Piercing Light going to do a lot of damage, but of course the consistent damage, that's where the lack of critical strike, the lack of attack speed, I mean, of course he does have a Zeal, but the relative lack comes through. Look, massively strong as Crystal once he picks up the 4 items, specifically, let's say Phantom Dancer or Static Shift into Infinity Edge. That's when Lucian hits high gear, but of course that's the polar opposite of how it was a while ago as Dragons rush down. Second Dragon, I believe 2 all in Dragons. But yeah, it's the late game power spike for Lucian compared to the early game power spike of a few patches ago.
Yep, EDG, they're going to move aggressively through Snake's jungle here in the bottom right-hand side. Def leading the charge on the Corki, very strong like you mentioned here, even as the Silk shoots for a bit of extra damage coming through. We do get, of course, the Dragons equaled up there as well, like you mentioned. 2 for 2 now on that objective, so very even here, apart from that gold dig, which is still snowballing in favor of EDG.
Even with double Sightstone, EDG using their sweepers off cooldown to clear out as much vision as possible. You can tell with the wards, so defensive from Snake. This is not usually the Snake we see, but they've gone in.
They actually want Mako apparently here. Actually, Ult's poor Beast is flashing out though as well. Flandre going to move in the back, but Ella got caught by the Event Horizon. Crystal moving in, pops the culling, but just a little bit of poke damage, and Ella might try and go back in. Flandre, not enough rage on Barker. He wants someone, but he can't assassinate anything.
Now, Snake made the very aggressive call because actually Pawn had gone back to base to make another purchase. There's another QSS coming through on the EDG lineup, and they're going in.
Yeah, Crystal there gets knocked up. He has to be careful. Flashed out of the way. Ella going to move in and try and peel here. And actually, that's a slow landing. Corey needs one more stun, but he can't find it. Barker ending this tier 2 in the bottom lane.
There was some significant misfires in terms of summoner spells used. Def tried to flash over a particularly fat part of the wall. Couldn't do it. So they used a lot of summoners to get the exit kill on Crystal, and he lives.
Barker, though, does get stunned up there. They are going to dive in. Fire he dives in the back. Barker, a good zone. But Cora dives under the turret with his ulti, taking away Pawn. Finds Funja with the knockup. Corey gets a couple kills. That's 2-0 EDG.
With this mid-game comp and noticing the late-game comp coming out from Snake, they're trying to make this week 2 result a distant memory. So fast has the turnaround been in this game in the last 10 minutes, and EDG advantages in every member of the team.
On Papa Smithy, honestly, they're going full Snake with how they're approaching this game. Diving turrets relentlessly, happy to just go in under turrets and try and pick up kills, and it's working a treat so far.
Butchering some of the win rates on, for example, Beast Jarvan, previous to this game, 6-1, looking like 6-2. We have to remember, though, there is the Riven. The Riven is always a question mark in the late game, but I love the early QSS. He wants to be doing as much consistent damage as possible.
Yeah, EDG just have to win the mid game. That's what they've picked for here, and the Baron even going to go down quite quickly. Def does just ridiculous amounts of damage.
Look who's around. Beast is there. They're going to have to kill him.
They do get going for it there. The ulti even comes out for Vega, but it's not enough. Def might have actually face-checked the Leona ulti. Gets stunned up there as well. The Baron, though, does go in, and now Cora's going to move in. Def getting low there, but it's not enough damage. Ella forced to flash out, but gets stunned up by Cannon, and Def pads the scoreline 12-2-3.
Barker's slow to react, isn't able to get a counter assassination onto Deft. Of course, with all his AD stacking, it will be a big factor to kill him early, stop all the structures from coming down. But with the Baron regen, all the lifesteal complete now with the Bloodthirster, going to keep pushing strong. And Snake, they've got no answer.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Bucker's wave clear. Crystal's ulti's going to be used there as well, but the Baron minions are so tough, and the next tower is going to go down 6-2 in turret supply. EDG well and truly 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, lovely scaling coming through from Snake in a balanced game, but it's not a balanced game. The moment you see Corki coming through from Deft, you know the mid game is going to be crazy. The Riven was just the absolute double down on mid game. Their mid game is disgustingly strong, and Thing member gets stunned. You can see the aggressive flash, whether it's Koro, whether it's Pawn, whether it's Deft, they're all going all in because their damage right now is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought Deft's damage was unreal before, he's ascended to a new level. Infinity Edge was his latest pick up here. And really expensive build at almost 28 minutes into the game. Deft is going to kill everything.
I don't know where he got 14,000 gold in 27 minutes, but it's already come out in the rift. Flandre, he's going to die, but it's a very nice ultimate. He gets stunned.
Good double knock, good bounce out as well, but it's still too much damage to take, and Deft snipes him with a rocket for his 13th kill of the game.
He tried to sneakily sidestep out of the event horizon, still caught. Such a fat skill shot. Gets stunned up and will eventually die. 13, 2, and 3 is Deft on this Corki. What does it take to have a Corki ban against you if you're EDG?
I don't know, maybe this game at this point in the LPL. Snake going to back off towards their base. EDG will rotate down here as well and try and take another turret. All they have left is to break their base, and they still have a Baron buff, I believe.
They still have the Baron buff for at least another few seconds. Yeah, it's about 60%, 70% done. These minions are going to be strong, and unfortunately, there's no items on Snake to deal with the strength of EDG.
Fire Lolly looking aggressive there as well. Pawn going very aggressive. Finds Crystal there with a knock-up, and he just gets blown to pieces there by Riven. Koro going to use his ulti. Yella going to go down next. That's 3 kills under the turret. EDG almost ignoring the structures, but they're getting in him, and that might just be game.
Health bars are exploding as if it's still level 1 on the side of Snake. They have items, but nothing to compare to EDG. Everyone goes towards. Finally, Deft dies trying to dive the turret, and this should be game.
Yeah, a little too deep. Deft's going to make it a little tricky, but Snake tapped the map. EDG rout them in game 1. That was awesome from both sides.
1 versus 2 in name maybe, but definitely not in gameplay as EDG blows Snake away. We were talking about the Snake Renaissance yesterday. Remember, EDG went 1-1 in 2 series. Their first draws of the split came in week 6. In week 7, though, they come all guns blazing.
Well, you mentioned the Corki ban there for Deft. If there was ever a signal that you should probably ban it, that lady holding the sign knows what's up, by the way.
A bit of a profit after an easy MVP coming through from Deft. Such an impressive performance. We never hardly even said the name of Crystal the whole game, the current MVP leader, as he was just outclassed by Deft, and specifically those rotations coming through from EDG. From Snake, they looked on point early, but suddenly EDG went into high gear, the mid-game started, suddenly Trinity Force was locked in on Deft, and we all know what comes next.
Yeah, well, it was carnage there, and if that was after that game, you guys do not want to miss the second one. EDG battle Snake again. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And if you guys are just tuning in, you missed a treat of a game here. Snake versus EDG, and EDG just looked so good.
We used freight trains when talking about League of Legends. It wasn't just the Chinese freight train, it was the EDG freight train running all over Snake, returning the receipt after their loss in Week 2. The first game, it was as one-sided as can be, but we're already well into the champion side for Game 2.
We're smashing through the draft right now, so EDG going to swap over to the blue side, Snake on the red. We have Xerath, Azir, and Kalista, the same 3 bans, I believe, from EDG in Game 1. And Vega going to be mixed in here. Nidalee and LeBlanc actually Snake's bans with a Rek'Sai already first pick again for Black Lolly. He apparently had to name change between games.
Yep, no longer Fire Lolly. Wants to match the Tencent production and come through with Fire Lolly, with Black Lolly. I like it. Okay, at least now we know his name. And the picks coming through, something a little bit different though. They're considering between options, but very supporty. I wonder if this is going to be a certain Juggernaut.
Yeah, this might be, let's protect the Crystal comp here. Ellie going to go back on Jana, his favorite support it seems like, and Lulu can go almost anywhere. We've seen Bucker play it. I'm sure Flandre can play it. So we'll see where that goes. But as you said, 2 big supports here.
Some very strong champions coming through the picks. I like the ban on the Vega. Mako made them regret that decision and was just everywhere. I mean, the Talisman, Boots of Moby, Distortions, and just a QSS just in case there are any cheeky stuns coming his way. The Event Horizon wrecked Snake, so probably smart respect ban coming through from them.
Yeah, and actually Cassidy and Lissandra have both been left open, and it seems like someone on EDG is going to get the Cassidy because they are going to lock it in here. They do pick it, and they pick the Annie there as well, so a very powerful champion going over to EDG.
I do love the fact that even with so many strong picks being available, they don't feel pressured to lock in or blind pick either their top and mid. They're leaving their options open. They've got the very flexible Cassidy along with the balance, I mean, Korra on that, picking through the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's strong in any comp, whether it's early pressure or in the late game, has so many different options. And look, Annie, we've seen her in multiple lanes in the LPL. Very flexible with first 3 picks. And it looks like Crystal kind of abandoning the hypercarry hype train. Maybe not. He's considering his options.
Yeah, there's no way here, especially if they're going to be picking Nunu there as well.
Wow.
Snake, you mentioned Juggernaut already. Snake have completely shown their hand here in this draft. Nunu and Kog'Maw, their 3rd and 4th picks.
I mean, there's a Juggernaut, and there's like literally protect the Kog'Maw. Like there's no semblance of any other strat. There's no way to change this comp with the last pick. This is all in on building up Crystal. They've already showed they have great proficiency on Juggernaut. Of course, it makes sense. This has always been their identity. They've always been about leveling up Crystal and having him carry, and you can't really level much more than this. But with the picks that have come through, you can see Pawn, he wants to return to the Twisted Fate. With those summoners, I think it's going to be locked in. Best way to deal with a Juggernaut, make sure the game never goes late and nobody overtakes a game like Twisted Fate.
Yeah, especially in the hands of a player like Pawn here. And Deft, still not getting a Corky ban. He's going to take it away again here. And EDG have a EDG to a T comp, I have to say. This just suits their style so well.
I'm going to be very interested by the early rotations, though, Patreon, specifically because Corky versus Kog'Maw is a danger matchup for Corky. He can definitely be harassed in this lane. Biocane Barrage ensures that positive trades come through for Crystal, even before level 6, getting the extra burst from the Biocane Barrage. So you're going to have to really respect the Living Artillery. So you have to really respect the extra range that Kog'Maw has over Corky. Of course, big magic damage between the 2 of them, but I might even see a lane swap on the blue side, which you wouldn't usually expect in a Corky matchup against a champion that situationally is short range like Kog'Maw. The Maokai, 1 damage threat on this comp, really, but you don't need much more than a Kog'Maw.
No, Snake have one job here to protect King Crystal here, build up a nice big fortress for him to sit in and make sure he's safe. Flandre are going to take Maokai here, a champion that I've actually been very impressed watching him play, but makes a lot of sense. They need a front line. Maokai's a very good utility tank. He's good for peeling for Crystal. And as you said, Snake only have one plan.
And I feel like this is a game that's going to be dissected for months to come because we've seen GE Tiger specifically playing so wonderful the Juggernaut comp, prey on that Kog'Maw, doing so many great things. Crystal, another noted Kog'Maw player. Not many teams have shown they have really a way to deal with the Juggernaut in the late game. Okay, this match might not reach late game given just how strong their performance was in the last one, but counters to the Juggernaut are at a premium, and maybe EDG has something to show us in that regard.
I think the biggest question here is that Snake, clearly had a very distinct plan when they picked for this game, and they let Kassadin through. So they're either happy playing against it, or they think it's not good against Juggernaut, because Koro is a fantastic Kassadin player.
I mean, the best way to deal with Juggernaut is make sure that they don't get those big 2-3 item spikes across the supports and the Kog'Maw. If Kog'Maw can never build up damage, if the game ends at 25 minutes, you never get the purchase out of the very strong Juggernaut comp. So I have to think they're going to go for the early finish. The Kassadin, though, locks them into a little bit of late game flavor with that pick, but they've got Corki, they've got Twisted Fate, they've still got a very strong mid game.
Yeah, it's almost Kassadin insurance there from Koro in the top lane here, and I think Pawn is probably the focus here for EDG's comp as well. Deft, almost always going to play well on a champion like Corki, but you know what? Let's let him do the talking. We're getting straight onto the Rift. And welcome back here for our second game between EDG and Snake here. EDG finished game one in style there against Snake in what was a very entertaining first game here. They're up a game now looking for the 3 points here, and Snake, they don't want the reverse of history to be repeated here. They'd love to at least make it a split.
And Beast gets on the Nunu. We haven't actually seen the Nunu come out from Snake for quite a while. It's actually fallen through pick. Want to invade.
Yeah, really aggressive posturing here actually coming through there as well here. And actually interesting to look through here as you look down the trinkets of EDG. Really aggressive. They actually have 2 different red trinkets at level 1.
Interesting. So they must have a specific plan. They must really want to get the lane swap and have the ability to scan our areas. They both use their scans. I don't know if they picked up a ward through it, but you have to think they're going to go back and change those early totems. Of course, you don't lose much. It only delays your ward about 20-30 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think what you can do with the trinket system here, and EDG clearly trying something a little bit different, which is nice to see. Deft, though, actually moving in. Got good wards here on the right-hand side of the jungle for EDG, so they, I think, might be looking for the swap, but Snake have already put the Kog'Maw in the top lane.
Swaps and counter swaps. It's hard to say what the teams are looking for exactly at level 1, but the result is Kog'Maw in the top lane. At the moment, Corki and Annie rotating towards the bot. It looks like the lane swap will be on.
Yeah, I think Black Lolly as well, knowing that there were trinket wards that Snake had put down, wants to go start on the side of the jungle that they don't know about. FLICKR also going to start doing some of the Raptor camp as well, but we are going to break out into a lane swap now, so it's Crystal. Might even be 1v1 against the Kassadin.
And I'm very surprised to see that Koro has not changed his sweeping lens for a warding totem, so of course he will not have a lot of early vision. Going to have to play very, very safe. If I was the enemy team and noticed this, turret dive seemed like a great idea with no warding to even spot an early turret dive.
Yeah, but the early swap, I think, comes out in Snake's favor here. Crystal, I believe, has frozen the top side of the map, and they, Deft could not make it down with Mako to try and get the freeze on, so he's not going to get a hard freeze. He'll probably try and slow push it, and as always, we're going to isolate the mid lane.
So yeah, the mid lane stays isolated. The jungle follow is on for Snake. I worry for Koro because 5 members or even 4 members, it looks like the late invade to blue is the first goal for Snake.
Yeah, classic Snake. You're going to really have power in numbers and move through. Look to take away the blue buff. Should be able to get it. Actually, Black Lolly is already doing the same here. So Snake, again, going to vertically jungle on the top side of the map and give Kog'Maw as much space as they possibly can.
Usually you see the jungle follow coming through, even from Cass, and of course he's not the best at a jungle follow. Doesn't provide too much damage at early levels. He's hit level 2, so he's been able to sap a bit of experience. But you can see the pings already. Snake are kind of wondering, why not just clump up and go for the aggressive dive?
No, I don't know. I mean, they're looking for it at least in some capacity. Deft actually takes a tower hit. He's been pushing this so hard down towards the bottom side of the map. So 2 very different things happening in these lanes. Pawn actually going to go in there again. Good trends onto Baka, but Baka winning out early. But Twisted Fate, no slouch on the auto attacks there, especially with a point in his E.
I think the point you bring up is very important. The strong push actually dissuades the turret dive, because if it goes even or wrong, you lose so much if you miss out on the early minion waves being pushed into turrets. So pressure Maokai with the early pushing, ensure that he has to walk down bottom lane to soak up experience, and that does actually effectively reduce a lot of pressure on Koro.
Yeah, Beast, though, does own EDG's left half of the jungle here, and this is, again, what we expected during the vertical jungling. Ella actually autoed a creep, so this wave is starting to push, and Snake are going to try and get some turret damage now.
You can see the rotations continue. They were at a very strong point last game. You can see with both Black Lolly and Mako rotating to level 1 to the top lane, they still want to stop any potential dive.
Koro is getting dope here. No, does flash quite late, but Snake can't quite get the kill. Black Lolly is also coming up. Like you mentioned, Mako's there as well. First blood there onto the Nunu, but Crystal is here. FLICKR actually ported up already at level 2, and he got the double buffs.
Now Pawn, he's already activated Ghost. He does not want to flash without vision. He wants to pick up the double buffs himself.
He's getting killed, though. That's not good news. Crystal finds the last auto. Ella actually cleans up the kill. The buff transfer not happening again here. I think Mako, yeah, does have the doubles right now, and Snake might dive in again. FLICKR Flandre, tower diving with the Mako once more, does go down there, but the double boss now go over to Baka here, as it's just buff ping pong in the top lane.
It's just insanity coming through with all the aggressive deaths. 5 deaths already in the first 4 minutes. This game, I thought the first game was quick. We're starting off with an even faster clip here.
I mean, apparently Snake, despite picking a very late game oriented comp, can't help themselves when it comes to aggressive tower dive.
But that's the funny thing, though. If you've got a late game comp, the late game comes closer. If you're both getting gold, it suits the late game comp because you're both building yourselves up. Corki, the only one who's been an onlooker this whole time, doesn't even have a massive CS advantage to show for not being involved in the kills. And the 3 assists, the goal's going to be very even across the map.
Black Lolly's here in the top 10. Ella has to try and tornado it up. He is going to get knocked up, I believe, but a good shield might keep him safe. Crystal, though, could be in trouble. Holds onto his flash very judiciously, and he'll back towards his turret.
Had already used his heal, but was able more difficult to deal with the very early lane bully that is Lulu for this Twisted Fate. Suddenly, he's going to have to play behind. He's going to have to perhaps be the second person to hit 6. Already has a slight level disadvantage in mid. The Destiny is going to need to be on point to justify this Twisted Fate pick.
Yeah, and it's so weird as well because these are not standard lanes at this point. So where can Pawn even go to look for an early Destiny?
It's a very interesting question, Patient Time. Of course, Kasten doesn't offer too much, especially pre-6. Of course, he will be 6 by the time that Pawn's Destiny comes through, but still doesn't offer too much in terms of a ganking lane. You're looking for CC in the lane. Maybe wherever Mako is the safest choice for EDG.
I think that's probably a good decision here, as Baka might even get roamed on now as well. Playing pretty back here on the Lulu. Mako doing standard Annie LPL things here. Level 2 on the support Annie.
I mean, you don't need any more levels to get your stun pastry time, so I don't know what the problem is. I mean, at the end of the day, Annie in any team fight, she can flash in, stun people, and die. As long as those other people are dying, she's happy.
And we saw that already in the top lane with the massacre that happened here. But Flandre will come back down to the top side. He's getting heavily denied in CS, unfortunately. Just trying to throw some saplings and get the lane moving. But the AoE might cost him there, actually. His creep wave's going to push back now.
And it's just interesting to dissect who took all the gold from those early trades. Mako was actually one of them. With the boots and mobility, already has a lot of map pressure. Early Dragon coming through. I believe it is spotted by the ward that was already down from Snake. But, of course, with Kog'Maw in the top and just not having a lot of pressure on the map. And now that Korra rotates to mid, it's going to be the first Dragon to EDG, you'd have to think.
Yeah, we look at a lot of hyper carries, and a lot of teams like to swap their late game carry into a safe lane, in a 1v1 or even a 1v0, freeze the lane and get a lot of farm and get through the early game. But of course, if you do that, especially on the red side, this is what happens.
Yeah,
Dragon goes to EDG.
That's the standard way, of course, with the vertical jungle, with the follow. If you're the ones that initiate the swap, if you got your Kog'Maw in the top, you're going to give away Dragon.
All right, Nemeko down the bottom. Level 3 now, coming up in the world on this support Annie. But not quite ready to look at Flandre for a potential stun here. And Korra actually hanging out as well. Level 5 gank apparently coming in. But Pawn doesn't need the relief of pressure and just continues to farm out against Baka.
Destiny's complete. You know, we always consult Messiah when he talks about Destiny. It's always the first Destiny that he values the most. Of course, the amount of pressure the first one puts on will only reverberate with the second and third if it's successful. But of course, if it doesn't come together or if TF dies or loses a lot of pressure, you have to remember it's very difficult for Twisted Fate to push a wave in significantly enough to buy time when he goes for the Destiny against a Lulu. Lulu's got so much wave clear, and Black Lolly, that's awkward.
That's not a good showing for your second competitive game in the LPL. Does unfortunately get executed by the red buff.
Don't believe he completed it, so he's even going to have to go back and saunter there with his tail between his legs to pick it up again. Of course, buffs do stay through death if you get executed, but didn't even pick up the buff.
No, unfortunately. Doesn't even have the ulti on the Rex side to rush back in and show it who's boss, but EDG instead will continue farming out. They'll take a bit of a hit there. Snake, a very slim gold lead, and the most important thing for them, they own the top side of the map, and Crystal is free farming.
Yeah, and Beast, of course, has the extra knowledge. He's going for the early invade, but the rotation is going to come through from Pawn. He'll be the first to react. No further buffs going to be lost, at least just yet for EDG.
Yeah, but you can see the early sight zone here, of course, a trademark of these jungle Nunus and Beast, just trying to get some vision out. Almost level 6, going to walk into the lane here as well, possibly give Baka a blood boil does there, and they might look to dive the bottom lane now.
Considering it, there's 4 members on the bottom side of the map. Crystal, the only person who has no way to get there. Even with their rotational play with this Nunu, remember, you do have Twisted Fate coming through. The Destiny's been popped. They know what's happening.
That's really funny. They didn't even get executed, but actually Korra coming in. Beast pops his ulti there. Ella goes down very low there to Deft as Pawn gets the first kill. Beast going to go down as well, and actually that goes to Black Lolly. Now Baka getting dove, and that's going to be a double kill for Pawn. Beautiful first Destiny by Twisted Fate.
We always talk about the use of Destiny and the fact that Twisted Fate is so great to have on your team. Of course, if you're being invaded upon, if you're invading the enemy team, the Destiny has the real. Twisted Fate's they're always the first to react, and EEG in general, 5 members react to the aggressive invasion 8. They pick up 3 kills. I'm pretty sure Def's Corki does more damage than mine, and they come out with a big advantage.
Yeah, really strong stuff. And I was going to point out that it was funny that after Black Lily got executed, that they would go invade the red buff. Looked like a dive potentially there as well, but popped the Twisted Fate's ulti, got a bit of vision, and it was better than they could have ever dreamed.
The result, of course, is that Crystal does take down this top turret. Anything that lengthens the game is in Snake's advantage. Anything that gets this game later and later is what Snake are looking for. Okay, donating 3 kills, not ideal. They are behind in Dragon, but they're just trying to take advantage of a Black Lily who's obviously a little bit rattled, given that he's already been executed this game.
Yeah, Crystal, though, now level 7, does have his Sheen, going to go back and possibly spend a little bit more gold. Koro scaling up as well. Be interesting to see what build he goes for, but probably looking for a slightly later Rod of Ages. Deft, as always, ready to go here on the Corki. Sheen plus Phage and level 7 still.
The timing probably not going to be there 11 minutes at least. He's just got a little bit of gold left after the first 2 parts, and he's 1200 to finish off that Trinity Force, so probably 13, 14 minutes going to be for him. Still very standard par timing. Pawn, he's the big benefactor. He's building towards a Merlinomicon, actually going for the big injection of AP right now for a bit more power with that nearly large rod. It will help his wave clear significantly. It's going to be the instant wave clear. Of course, you can throw that red card as the minions are breaking in a line, throw through the wild cards, and with this much AP this early, they're all going to die.
Yeah, and that's kind of really what Pawn needs to do, is get the waves pushing and be able to get out of the lanes and influence the other ones.
Absolutely. Against Lulu, who has so much wave clear of her own, still going to take a couple of glitter lances, whereas if you can get 1 rotation through, it's just more time for you to go to another lane, impact it, and walk back to mid without your turret falling down early.
Yeah, so EDG up in kills, but Snake up in turrets currently, so a very even game, about a 300 gold lead there for EDG. Edward Gaming also have the first dragon, don't forget, and the second one's going to be back in a minute 50, so I wonder if Snake want to give this one up as well.
It'll be very, very interesting to see that. Of course, they've rotated their top lane bottom, so the first indication is no if they've ended this lane swap that was coming through. Of course, they got the turret. They're safer now to have a turret to go back to, so it still makes sense for Snake to swap back. Mako, he's just hanging back. Not that interesting in experience. Even though he's level 5, you think you need to rush towards Tibbers, but he just wants to make sure Deft is very, very strong.
Yeah, and Deft has been the benefactor of a lot of action in the early stages. He's going to continue looking very strong on the Corki. Tower, though, does get in the mid lane, actually, so Pawn, a lot of good pressure.
I mean, significant that Twisted Fate's actually the first to get down a turret himself. Of course, they did a lot of damage as a team earlier, so it was already very, very low after the roam. With a minute left to Dragon, they're rotating their top laner very early. He doesn't have teleport, so they want to make second Dragon.
Yeah, Koro, they're going to walk back up here. Flandre, like you mentioned, does have his teleport, but I'm sure Koro will be back for this next Dragon in time. But it was just maybe seeing if we could get something work done there in the mid lane. That is Juggernaut there, I believe, on base. Nunu there as well. So going for very supportive, very tanky build.
It makes a lot of sense, of course. Only really AD. The only reason to pick up a Warrior, the other famous enchant, will be just for those autos, those slaps coming through from Nunu. It doesn't really scale off AD, so smart to pick up the Juggernaut. No need to stack down the AP unless there was the unsighted Nunu with the massive ultimate. And yeah, they're just trying to clear wards. This is one of the strategic holes, though. Without teleport available, Nunu understands, just group with a couple of members and take down every ward and force the early roam from Koro.
Crystal actually finished his Trinity Force now as well, so Snake might...
Goal for Crystal means that you're correct. It is a risk, even at this point. Okay, Crystal's not the same Trinity Force user as Corki. Corki's the best user of all the statistics and passives that item provides, but still, it's a significant item advantage. All the constituent parts are good. The Trinity Force completed is amazing.
Yeah, Vision just going to get cleared out here now as well. Beast will team up with Bucket there to clear out a pink ward. They do have some vision. There's another good pink ward in that brush just to the left there as well. But Snake are going to look to start the Dragon.
Going to need a pick here, EDG. They don't necessarily have an easy way to do it. Pawn does a lot of damage and has a lot of pokes, so they have to respect him. But look, Crystal's already doing a lot of damage. This is one item on Crystal.
Yeah, and he's going full Juggernaut, staying in the front line, getting aggressive towards the carries and forcing EDG away.
So we use this Juggernaut term quite a lot, and people might offensive positioning coming out from the Kog'Maw. The Juggernaut opens up aggressive positioning from the Kog'Maw. He goes to the front. Any skill shots come up onto him. So many defensive peel utility ults coming through from his team that he'll still survive. They want people to focus the Kog'Maw because they have the help to build him up and be that strong frontline damage threat it can be.
Yeah, and look, those ultis going to be aimed at Kog'Maw anyway, so might as well put him where he can be seen.
Absolutely.
And now Dragon going to get aggressive on the Scuttle Crab, going to go down here as well. But Snake, sorry. Well, Beast and the rest of Snake going to look to try and contest for this Dragon. Pawn is off to the side on the Twist of Fate. Can, of course, provide vision, if nothing else, with his ulti. Deft chunking out people as well. But Snake, still with an item up here on Crystal, have to try and contest now, I think.
I can't demonstrate how important it is for EG to get this next Dragon. Okay, it won't decide the game, but you give any advantages, you cede any advantages to a Juggernaut comp, you give them any sort of parity on turrets, on dragons. it just gets them closer and closer to what is such an oppressive late game for them. Teleport comes through actually from FLICKR. He goes to the top lane. I guess that just seeds the dragon to EDG.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought they had a good angle for it, but EDG is going to take it. An elongated dance around the dragon. But EDG will actually pick up the second. Snake, like you said, just give it away.
I mean, the one thing you can say is that FLICKR picks up a lot of creeps doing that, gets closer to his Rod of Ages, and knows he'll have teleport available for the next dragon, because you know that EDG is going to rush it there, but there's no misunderstanding from Snake. They're giving that away with a purpose. We look at the gold, doesn't quite have enough for the Rod of Ages yet. The second dragon, look, it's not a big thing to give away. Of course, gives the team, they called him away.
Yeah, I mean, they just, I guess, didn't want to risk it was the thing, because FLICKR is actually going tanky here as well. Probably the right to score plus the Banshee, so I could have probably had a Rod of Ages if he really rushed for it. Didn't go for it, and Koro is almost at his as well. It's a little bit delayed, but he's kind of at the upper echelon of where he can realistically get the item.
But in general, things went better than expected for EDG. They thought they'd have to commit to a fight that they weren't really item tuned to win. Like, it would have been a very close fight. They're able to go back and shop soon with Corki, sitting on more than enough gold to pick up the Trinity Force and start working towards about 1 minion away from picking that up. The second Destiny, it actually hasn't happened yet. The first one was so important from these Twisted Fates. The split push, you know it's going to be on in the late game.
Yeah, Baka gets his blue buff there as well to help counter push some of the waves that are coming through in mid as well. Crystal's now down the bottom, tending to the minions there in that side of the map. Pawn, there we are, level 11, and like you mentioned, pretty much instantly clearing these waves.
Very interesting build though. 40% CDR so early with the blue buff, actually just going to be slightly over the cap. Very important. He's going to have excellent wave clear. He's going to have excellent turret damage, because although it's not the Lich Bane, you're going to get the blue card, the red card, the gold card, even if you're harassed onto the turret that much more often. So it's just fine in terms of build. But it's working towards the Zhonya's, you have to think, with that needlessly large rod.
Crystal there, as you mentioned, does get the Grump there as well. Def down the bottom side. Does have a Trinity Force, not quite the Sork. She's actually a longsword instead. Probably going for a Bloodthirster. Presumably that longsword's a Vampiric.
So you might ask why with the Merlinomicon. Why go for it? And the big factor you have to consider here is how much healing is there on the Snake side for their Hypercar. And wildcards have such a large AoE and such long range, you're able to consistently apply the Merlinomicon debuff to the enemy team. That sounds like a small factor when there's no Soraka, there's no obvious heal, but between the Janna healing and just all the supportive abilities, anything to help shut down this Juggernaut in the late game or even the mid game could be critical for EDG.
Yeah, top tower goes down there. EDG will take out Snake's outer turret. They're the last one that they own there as well. I mean, again, Snake playing very patiently. They have no real reason to take unnecessary risks. They just need to make sure they get to a point where Kog'Maw's looking good. And the onus is on EDG. The game is on some sort of timer here, you have to think.
It almost feels like double AD versus Mundo type of timer that comes through with the Juggernaut comp. In the late game, there's just been no comp that's been able to reliably beat them or even pressure them just because of how strong Kog'Maw is. His scaling with the percentage magic damage on the Bioarcane Barrage. You just add standard AD items. He does so much damage. It's so hard to take him down. He's even going to have the Nunu Blood Boil on him just for an embarrassment of riches in terms of attack speed and damage. As I see a smirk coming through from a certain producer. Kog'Maw is so strong in the late game, and they have to pressure him. Even though they've got things like the Rod of Ages, they've got scaling of their own, nothing compares to the scaling of the Juggernaut.
No, and for me, it's Pawn who just hasn't pulled the trigger on the second death. Like you said, I guess just wants some vision, and Snake are very comfortably playing back towards their tier 2.
And the vision does give them position on whatever kind of advantage they're trying to get. They're pushing in aggressively to this bottom lane turret. The big thing to consider, without the Zhonyas, the Suicide Port is a real risk, so it's understandable to not want to go too aggressive with your positioning, not go full Messiah without that Zhonyas.
Well, slightly missed time, unfortunately, for Pawn, because he just got his Zhonya's Hourglass. So
awkward.
Could have done it if he had it. Yeah, a little awkward.
40% CDR, though. I mean, it's not going to be too long. Of course, it does have quite a long cooldown. At level 11, I believe it's just over 3 minutes or around that 3-minute mark, but not completed just yet.
It's chugging down pretty quickly here for Pawn. I think that's the other reason for the cooldown build that we've seen on a couple of other Twisted Fate players as well. I think Assassin from King comes to mind in recent games. So, again, just use more ultis.
But this is not what Pawn went the last time we saw the Twisted Fate. So I think the fact that the Merlinomicon is so core to their style and the champ pool that the enemy teams have picked, that he kind of just seeded early pressure, seeded the less damage. Of course, without the Sorcerer's Shoes, the less flat magic penetration, especially early, is going to really affect you. So going for the CDR build, it gives him a lot of utility. It pigeonholes him in terms of utility until he finishes the Zhonyas. But now with the Zhonyas, can be the playmaker that Pawn and EG have always cried out for, and Pawn has fit seamlessly into this lineup.
Yeah, Pawn's just a fantastic player. Has pretty much from day one here when he started playing with EDG, it just fits so well. And that's been the big story for EDG as a team. They've just clicked instantly almost, it feels like. You know, you could talk about their old lineups, talk about the Koreans being a strict upgrade, but at the end of the day, they're just a good team, and they've always looked like a good team.
I think we took a little bit longer to warm up to the new lineup just because, again, Name to Def didn't seem like a strict upgrade. Of course, he's been wonderful so far this season. Def, he needs so many plaudits. He has been excellent, but it was, it was a slight upgrade at most. That was the kind of thing there. And of course, there was the potential of the language barrier coming into the team and taking them back from their rotational late game shot calling strategy of previous years. Deft has been so consistent though, and the Corki especially, the rotations they've been able to do. But Pawn is the big factor, I think, that's kind of changed this team's identity. Going from the wave clear mid laner to someone who started the season playing Fizz, initiating for his team, now playing Twisted Fate, equally able to initiate for his team. The strategic flexibility to move from protect the Def to more offensive comps, so comps even around Pawn, it just gives EDG so many more strengths in their book.
Yeah, and all they need to do now is figure out a way to break the Dragamore at this point, because Snake, again, they're just very patient. The next dragon is coming up, though. That's a crucial point. EDG would be their third if they got it, which will definitely help some of the rotations here. But Snake are playing very far back. They're happy to play in the lower half or lower third of the map here for themselves, and they're picking up farm. Everything's going fine.
I mean, if the most they get is a third dragon, that's maybe not a massive point as Beast takes a nice burst of damage and the teleport's coming through.
Yeah, Flandra's moving in. Korra's actually coming in as well. So Pawn actually forced to flash away. Flandra going to go over the top. Crystal, going to flash after him, and they should be able to lock him down. A good stun card lands in, but Pawn can't get anything else done and does go down. That's a free kill, actually.
Yeah, Pawn was completely separated for his team. They're looking for some exit kills to balance it, and there's the flash Gibbers.
Bucker goes in there. There's the first kill. Def gets it going in. Now Black Lolly in trouble. Actually, Crystal carting back around there. There's the next kill, but Def is in the front line going in. He gets exhausted as he moves in on top of Crystal. A great trigger to Phosphorus bomb there, and Korra is in the mix there. Can he survive Crystal? He does somehow live. Mako going to go down as well, and a full ace there for Snake.
The team split coming through from EDG was a massive problem. Mako, he's alive right now, actually looking for some autos to get the passive through, the visionary passive. He's going to fall eventually. You couldn't kill the Kog'Maw. Fighting on all those chokes with no wards down. The Destiny was available, not used to even grant vision. I can understand it's such an important team fight cooldown, but they kind of needed it. They got vision juked so extensively, it forced the overly aggressive Valkyrie coming through from Def. And the result is a dragon, and suddenly massive momentum for Snake.
Yeah, and again, Snake buy more time. 6 minutes, you have to think they're going to buy at least for that dragon. A ton of gold there after that fight as well. To lose a mid-game team fight as EDG playing against this comp of Snake is disaster.
And that's the thing, like you think, okay, why is this 6 minutes longer? It's just the reality that to finish out this game, unless you can get a massive pick and break the base earlier than expected, you realistically do need a massive advantage, like for example, the 5 dragons. So it's going to take 6 minutes longer at minimum to pick up the 5 dragons through from EDG now that Snake have picked up one. Of course, that's the stats. The 6% AD and AP is going to make the shields and the damage stronger from both Crystal and the rest of the comp. And this is already some interesting face checking.
Face check there as well. Flandre going to dive in. Crystal in the back line going to go in, and Baka actually pops the ulti onto Flandre. Beast uses his ulti there as well. Black Lolly diving in the back onto Crystal, but Crystal gets the first kill there onto the Rek'Sai. Korra diving in the back. Pawn around the side there as well. They snipe Crystal with the Twisted Fate ulti. Baka looking to go down here as well. And there's the ace for EDG.
And the big hero there is Pawn, both cancelling the channel on the Absolute Zero, and then the flank coming through. It looked so great for Snake. The percentage health was coming onto Flandre. He was a massive tank in the front, but with the flank, suddenly Crystal was ambushed in the back line. Nothing he could do. It should be Baron for EDG. Wonderful team fight from them.
The cardinal sin of Dragon Ball seems to be don't Lulu ulti the Maokai. The cooldowns are there to use for Crystal. Any fight that you don't get to use them on your Kog'Maw is a fight that just goes a little worse for you. Although people are getting executed by this Baron. Actually, a lot of people, Pawn, even has to use his on his Black.
And slain with nobody taken down. But pick up to us. We see the replay. This looks great for Snake. Watch when the wild growth is used on Flandre. Suddenly everyone's chunked down. You're like, oh my goodness, EDG might lose this game right now. But suddenly it's so different because once that big cooldown is used on Crystal, he's a sitting duck the moment that he's back. Nothing he can do against the Twisted Fate coming through, and that's the important factor for Snake, and that's the important factor for the Juggernaut. Always have the Kog'Maw at the front. Of course, when you're face checking, that doesn't make sense, but you can see the reasoning. If any of the cooldowns are not used on Crystal, if he dies partway through the fight, the start of the fight, you can look down the Snake lineup. There's no other damage.
No, it's just Crystal here, the king, who is trying to put the team on his back. He does have a few more items coming in that last fight. I mean, we criticized Barker a little bit for not being able to ult Crystal, but he was just out of position in that fight. Couldn't add shields, couldn't
things they could do, but you can see how Twisted Fate is actually a very important champion against this Juggernaut because he always has the ability to go in aggressive. Whether it's going in aggressive with the Messiah-like plays and the instant Zonyas, whether it's getting the red or gold card in the backline, he's someone that can ambush Kog'Maw wherever he positions, whether it's very aggressively, whether it's very conservatively. And I do like the Twisted Fate and the reactions coming through with the Merlonomicon. They have ideas of how to deal with the Juggernaut, but it's still 25 minutes in. They're still building up gold. They don't have a big enough advantage, and there's no reason that Snake can't take this game in the late game.
Yeah, they've kind of kept EDG at arm's length here a little bit, just getting things moving here. We do actually have the Bloodthirst to finish now for Crystal, so really putting the Juggernaut part of the Juggernaut comp, I guess, in. Lots of life steal and a good shield there as well.
And it's interesting to see the Blade the Ruin King coming through from Corki. Of course, some people tilt towards this item second over Bloodthirster. Almost always is the Bloodthirster pickup from Deft. He realizes there's a lot of health stacking coming for a bit of self-peel, for a bit of percentage damage onto this Beast Flandre frontline. And of course, the Wild Growth just amplifying the health statistic. Blade the Ruin King might actually be doing more work than the Bloodthirster in this situation.
Yeah, and the Baron Buff doing work there. EDG just managed to pick that one up, but do take a turret out in the bottom side of the map as a result. 4-2 now in those objectives, and EDG creeping up in gold. 6,500 gold ahead now.
It's not enough pastry time. That's the one thing I've learned about the Juggernaut comp is it's never enough gold until you break the base. Getting down an inhibitor is the major factor because you look at the amount of wave clear coming through from Stake. It's massive. I mean, Crystal not tuned for wave clear perhaps, but of course Lulu does so much wave clear. There's a lot of help from Maokai and Janna. There is significant wave clear coming through, so breaking the base, that's the big thing that EDG want to do. The Baron buff, it buys them a lot more map pressure, but until they take one of those inhibitor turrets, they're still going to be wanting more.
Yeah, so our next pressure point, you're actually going to be the Dragon coming up. A minute 30 there for that one would be EDG's third and Snake's second for the respective teams here. So Dragon up. I mean, again, EDG have had trouble forcing Snake out of their base and trying to fight them, but Dragon's the next best point for them to actually pick a 5v5.
Their base is such a safe place to retreat, to buy time. Again, the game is still on a pseudo timer. It's not Mundo. It's not Double AD versus Mundo. Strength, of course, gives him lifesteal, does have the potential to get through an assassination, as long as he doesn't die instantly. And look, to be honest, with the cooldowns we've talked about, it's so hard to take down this Kog'Maw instantly, and then can just heal up after the first round of spells is complete. It delays the big damage at this point. Of course, Bloodthirster second, not going to be doing a big amount of damage like Infinity Edge, like any sort of Phantom Dancer or Static Shiv, but it makes him that much more safe in fights, and he's still the crown.
He has to get it at some point, I think, is how he feels. I mean, there's no major armor items yet here on the EDG lineup, but Crystal sort of priced into that item third.
I mean, you say that, but he still has an item slot with the pot, so of course he could just pick up a BF sword and work towards Infinity Edge. Of course, it's a bit, once you pick up the pickaxe, you have the option, you have the flexibility, so there's no reason not to pick up the pickaxe. It's going to be an Infinity Edge and a Last Whisper eventually, but items completed. They just want to deal with the
Dragon is back up very soon. 3 seconds left here. Snake moving into position actually on top of the Scuttle Crab. Good ward there as well. Ella will clear out the very sneaky EDG ward there in the pit. Crystal going to take out the Scuttle Crab. No, can't quite do it. Deft actually going to move in. Beast moves in. He really wants it, and they do manage to pick it up.
They do manage to pick it up. It was only a small amount of damage to take it down, but that Scuttle Crab deceptively tanking in. Blacklog is in the middle of a lot of members. They're not committing to anything. The teleport is used though, and so is Koros.
Flandre's pretty tanky. He's actually got Spirit Visage now, and Black Lolly's still going to get caught out of position here. They're going to run in on top of him, but they don't want to commit too hard, it seems like. But Black Lolly taking a bit of damage. Nunu doing some work here, but Crystal party up, and Koros set up a beautiful flank around the side. Flandre dives in onto Mako. Snake are trying to split them up, but they don't want to get too split here. Flandre now going to get aggressed on in the back there. Crystal does get the kill onto Mako, and Beast off the side, zoning the ports in the backline. They're going to try and get to him. Crystal gets dived on, but he flashes up beautifully out from under a pawn. Gets the kill onto Barker. Black Lolly in trouble as well. Just a 1-for-1 so far.
Yeah, fighting on so many frontiers, but Flandre re-engages.
He dives in onto Kari. Now Beast going in the top. Is Kari though going to be the next target? There's a kill, the second coming through as well. 3-for-1 now, might be more, and Snake win the big fight.
But that's the second time that Snake have been fighting with the terrain advantage. The second time EDG have been forced to fight and bite spots. It's going to be Black Lolly falling down. They're not going to stop with this turret dive.
Spit on there as well for the next kill. They get another one there as they complete the ace. Kind of Mako still alive, but Snake will get another dragon.
And suddenly Crystal is 8-1-4, and the EDG game plan is in tatters. I feel like they just felt forced to engage because Black Lolly was caught in no man's land. The new member on this lineup, they went for the flank, but this is the second time they fought around the same terrain. The enemy blue buff, and they were juked. There was never any ability to get any sort of damage onto Kog'Maw. He lived very healthily with second team fight loss, now even in Dragons. the moment this game gets even in gold, it starts to fade away for EDG.
And it's kind of fading a little bit now as well, as Crystal even picked up a blue buff there in the last little exchange. And thankfully for him, Bioarcane Barrage no longer costs mana. Forgot about that one there. So was able to use it freely despite being very low. Bucker split pushing out on the top side of the map. Now there's a Fiendish Codex actually in his inventory currently.
And Crystal decides for the Never Die build. He's got QSS, even the Alacrity boots for a bit more move speed. Of course, he was probably going to get the Whimsy coming through from Lulu, stacking AP anyway. Going to be a very, very fast Void monster, but with the QSS, the Alacrity boost, now the Last Whisper, he's basically got the cost-effective poke build. He's still got a lot of lifesteal. He's going to shred through whatever armor, so of course it future-proofs him in terms of the armor that's going to be built up on the EDG side. And suddenly, I mean, even Deft looks like he has no answer. He's working towards the Last Whisper himself.
Yeah, I mean, future-proofing is a great way to put it here for the Kog'Maw, but simply put, it just gets better here for Snake. Crystal's at 3 items and really gets better for you from that point.
It's one of those all his gold at the same time. It's such an efficient spend to have so much defensive stats between the Alacrity boots and the QSS. And, you know, had enough gold to finish the Last Whisper. Probably not enough to pick up the BF sword unless he sold his Dorans, but no rush to do that. And look, the build, it's not ideal, like it's not optimum damage, but it is a very, very safe build for the crown jewel of Snake.
Yeah, Infinity Edge is coming, don't forget here. That's Crystal's next big purchase you have to think as we look through the rest of the items. We have Wood and W in Koro.
I mean, you say running, he moves so fast with the Whimsy. Pawn is trying to create map pressure, but you see how fast he has to react. He started walking towards the bottom lane wave, just to cause a bit of map pressure. Of course, that's what we've seen from Cool, from Pawn. It's just being a nuisance, split pushing with Twisted Fate. But this Snake lineup can dive. It does so much damage. 1 W, doing half of Mako's life. And you just can't protect these structures.
And I love that Crystal isn't even hitting the tower with his W up. He's actually running past it and just trying to auto people.
I mean, at the end of the day, if Crystal's cursing one thing, it's the soft movement speed cap, because he's got the Blood Boil coming through from Nunu, the Whimsy, Janna's passive, so much move speed coming through from his allies. He's going to be moving around these fights at lightning speed, and there's just so little.
Crystal does take out the tower. That's the 4th there for Snake. We'll even it up. Baron is a threat here as well. EDG do have a nice wave pushing in the bottom, I believe, as well. But Snake, they're going to set something up here.
This will be finished. The QSS comes through. It's already quite speedy. We've mentioned that. But then the Whimsy, then Janna's disengage, the extra Blood Boil coming through, even the shield coming through from the Locket Alliance side. Because why not? He's so tanky. He can be in the front line. Juggermaw's.
They had a game on, I believe, yesterday, in fact, where they got a win, but it looked a little shaky.
But it wasn't quite as one note as this comp. There's not even an argument of damage in this comp. When OMG ran the comp, they were like, all right, just give Cool an assassin, whatever. He went Zed in the mid lane, kind of unsettled the whole comp. This is one-minded. This is what Starhorn Royal Club wishes they've been running the whole season with Name. They can't do it just yet. Maybe next week is the rumor. But Snake, they're performing it to a T.
Yeah, and Snake just looks so good with this comp as well. Clearly have done some of the homework, tightened it up since the last time we saw them play it. And Crystal, just such a good hyper carry player. Looks so comfortable. I mean, he's already looked comfortable on Kog'Maw. He was playing it before it was cool. And looks good now that there's a full comp built around him.
Suddenly I want to see a hipster Kog'Maw skin. As I'm looking at the CS values coming through, Kog'Maw's the highest. That's pretty good if you're Snake. But Twisted Fate's been just fine. He's still able to one-shot the minion waves. That's an important thing. He's creating a lot of pressure, but realistically, can't walk up to Flandre, especially once Flash is up in Flandre in a few seconds. The pick potential still exists. Very speedy Kog'Maw, you have to remember. He's able to rotate around the map very, very fast. Not yet 3 dragons for either team. 2 apiece. I mean, add 5% more move speed. Why not? Just throw it all in there.
Yeah, love that you mentioned that, because that's our next tension point in this game. 1:30 now till that next dragon does come up, and the Baron is a big threat as well. We're 35 minutes into this game almost here, so 2 big objectives on the map, and Snake, you know, they're looking good. They've got a good, not advantage, but they've got a good position right now in this game, but they still have to be very careful.
There's not any real deletion damage to speak of, though, Patient Time. Who is the person that's going to get onto this Kog'Maw and explode him? TF doesn't have the items to do that yet. With the Lich Bane getting a bit closer, but with all the peel, the wild growth, the linear engage right now, even if everyone suddenly flashed onto Kog'Maw, there's so much disengage and extra health and shields to give him that you just don't have the damage to burst through him with one rotation of spells. And if he's able to start auto-attacking, we all know how these team fights go.
Yeah, and Crystal's actually not going to go for an IA that I thought he might get. He's actually got a Static Shiv as his 4th item.
I mean, there's a lot of extra power right now. Of course, he's going to be item capped very, very soon, Patient Time. Don't forget that. So he's going to be able to switch through between the items. I mean, stacking attack speed is probably not the ideal, but it gives him a lot of power right now. And he can just go and do plenty of damage in a fight.
Yeah, Flandre tying up Pawn in the bottom side of the map as well. Black Lolly, the in eats some damage, and just takes a couple of chunks there. About 1/5 of his health taken off there.
Just trying to see 2.3 attack speed and that's without Blood Boil running. That's a little bit scary. So it's going to be very close to the attack speed cap, you'd have to think. We're at the 2.3, 2.5 being the hard cap. He's starting Baron himself. They're not worried at this point. The Destiny is active. They're aware of this Baron.
They are as well here, but Crystal going to turn on Black Lolly, diving in the back there, but the Juggernaut is just so tanky here. FLICKR actually moving into a great ulti there for Beast to zone them off. Mako getting chunked down as well. Pawn looking low there as Crystal just cannot die in this team comp. They're diving in. So it actually, they do the damage, but it's not enough. The ulti from Johnny coming to Def really wants the kill, and he does manage to get the shutdown, but it'll cost him his life as a result. Gets a second kill as that, and Koro is cleaning house here. Ella trying to dive away. Koro gets the double there as he takes out Ella, and FLICKR actually might be able to kill him. 8 people dead so far. Only 1 more can live, and Koro is the last one standing.
Koro is actually the last person saying no, but at what cost, Pastry Time? That's the big issue you have to talk about. Not sure if they're going to have all these summoners available to repeat that in a few minutes' time. Okay, Crystal's Flash and Healer down, but the cooldown on the QSS, the cooldown on the Mikhail is going to come up soon. They got what they wanted, but it's not enough to get a big victory. We're going to see the replay coming through. The Destiny was activated first, so Black Lolly takes a lot of damage before the fight starts. Instantly dies, does the Lulu, of course. Wasn't able to use the Wild Growth on the priority target once, but Crystal's position is very, very safe at the back. It requires Def to basically go full hero mode to pick up the kill. That's Flash, Valkyrie, all used, puts him in harm's way, will die. 1-for-1 Def for the Kog'Maw. That's just fine, to be honest, given the team comp they're against. It requires a lot on Koro, having the mana, having the items to do consistent damage, but FLICKR, too tanky, will take down Koro eventually. I guess that gives EG a bit of hope, specifically when we see the Void stuff coming through from Koro. Maybe he'll be able to do the consistent damage.
Detainer Celia gonna dive in the back. Nunu though is able to pick it up, and now Black Lolly gonna get chunked out of this one. 5v4 now for Snake, and they get the 3rd dragon.
It's just not worth dying, Pastry Time. Having 5 members against 4 for 45 seconds to contest a 3rd dragon is absolutely not worth it. And suddenly, Baron becomes the easiest objective in the world to pick up.
Yeah, Snake gonna rotate in for it there as well. FLICKR very large on the Mako. Looks like he's chugging an elixir of iron here, and Snake will just clean out some wards, and they'll either start or bait Baron. Pawn does use the ulti. Good use of depth of vision, but that only works once. In fact, they're going in. FLICKR now going to dive in onto Mako as well. Going to get low there as FLICKR is just so deep in the back. Koro getting chunked out from afar by Crystal's W. FLICKR gets the next kill. Now it's 5v3.
Yeah, suddenly fighting in a tunnel with Righteous Glory Maokai right at the front is so easy for Snake. Black Lolly will be up in 6 seconds. He's able to use his ultimate to get close. Doesn't have a tunnel right next to the Baron, though, and you have to think it's all going to fall down. Twisted Fate and EDG rotate to pick a turret in the mid, but I think it's going to be Baron.
Yeah, Baron is going to go down. The turret is a small consolation there for EDG, but that's not really enough here. And EDG, they're kind of running out of options here. Honestly, the only one left might be to split push to victory.
And it's worth knowing, though, Pastry Time, is that EDG won a fight. They killed the Kog'Maw, so you might be thinking, all right, why can't that happen again? Remember, they all had to be positioned around a cove in the Baron pit. There were plenty of people still DPSing Baron, just peeling off of Baron. The terrain was not working in their advantage. They weren't able to spread their threat. Not threats, it's just a single threat very, very well. Crystal had to be, as his positioning was very, very difficult. It's going to be different in a 5v5 situation when there's more space for him to retreat to, whether he's at the front, whether he's peeling off to the back. That was one of the positions where Crystal was going to be the most at risk. It just gets better for him as this game goes on.
Yeah, and it's looked good so far here for Snake. Almost 40 minutes into this game. Still don't have a gold lead, worth noting here. They're only 3,000 gold behind, though, and that gold lead is quickly diminishing in its actual value.
Just watching the 631 move speed Kog'Maw with Whimsy rush around the map. Kog'Maw's, Kassadin, is trying to create map pressure, does not have teleport. So, I mean, Snake, to be honest, when they know the Destiny's down, specifically when they know the teleport's down, they can be so assertive, push up their wards, be aggressive. They have the Baron buff riding. I'm not sure if they're going to look to siege just yet. They're all backing away, adding items. It's a Mercurial Scimitar, so it's 6 items. I'm going to say that with inverted commas just because there's going to be an Infinity Edge at some point. They doesn't need to have the Static Shiv. He could always switch that out. For now, though, these are the 6 items that he's put together. Most gold in the game by far is Crystal. And Juggermaw's in full swing.
Pretty scary to say this is his first 6 items here for Crystal, which is effectively what's going on right now. EDG, again, still decent damage here. Pawn actually has basically full built there as well on his Twisted Fate. Deft has 4 items with good damage coming through. Is that Crystal? Actually might have been caught here. Ella going to come in, and Koro just almost gets deleted by that Kog'Maw. He's forced to get out there. The slow will follow him, and Crystal going to try and snipe him. A good rift walk keeps him safe for now. Black Lolly actually does get Ella, so Snake will come in, and it's 4v5.
In the transition, it's 5v4. Of course, Koro won't be able to influence this fight. Has teleport soon, but Pawn's been caught.
Yeah, he's got slowed down there by Chilling Smite plus the snowball. Even the ulti going to come in as well. Pawn will use the zonies, but he won't live for much longer. And Crystal gets another kill.
So the teleport is available. Korra will be able to influence the fight soon. He's actually backing. He's not in base yet. And Snake are going in.
Yeah, Crystal there comically just leaping forward. FLICKR actually in the back as well, cancelling some backs out. The tier 2 turret will get melted here by the Kog'Maw damage that's coming through. And we saw Def's Corki in game 1. Crystal's score looks very similar this game.
Still don't have that gold lead, but it doesn't look like it matters. They're spending their gold so efficiently. In fact, they're just stacking it on the Kog'Maw and riding him to victory. It just zooms around. 630 move speed with the Whimsy. Bit more AP come through from Lulu. Might be able to add it up. And there's nothing EDG can do.
Pretty scary that this is without Infinity Edge for Kog'Maw as well, but Crystal just so potent on these hyper carries. Look, he's running in again. Def, there's nothing he can do.
There's just no counterplay. I can hear Vrooms around the room as he's doing a lot of damage to this structure. Of course, the Siege Minion doing a lot of damage too, and that's going to be the inhibitor turret, and you'd have to think the first inhibitor of the game.
I mean, the whole point is you cannot stop the Dragamore once it starts moving, and Dragamore has started moving.
I mean, it started rolling pastry time. It's going fast, but here comes the engage.
Yeah, ulti to Crystal Black Lolly. That gets killed instantly. They're Def now. The next target is old Mako. Gonna pop his talisman and try and get up, but Crystal almost unrelenting in his pursuit. Korra gonna move in as well. Beast gets low, but a good shield from Ella's gonna keep him safe. FLICKR in the backline gonna try and make a difference. Gets low as well, but the heal's not coming in as well. Crystal still alive, of course. Mako almost gets 3 shot there, and actually will go down to a great placed ult there by Crystal, and Kog'Maw's just taken over.
But their Destiny's been popped. I don't know if there's a Destiny that can get a kill, but Korra's going in himself.
Good ulti there by Ella as well. Crystal still at full health there. They have to kill him in one round, and they just can't do it. Korra gonna get locked down there by FLICKR. Crystal chasing Pawn now, gonna get the kill. The Zombies comes in. That actually might be enough. No, it's not, and Pawn goes down. Korra's the next to fall. Deft wants it so bad.
16, 2, and 8. Nothing Deft can do. This was the position Deft was in the last game. But when you're so set up to succeed, it looks easy from Crystal. They're just able to take out another inhibitor turret. Deft has to respect the Biocane Barrage range. To be honest, the only thing Crystal could do is a bit of CDR to get that Biocane Barrage available a little bit. It's only when he gates himself with that ability on cooldown that he looks mortal.
I think Ella might buy a Zeke's Herald here. I mean, that's all that's left, right, to make him bigger. We're running out of items to make the Kog'Maw any bigger. I mean, yes, Infinity Edge can come through for Crystal. That might be the swap, but how much gold does he have, actually? That's very stupid. 3,900 gold in the bank.
If only he could donate it to some of his teammates. Give a Zeke's Herald away. You know, give a bit more AP to Lulu to get the Whimsy faster. Even Janna pick up a bit of AP and get some more scaling going on the AD coming through from the shield. I wish we could snapshot just... if you gave all his buffs in the open, what he would have. And I see you smiling.
They did it again. Snake have double Locket and double Mikhails, fully committing to protecting King Crystal.
And that's the thing about Beast Nunu. I find it hard to believe that he's only played it the 8 times. 7-1. We haven't seen it for a few games. But the build flexibility, you can build whatever the hell you want on Nunu once you get tanky enough. Has the Mikhails now. It's not for Draven this time. It's for someone who can be aggressive with his positioning. It's just another heal.
And by tanky enough, we of course mean he has a Thorn Mail and a Ninja Tully, because that's about as tanky as Beast is getting apart from his Sidestone. Kog'Maw has swapped out a couple of items actually. We got more attack speed, Fan Renter, and Blade of the Ruin King.
I mean, like, he doesn't need boots, space time. He's losing on a bit of flat movement speed, but he doesn't need the boots. It's reminiscent of Keith McBrief and his double Phantom Dancer. It doesn't quite have double Phantom Dancer. He has every offensive item. He's got Whimsy, he's got Janna passive, he's got so many movement speed augments. He's working against the cap anyway. He's crashing against it so hard. Why not make it easier on yourself?
Yeah, sure. Missing out on boots here in this comp as Crystal now gets a red buff just to make it even scarier. Baron back in a minute 10 here as well. And EDG, they just can't kill the Kog'Maw.
I mean, it's just crazy how much of a time you're on against this Protect the Kog'Maw, this Juggernaut comp. They were doing so well earlier, you have to remember. They were making the rotations. They had the outer ring of turrets down first. But it just reached a critical point. The fight around the enemy, blue buff especially. The first one, it looked bad for EDG from that point. You can't make too many missteps against Juggernaut. The second one, that was their death sentence. Didn't need a Thresh to confirm that. And Snake, they just keep pushing. And EDG, they're just sitting back. They're being conservative with their positioning. They're just hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, if they can somehow kill this Kog'Maw, we mentioned it, it's just one damage trap. FLICKR casually teleporting from base. He has a Void Staff on his Maokai.
And he has the Home Guard boots, you'd have to think, to try for an engage. They want Deft.
He was going in, actually assumed he was going to press the W. Deft gets shut down to half health in 2 shots. And now FLICKR going to dive in the back. Crystal going to move in as well. Black Love, they're going to dive in onto him, but he's kiting back so well there. Rek'Sai going to be the first kill to go down to Baka. Mako follows soon there as well. Korra's forced to zone. Johnny's. The rest of Snake are running in, and Crystal is just unstoppable.
Rest in peace, EDG. A couple of members of Snake might fall down, but there's nothing they can do against the Juggernaut.
No, you can't stop the Juggernaut here, and Crystal moving in for the last kill here. Deft will complete the S. He actually takes it on, makes it competitive, but too many shields. Crystal moves in. EDG tapped the mat. And what a series there. Well deserved that it split 1-1.
The surrender comes through. There's no answer to the Juggernaut. EDG, one of the best teams in the world. They tried their best. It looked at terms like Pawn could deal with it with their very aggressive positioning available from Twisted Fate and the Destiny, but it wasn't enough. They were outscaled, and that second fight around the blue buff just decided the game.
And you know, EDG might be happy to not get 2-0'd again by Snake. They'll hold on to first place as well, crucially, with only a point each going to both these teams. But Snake, I'm almost surprised they didn't pull out Juggernaut in game 1 with how well they played that second game.
And it might be the point where you just have to blind ban Kog'Maw, something that we haven't talked about for so long in competitive play. But you need to respect that this is the team of any team in the LPL that are set up to succeed with the Juggernaut. It'll be interesting to see what EDG take away from this series. Because, look, if the Kog'Maw was banned out, if Juggernaut wasn't available, theoretically they might have been able to repeat that Game 1 performance. But I think some players, they're going to have rosy memories of that excellent Game 1 where they annihilated Snake. And the next one, some other players, though, the nightmares of the Juggernaut.
Yeah, and Crystal's going to give Deft a couple of nightmares there, but a great split between EDG and OMG. Those are the two best teams in the league. You want more? The third best team is coming up as well. OMG are going to take on Starheart Royal Club after this quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined this time by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And after that ridiculous series, the 1-1 split between EDG and Snake, it was pretty insane to watch. The Juggernaut seems to be a pretty good comp.
The Juggernaut was just all-encompassing. That was an EDG that were on. Blue Cow came through. Well, the moment the Juggernaut started pushing closer and closer, the Kog'Maw, especially to the 6 items, just so little you can do.
Yeah, didn't even bother building Infinity Edge either, just, you know, Blade of the Ruined King, Phantom Dancer, experimenting with whichever damage item he felt like at the time because he had way too much money. It was ridiculous. And, the rest of the team, I mean, Barker, we were talking about his shallow champion pool, wasn't really a factor in that one because he just picked.
He was very fast in some of the fights, but we're moving on to a match that is all set up, on paper. If you didn't know much about the LPL season especially, OMG versus Starhorn World Cup, of course, it's a rematch of the World Semi-Final. Both teams were looking massive a few months ago, but so much has changed. Uzi will be involved in this lineup. We'll get to him soon, but Uzi moved
in as looking like they have sort of the #1 team in the world form that they came into the season looking like. But Starhorn Royal Club, that's even more of a tale of woe.
So the Starhorn Royal Club, to say they struggled against LGD on Friday would be an understatement. As we see, Cloud will be starting this match. It's going to be Uzi and Cloud. That's been the 2 duos. But then San and Jiang, in some games we see Uzi and Cloud, and others, of course, Cloud returning from Worlds where he,
I haven't seen Low for a while.
Low, of course, yeah. The support Maokai still undefeated, 3-0, but
wanting to preserve that win rate, I think.
Keeping it for playoffs.
Beautiful stuff. Of course, Going still being a beast in that top lane. You see him on the screen just there, and Loveling just hanging out, hands on the bottle, making sure that he's keeping himself hydrated. Always fantastic. And I'm excited about this matchup, of course, because it is a rematch of the semi-final in Worlds, but you have to think that this time things are looking a little bit grim for the Starhorn Royal Club lineup, but for the morale, especially considering the fact that Name could be waiting in the wings here for a potential revisit on Friday.
So we see Uzi in your picture. Name, of course, the hyper carry that Starhorn Royal Club picked up right at the end of trade, I believe after the official timeline, as you see Cloud with his sweet yellow blonde hair.
Yep, Super Saiyan Cloud.
Super Saiyan Cloud. He's going to need to be Super Saiyan today to match Uzi, who's been very aggressive in his positioning, to say the least.
Yeah, and it has been when he's picked up the Vayne. Hasn't been on it just all that much recently. Been playing a lot of the Callista. Has actually been drawing bans across the board, and we'll see whether that one gets through today. And Well and Zero could be in for a little bit of a battle there in the bottom lane, and we'll see. I mean, haven't brought HYY back. Of course, they've been switching out the subs in that bottom lane, but, well, he had a really rough time the last time we saw him. But Cola, he's had some fantastic games, and Insec has finally managed to make that horse work.
I mean, Cola definitely has been the standout player for Starhorn Royal Club. Insec's been up and down, and specifically the Hecarim game in his match history was the only one, I believe, Starhorn Royal Club about 1-8 in their last 4 series. It's 1-7 even.
Not great.
Really struggling. Korn as well, symptomatic of their struggles. Well has been the one who really stands out to me. His performance against LGD, against Imp, okay, he was against a world champion AD carry, but it was below the standard needed for the LPL. This is the last series, at least as rumors state, one that, look, Starhorn Royal Club, I don't think anyone expects them to win this one, but Starhorn Royal Club, they got those emotional players. They have players who've been to the finals of Worlds. They'll need to trade upon all that experience if they want to trouble an OMG lineup that's been shaky, but definitely been playing better than Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, well, that's true. And I mean, the bottom lane here is a problem for Starhorn Royal Club, but sort of across the board, we've seen, especially sort of over, if we remember Worlds, Korn and Cool, that matchup actually can go either way there as well. Kohler and Going. These are huge solo lane matchups, and based on how this champion select goes, things could be switched around here just a little bit based on who has the favor.
So let's just, let's try and dispense with the LGD match as much as possible, because again, it was so one-sided. One of the big issues that I saw that came through there, though, was picking losing lanes, specifically picking Lux, for example, and ceding a lane to the enemy. In Starhorn Royal Club, they picked 2, 3 losing lane matchups twice in a row, and they were just abused. You cannot do that against OMG with their power in the solo lanes, let alone the duo lane. They need to start picking for early. Pick those mid-game comps. Give yourself a chance to get an advantage early, because so far we've seen if the early snowball comes across, for example, if Insect just can't get the pressure out early and Starhorn Royal Club start losing lanes, they just look like they have no window back into a game. So I want to see them set themselves up for early success, because the late game, it hasn't been coming for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, I have a feeling that, get as much power as you can as soon as you possibly can, because it's not only the fact that the late game hasn't been coming, it's also the fact that they really need to start getting some wins on the board. And as you can see, their wins on the board graph looking a little bit shaky, especially in that top left margin, which has to be the bottom
Yeah,
one.
you can see at the bottom there, 100% wins for OMG, 0% wins for Star World Cup. That's what it feels like,
That's the graph.
unfortunately. If you told me that was the fan vote, I'd probably say it's a little bit one-sided, but pretty close to what I was expecting.
I have a feeling that that may have something to do with their previous matchup, but if it is the fan vote, I would also not be surprised because, of course, OMG, the heavy favorites moving into this one, and we'll see, hopping into Champion Select, what actually happens in this draft, whether Insect's going to get the focus, whether they're going to really take away one of the strong solo lanes, whether Cola isn't going to get any of his power champions as well, or whether OMG don't even mind. They just ban away the things that are strong and go from there. As you can see, Azir already off the board, and Lysandra, Sahon Royal Club, don't want to see that one coming through. No surprises on the Viger ban, but we have seen it be unsuccessful, I think, once now.
It was actually EDG. They ran it, I believe, last week. Couldn't pick up a win for it. And then, of course, played it just in the previous games and wrecked with it. So the potential of Vega is there. Don't give any of these kind of curveballs to Starhorn Royal Club. Okay, you come in as favorites, but there's no reason. Like, Starhorn Royal Club do have 3 2-0 victories this season. They have got some points. Not recently. They've definitely been in a slump, but they've got confidence players. They've got players who've been to the finals of Worlds. There's no reason to suggest that if they have a good early game, they can't pull it out till late. It's just try and force them onto these off-meta picks, onto these weaker laners, and set yourself up for success. There is a world where Starhorn Royal Club can take a win today. Remember, OMG, they've kind of flattered to deceive, to be honest. They haven't necessarily been the world's best team that we would have proclaimed them during week 3 of the LPL. We'll have to wait to see the pick and bans end up as Jana and Kassadin are on the sidelines.
Yeah, one last ban to come through here for Royal Club. Kassadin, no surprise there. It seems that OMG just don't want to see the powerful picks to come through. I mean, there are the likes of Hecarim still there here for Insec. Jarvan is going to be the final ban aimed at Loveling here. Her respect ban, but the likes of Rek'Sai, of course, as it gets hovered, are available. We'll see what they decide to go with. Of course, with Lysandra on the bench, you know, the other sort of high priority pick would be that Kalista and, of course, the Gnar, but we'll see what Royal Club decide to do. And a little bit of a cheeky Zed hover, maybe a little bit of taunting to cool there.
The first person, though, to bring out Zed in competitive play was actually Insec on the jungle Zed when he hit international play many years ago. I believe it was the release patch of Zed, paid the jungle Zed before the nerfs came through on his E ability. The Shaco, that's obviously the one we all dream to see at some point during the LPL this season. It's usually a once-a-season wonder, but Hecarim and Thresh, very nice pickups to start off the draft for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, of course, that Hecarim could be going into the jungle, but yeah, have a look at those summoner spells, and I have a feeling Cola might be taking that one to the top lane. The immediate response is going to be going, picking away that Gnar, and Loveling now has his choice, and Uzi is definitely going to take that Kalista any day of the week.
I didn't even consider the fact that Kalista's escaped the picks and bans. Of course, this is a champion, even with its struggles in form, that's so feared as Uzi's Kalista that's been banned consistently against OMG. It's picked away here. Well had a horror of a time against Kalista in previous games. Gonna take the Graves, gonna go for a laning matchup that's pretty decent early, but well, I mean, the level 2 spikes have been troubling him. Maybe Starhorn Royal Club want to get those aggressive wards down and just get that lane swap.
Or maybe just take the Gromp. You know, just make sure that you can get to that level 2 at the same time. Things aren't necessarily going to be as much of an issue. Cloud, thinking about a Nami, I don't know whether that one's going to come through, but Well's going to make it 5 Graves games in a row with this pick, and things have not necessarily been working out. And I wonder if it's just, you know, this is what he's most comfortable on, just hasn't necessarily worked out. Or whether, you know, maybe there's something that a trick in his sleeve he's going to be able to bring out. Of course,
some of these picks coming through late in the draft. I mean, this is Ahri in what, the 5th round of picks coming through for Cool. Cool's Ahri.
Yeah.
I mean, like, sometimes I don't say cool, I just say Ahri, because like he's so good at that champion. Like it's unbelievable how strong he is at Ahri.
Have you been playing much Cool in the solo queue recently, Papa Smithy?
I try to when I want to win. Of course, this is patch 5.2, so this is super powered Ahri.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And it's going to end up with Korn on also his signature champion, so at least he's going to have a chance to bring out the Orianna. We have not seen a lot of Orianna play. So many pick mages, the likes of LeBlanc and Ahri as well, really been hitting the picks, but this is Starhorn Royal Club with a very comfortable team comp. Of course, the curveball is the FLICKR top, but otherwise, definitely the sort of comp you might have seen them running back at Worlds.
Yeah, and there is this ball carrier situation here as well with both the horse and the cat possibly launching themselves into these team fights. Korn having fairly easy decisions with that shockwave. Of course, you get a fear on everyone with the Onslaught of Shadows. If you instantly shockwave, you're going to guarantee that hit. But we're going to go through these matchups, and Nah versus Hecarim, as far as that lane goes, sort of 1v1, where do you put it?
Look, I think Nah wins the matchup early. Of course, Hecarim just kind of wants to weather the storm. He can just maybe build the matchups. There's so many power picks.
Man.
We're talking Go-Goings, Nah, Cools, Ari, and Callista coming through from Uzi. These are scary pickups coming through from the OMG lineup. If they can't play with confidence and blow away Starhorn Royal Club with this team comp, then I really worry for them moving to playoffs. But Starhorn Royal Club, they have some power picks. They have comfort picks on a lot of their players. They have a chance in this game. As you mentioned, the ball carrier situation, wonderful for Korn, but the real risk with Orianna is that the game finishes before those 2 3-item power spikes come through from the Orianna. If it's just a 1-item power spike, it's just a CC. But if we get to late game, Starhorn Royal Club, they've got a chance.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can actually utilize that chance as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with OMG taking on Starhorn Royal Club, our final series of the night, but the first game of that series. And we'll see whether Starhorn can come out with a victory here. Of course, it will be a massive morale boost if they pick it up, but things are looking very dangerous because we have power picks across the board here for OMG. And one thing I really would like to mention is the Fate's Call on the Nami with the potential trampoline action with the double bounce. With the fact that you launch yourself in and then you can throw out that insta-bubble and you can knock them all the way back up again.
You could third time knock them up with of course...
Oh, man, the triple bounce. Unheard of.
Maybe throw in some other spells. There's a lot of potential for knockups coming through from the duo. You might wonder, okay, I don't see the synergy between Nami and Callista. You might be like, okay, so Nami's more of a disengaged support, so he doesn't necessarily want to be in the middle of the enemy team fight. But the good thing about having disengaged supports with Callista is it's a little bit different. What it allows you to do is to reposition the Nami after being involved with some disengage, maybe when she falls to low health, to the back of the fight to consistently put out those heals and just apply, for example, the Tycor's Blessing. So, for example, it's a disengage for your support. You're basically setting up your support to go move to the back of the fight and continue her role after being in the front. So you're not necessarily going to catapult it for engage. You're more going to keep it for the flexibility of disengaging your support from that death tick.
And there's also the fact that, you know, they have the Unburrow here from the Rek'Sai as well. I'm excited about it. And we'll see whether OMG can be able to get massive Nas potentially as well if they get into a team fight phase. But this comp also works beautifully for just getting picks around the map as well.
I mean, the moment you talk about Ari, you know there's going to be pick potential coming through. Loveling, it's not necessarily the highest skirmish jungle. It's definitely not the Jarvan, but can do plenty of work with the Umbro in his own right. Strong laners across the map. OMG, they're going to feel confident. But Starhorn Royal Club, they've got Korn on the Orianna, about as favorable a champion, or at least hasn't played a lot this season, but a legacy champion, one he's so comfortable on. Insec, sometimes the Rengar works, sometimes it doesn't. You know the damage is going to come out.
But he's also played a lot of it as well.
He's definitely got his eye in, you'd have to hope.
Yeah.
If they can get snowballing, there's a possibility for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention, you know, Zero on his signature Thresh as well, so we'll see whether they can make this one work, of course. We could mention that Well is on his signature Graves, of course, played a lot of it, but hasn't really had all that much success.
Not really nice of me to snigger about that, but...
Yeah, it's problematic. But Cloud and Uzi hanging out here in the brush, wanted to make something happen early on, potentially.
Usually it's level 2 that problems start, but with this aggressive start, something could happen.
Yep, the bubble actually not taken here as well, but what the heck was that damage?
I mean, the W does quite a lot of damage at level 1. And Graves doesn't have time to build up necessarily his True Grit passive, so he's taking a lot of damage.
You can see Uzi perfectly last hitting these minions as he positions himself so aggressively in this lane. And Royal Club already on the back foot down here. We thought that might happen, but maybe not instantly.
And Kohler was able to actually start. We saw this coming through yesterday. You can, Looper, I believe, showed that you can start the Wolves quite comfortably with the Rampage, teleport into lane. It's not quite silent. You don't even have to die, which is a huge advantage. And comes into lane with a Cloth Armor. No pots, but a Cloth Armor is a big purchase against all the harass from Nah.
Yeah, actually, Zero taking a lot of damage down here as well. The Rend going to come down from Uzi.
Wells wondering how he ends up Imp. one game and then instantly against Uzi the next game.
It's like, guys, oh, nice double bubble there from Cloud as Uzi comes through. Misses the flay there at the same time with that martial poise. And, I mean, this has been consistently banned against Uzi in almost every single game. Gamti, they knew exactly what was up. Made sure that they never let that one come through. And Going actually taking a lot of pressure here from Cola, but this whole wave now crashing into the turret, well doing the best that he possibly can to try and last hit under here. As the cannon creep does manage to go the way of the Graves, but so far things just looking awful in the bottom lane for Royal Club.
And the hook does come through onto Cloud, but there's no realistic way to take it and go in aggressively. Uzi is completely disregarding Insect's Rengar. Rengar wants to play aggressively, of course, wants to pick up some levels, get the first rotation of spells with the 3 levels early. They need help, and they need it soon, Atlas.
That's exactly right. I mean, why don't they have Nocturne and Twisted Fate that can use their ultimates off cooldown in order to
They could start at level 6, that'd be nice also.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, they just have to be able to take that one earlier on. We'd have to be able to make that one happen because, of course, it seems like a balance change we might need to put into effect in order to help out Royal Club because so far, this bottom lane hasn't been able to catch a break. They're struggling with Cola. We were talking about the fact that, you know, these solo lanes have had success in the past.
And Cola, I think it's worth knowing, it's a massive purchase to start the lane with cloth armor. Of course, only the 15 armor in the late game, but in the early game, able to shrug off the harass from Going. I already told you, Nash should win this lane quite comfortably.
Yeah.
As Hecarimon needs to get into effectively melee range a little bit further for the Rampage. He's able to shrug off the damage coming through, just pop the flask charges, and he's doing very happily in the lane. He's keeping up in CS.
Yeah, no problem here at all. Loveling was looking for some potential attention here in the mid lane, but instead, ooh, actually going to be tunneling around Korn here is cool. Getting aggressed on Korn, though, is going to fall down. That is going to be first blood going over to Loveling, and Cool took a lot of damage. Insect actually flashing forward here. He gets the kill onto Cool. Loveling going to burrow after him, see what he can do. That knock-up was insane, getting him out of that leap, but I have a feeling he might be okay here as Preyseeker does come through. There's the bowler as Insect struggling here just a little bit. That W for the heal was so necessary as he makes it under the turret, but 1 for 1. That is first blood going the way of Loveling, though.
Very clutch to be able to get up to the passive and be able to get out the empowered raw to get up the heal. Going actually makes a miscalculation, almost dies, has to flash away. Cola looking better and better in this top lane. He has to respect the Ignite.
Yeah, fantastic play here. Of course, the Ignite wasn't even used there, and I have a feeling like Rampage Ignite auto attack would have been enough to take going down. So, of course, that flash being highly necessary, but launching into that minion wave, probably ill-advised.
Probably ill-advised, but at least showed quick reactions to respect the Ignite range coming through and flash away. Keeps his life, gets the phase just to be even that much more annoying on now. We've already seen that this doesn't pigeonhole going necessarily into a Trinity Force rush. That's not necessarily the first big pickup, but Korn's in trouble.
Yeah, Loveling actually immediately returning to this lane, of course, with no summoner spells up for Korn, and the aggressive Ignite summoner spell choice here as well, meaning that not really a whole lot he can do, and this is what has been a problem for Oriana's, on this patch and in this season.
I do like the Ignite choice because at least it doesn't cede advantage. It doesn't say, I'm going to take barrier or heal and want to survive the lane. He's going for potential kill pressure. Okay, he was baited by Cool, put out the very tasty Ahri bait earlier in the game as the trades continue in top lane. At the end of the day, at least with the Ignite, he has the chance to go for the burst trades. He's going towards the Merlinomicon, maybe not the Athenes. It could still be the Athenes, but just trying himself an Ahri, but keeping it competitive is Korn.
Oh my goodness. Uzi's use of this martial poise is so beautiful to watch as he dodges out of the way of that death sentence. Continuing to shove relentlessly on this lane. You can see 57 to 29 CS. That's almost double at 7 minutes into the game.
No, it's more than double.
Yeah, that's in fact now more than double. Of it there. Things are always going to be scary. Actually, Loveling going to find Insect here in the jungle. Pops a ward down. Loveling very healthy here as well. And the blue buff's live. Insect has to be careful.
The issue is that Insect's jungle pathing is going to be so predictable this game. You just look at the matchup being like, all right, he's going to need to gank for this bottom lane. You know he's going to be in the bottom half, and Insect's been caught.
Yeah, speaking of being predictable, Cool just catches him out, finds him at the wolf camp, and he's just going to return over and pick up a blue buff here as well. And this is the power of having your bottom lane so far ahead.
Let's just talk about how many levels ahead OMG are thinking and playing on. I love the fact that they understand, all right, Uzi is just completely styling over well, doubling his CS. So what's Rengar going to have to do? He's going to have to get a gank, and he's going to need to position around the bottom lane. If that's predictable, put the wards down, push your mid laner who's Ahri versus Orianna. Orianna's going to happily wave clear, not be able to rotate like an Ahri, and just have Cool come and get the assassination. If your enemy team's playing predictable and reactive, this is what you can do. At OMG, this has always been their style, and it looks easy.
Yep, all too easy here as the dragon falls down as well. Loveling just taking that one away, easy as you like, and, well, here's push Uzi, who has the Fate's Call, just doesn't have anyone to throw right now.
Uzi just wants to appear tasty. Might have even tanked up some of the minions just to give himself a chance. Loveling's actually caught between Thresh and Graves, but gets to back away.
Yeah, he's going to walk through here as well, and with that level advantage, everything's going to be fine. Has lost a little bit of health, but Zero, now that he's got that side stone, a little bit tankier as far as that health is concerned. And, well, hit that level 6 here at the same time. So collateral damage going to be helping out. Picks up some nice CS there as Going's going to miss his ult here on the top side. Onslaught of Shadows not yet used by Cola.
You can tell that Going's a bit unsettled in this matchup. The cloth armor has definitely flustered him, as you say, and it's put him off in terms of understanding his trade damage early. He's just not getting the purchase on his early attacks that he would have expected. Even with the Phage, he's behind in CS to the Hecarim. And you have to say, I mean, the consistent storyline for StarHorn Royal Club pre-Name joined the team. Oh, it might see an engage. Nope.
Yep, doesn't actually find it. Oh my goodness. Actually, Insect coming through the deletion to come down. Cola with some perfect tanking of the turret. And Royal Club make it look easy on this top side.
I mean, it's the first time they've really gotten it together. Wonderful understanding between the members to understand how many turret hits to hit. The burst coming through from Insect's Rengar doesn't even have the warrior finished yet, but that was he's found Cola.
Yeah, Cola, he's going to get knocked up by that, by the Unburrow, and that's going to be Loveling easily picking up that kill, and the dive is on here on the bottom side. Uzi just pressuring out this Royal Club lineup. There's the death sentence going to land, but the tidal wave to come through from Cloud. And that is going to stop any advance from Royal Club, as the tower, of course, did go down as well. It's not like they were farming between towers, but you can see OMG more than happy to be all the way pushed up here in this bottom side.
I do love the fact that he's not rushing towards the Hurricane, because of course going for the Blade of the Ruined King, you can still go a Ren-centric build. I mean, a little bit of AD, but that's not really the factor you're looking for. Still very auto-attack-centric build. But you're not going to be forced into pushing the wave against Well. Of course, Well, so much more comfortable when he can eat CS up as it pushes into him, because the Hurricane, your only option is to push a wave. But going for the Blade of the Ruined King, it makes him so strong in a duel. Of course, if you get in range of this Blade of the Ruined King, you're going to be able to kill this Graves, but you're also going to be able to hold the wave, ensure no safe farm for the Graves. I love the pickup as an adaptation in this matchup.
Yeah, and Going, he does have his ultimate back up again. Loveling's hanging around here, looking to make something happen in the top side.
It might have timed out the Onslaught Shadow. It's not available. No escape bar in the devastating charge.
Yeah, there's the Nara into the wall here as well. The wallop and the knock up. So much CC available, but look at the healing done. Going does eventually pick up the kill, but I think Cola lasts a little bit longer than OMG thought.
Absolutely. You have to say it was almost a buff if that was the shortened Mega Gnar timing. He needed to get into Mini Gnar to be able to close the distance and do damage. Insect, he's aggressively taking shots. He needs to respect Going and Loveland.
Yeah, just a little bit. Loveling was looking to make a bit of a rotation to the backside of that turret, but you can see OMG, they're just going to take the turret in the mid lane here as well. Uzi and Cloud getting bored of the bottom side of the map. Now going to head to the mid here. Ooh, takes an attack dissonance combo to Uzi, but with that ebb and flow available with Cloud on this Nami, actually Insect coming around here, he may have found Loveling. There's the knock up, but it's not going to do anything. Insect, another kill. He's got his team on his back this game.
And he's got the extra long, so that's going to be a second Buddha. It's going to be the DPS build we know and love coming out from Insect's Rengar. But the strategic hole that StarHorn Royal Club are playing in, as we see so many members trying to get some exit kills in the top lane, is the fact that they've picked this Graves, and Graves is a lane bully. What is the point of picking Graves? It's going to be 41 CS and have disadvantage they're playing against, and there's not really any way to play around it.
No, it's sort of all based on how this lane has gone early on, and I think it's a lot to do with what you mentioned, you know, first up against Imp, now up against Uzi. Well, just seems a little bit outclassed.
He's outmatched, absolutely. I don't think that's unfair to say. He's not a world-class AD carry. He's trying to do a role for the team. You know, they desperately need someone in that AD carry role. Of course, it's always got a finite life on it. Name will eventually join this lineup. In other matches, he's looked adequate, but in this matchup, and this weekend especially, just outmatched between Imp and Uzi.
Yeah, it's been a little bit difficult for Well thus far, but we'll see whether Insect can carry ahead well enough here as well, because, well, actually, hasn't been doing too badly as far as these team fights have gone. He's managed to get his collateral damage in the right spots, managed to position himself in team fights effectively, but right now, positioning himself under his turret as best he can. The Ren didn't even manage to come through here as Uzi tries to get that damage down, just dances out of the way of that Death Sentence, just makes it look easy.
It's just the lack of wave control, though. Like, there's so many resources they need to put to bot just to potentially start to equalize this, double CS advantage, short of double CS advantage at the moment. 144 to 80 is going to be very shortly. They just can't look to, and that's why Insect's kind of given up and just left. It's going to be Graves with a little bit of burst damage between the buckshot and the collateral damage, but not going to be able to offer much more. And OMG, this double down, throw more people into the bot lane, have Uzi look very, very juicy, because Cloud and Loveling, they're in his pocket.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and I find it very interesting that now that Uzi is playing against his old team, he's playing in the same style that his old team was playing. Sort of this hard carry Uzi roaming around the map, picking up all of the farm that he can find, even hanging out in that mid lane, taking it away from Cool there just a little bit, who's still ahead in CS. And so far, this is just looking like OMG in complete and utter control. They're going to take another Dragon here at the same time with absolutely no response from Royal Club. And at the same time, they're going to be ganking this top lane as Cola pops that devastating charge, but it's not going to do anything as far as protecting this turret's concerned. And going, despite having a difficult time early on, it's not a whole lot that Cola can do.
Yeah, I mean, Cola did his best in this lane, came and CS'd very well against Nah. He's done his job, but, I mean, we come back to the point I made in the draft. I said, okay, I want to see Star and Royal Club pick for the mid game, pick winning matchups, push out their lanes, and stop what's happened this game happened. 3 turrets to 0 already. This is what happened against LGD 2 games in a row. But we're talking about Nah versus Hecarim. Nah is always going to be in a balanced situation. And look, to Cola's credit, it took a long time. He's going to be the first to take down a turret. He's going to have lane control more often than not. Ahri versus Orianna. Orianna, one of the reasons you mentioned that we don't see her a lot is that she seeds lanes in often cases. She tries to farm passively, but realistically, she can't rotate very well because she's a slow champion. You know, she takes a lot of setup. She's not hit the charm all in like Ahri. And in the bottom lane, unfortunately, they picked Graves for wave control, didn't get any, as Uzi styled all over him, and they've seeded all 3 outer turrets. They're just trying to farm under their inner turrets, and realistically, they have control over nothing. Look at the pink wards so aggressively put across the map, specifically in the top side of this map. So many wards and pink wards put down. And Star Royal Club, they have a little bit.
And the thing is as well, I love this from OMG, is the fact that they focused all of their vision control in this top side of the map. Actually, Insect going to launch himself onto Uzi here. A lot of damage potential to come through, even through the exhaust though. Uzi able to dance around, flashes out of the way of that shockwave as well. Cloud takes it and doesn't mind too much. There's actually the ult to be coming through from Uzi, but Cloud, for his trouble, going to launch himself forward to take a attack dissonance combo. And I don't know how they're going to be able to kill Uzi if getting caught out, still not going to die. As Cool actually going very aggressively in here as well. Nice dark passage from Zero. He's going to do some fantastic things on this Thresh. Is still a fantastic Thresh player, but unfortunately unable to have the beginning of this game that he needs in order to be able to make plays for his team.
We're going to see the replay. You know this one is with feeling. Remember, these are old teammates. They butted heads at Worlds. There's so much feeling between the two. The flash on the Shockwave is just majestic. Another of the reasons that we see Orianna fall out of play is that her initiation potential is limited. You kind of have to hold on to that cooldown because people can, at this point, have the reaction to easily flash away from that Orianna Shockwave. It does have that cast time. There was a lot of feeling, but Insect, even with the snowball start, couldn't kill his old teammate.
Yeah, unable to, and actually fell down in that fight, which I missed because I was focusing on the fact that Shockwave did get flashed out of the way of, but unfortunately, Rengar fell down at the same time. Didn't actually have the kill bounty on him, I don't believe, of course, falling down a little bit earlier on. But still, Uzi picking up his first kill of the game, and you have to think that it's going to be one of many.
Yeah, he's kind of switching between 2 items, actually picking up Null Magic Mantles. 2 members, Cool and Uzi, picking up Null Magic Mantles. I guess expecting to take incidental magic damage between the Onslaught of Shadows and the Shockwave. I mean, now you can position even more aggressively because the big AP purchases aren't available yet. You can realistically eat the Shockwave damage and just use the displacement, maybe even as a gap close.
Well, that's the thing, and if both of these players are going to be building the likes of a QSS, you could imagine that Cool probably not. He's looking to pick up an Abyssal Scepter as his next item. But Uzi looks to be going towards that QSS very quickly. And if Zero, who has had some fantastic hooks, has now found Cloud. Oh, there's the Fate's call to come through. That was Uzi saying, no, don't focus over there. I'm here, and I'm killing Insect, so come over here.
And Insect just gets knocked down. Didn't really commit.
The charm lands as well, and Korn's going to follow here. OMG just styling on Royal Club. They've already taken down this inner turret. The inhibitor turret going to follow here at 18.5 minutes into the game. There's the flash into the charm, and, well, oh, the collateral damage just dodged out of the way off from Uzi here. He's just going to destroy. Well, there's the render come through. Cola picks up a couple of kills on the backside, but Going's going to wallop him up, not into his own turret for a bit of manners.
And Starhorn Royal Club, they're caught in their own base, Atlas.
Yeah, smashed against their own base. That is awful. Sort of like thrown to the table in your own bedroom. Really disgusting stuff as Uzi just going to dance around this inhibitor. Takes down the minions first. Might be in a bunch of trouble as, oh my goodness, no. Going to survive this time.
I think Uzi quite likes Zero, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. Buddies over here, and Uzi going to spare his life just this once. 4-0-1 now, though, for this Kalista, and see what he decides to pick up next. Sort of, he's got a few options.
Look, the QSS, it's definitely too defensive, but the reason why it's actually important, you might look down and say, okay, but you can't QSS Orianna ultimate. That's not what you need to QSS. You need to QSS the bowler, the empower bowler especially, to make sure you're not in position to eat the shockwaves. Actually, I do like the early QSS being considered because the shockwave bowler wombo combo, that's about all that can deal with Uzi. And speaking of dealing with Uzi, he's coming to join the party.
Yeah, it's Uzi more dealing with Cola here as well, who's pretty quick over here. Crush going to come down from Going, lands the wall up there as well. The Aqua Prison to come down, and I feel like we shouldn't watch, ladies and gentlemen, as another kill's going to come through to Uzi. Loveling actually dancing over the wall here, flashes out of that shockwave, and Korn is just getting really, really upset at the fact that everyone seems to have that summoner spell up at all times. Going just going to leapfrog his way over and take another inner turret. Is that the last one? It is. No, second last inner turret. The top one is still alive, of course. Cool. Might be putting a little bit more pressure onto that one as the Abyssal Scepter has been completed. Uzi finally going to go back to base, completes the Quicksilver Sash, and now the Static Shiv.
And it's basically immortal.
Oh, Phantom Dancer instead. Decides he wants the more luxury option.
But he's basically immortal with all the movement speed and the attack speed coming through.
Insect going to find Cool here. Does land the Empowered Bowler, but he might actually die for it. Well comes down, and there's the buckshot for the kill. Insect, he had a plan, and they followed through. So Cool's going to fall and make it 6 kills here for Royal Club, but they're still 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, well squares up the KDA. Going to be feeling a bit better, maybe moving into game 2, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, it's true, and with this Kalista powering up Whisper as his next item. In fact, this would be a very similar build to what he'd like to go with on a Vayne, so maybe just alluding to the fact that he would have preferred to play Vayne this game.
Yeah, it does feel like that's where we're at. The pushing is very aggressive coming through across the map from OMG. They're going to set up for a second dragon, just keep pushing forward.
Yep, pushing. That is going to be the third dragon actually going down here for OMG as Cloud. Going, not going to quite find the Gnar potential that he's looking for. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, but Uzi just going to dance around here out of the Shockwave as well as he continues the Onslaught. Well's going to fall down at the same time. That is almost a triple kill. Stolen away from Loveling there for Uzi. But that was some beautiful dancing from their star 80 carry.
Yeah, Insect went for the solo kill on Cool for about the 3rd, 4th time. Just wants to pick up some exit kills. Their base is in tatters, and they're going to keep pushing in, maybe even for the game.
Yeah, shambles here is the base of Starhorn Royal Club. As you can see, these creeps tanking up these Nexus turrets. Uzi just looks like he's having the time of his life dancing around these Nexus turrets. Able to even take down a ward there for his trouble. Blows the heal, I think, just for some style points. And the Nexus gonna fall down at 23 minutes into this game. 12,000 gold lead. And we're expecting something like this, but maybe not quite that level of domination from OMG.
And Atlas, if Uzi's looking for a new nickname, if he doesn't want to stick with Puppy, maybe Tigger, because he bounces around. Looks like he's having a great old time whenever he plays Kalista. And Starhorn Royal Club, what's there to say? They're just completely outmatched at this point. OMG, easy victory.
Yeah, it's true. I guess we already do have Piglet, and I could imagine that Well probably resembles Eeyore at this stage. We're going to go for that sort of analogy. That could be where it is. Going as well. He's happy, maybe feeling like the early game didn't go quite his way, but when he had a look down the rest of his roster. That scoreline for Uzi. 5-0-1 doesn't quite explain just how ahead this Kalista was, because that shutout in the early game was decimating.
I guess maybe a new champion for Well. You know, it's 100% Graves, at least if he had his last 5 picked. But the Graves not working out for him. The Kalista skipped around him in the early game. I mean, just the level 1, to be honest, set the tone for the lane with the aggressive brush camp. That's what you do against someone who's out of form, who's struggling, you know, someone who's been looked at as the weak link both in the public and potentially even on the team. Just try and bully them around. There was no better after the level 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the zoom in onto Zero here as well. Still not actually looking too upset or anything like that. He's just got a bit of a resting smile there as well. So still sort of calm and collected, and we'll see whether Star and Royal Club can pick themselves back up and try and make sort of a name for themselves in their next matchup. Of course, it has been a day of 1-1s. And ladies and gentlemen, after the quick break, we are going to be back with Starhorn Royal Club trying their very best to fight back against the onslaught of OMG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas and for the LPL, and OMG just put on a little bit of a demolition show against Royal Club.
OMG, they're trying to jump over Snake, or at least start to make that race for second place that much more competitive with the big 3 points. Star Royal Club, not a lot of resistance, you have to say, in that first game.
No.
Not sure if that's going to change in this game, but leaving up Nah for going, leaving up Ari for Cool.
Yep, cool for Ari.
Or just, even the Callista for
I think the
Uzi.
Callista's a big deal here because they just had so much control over that lane from before the creeps even really met. Of course, Well and Zero walked into the lane and immediately got met with an absolute chunking.
Absolutely, and that's what you do against players that are down on form. You just try and put out the aggression early, make them sure they're playing on the back foot. It was already going to be a difficult lane for Well to navigate, and just that much harder after the first level 1. The CS advantage was massive. Callista jumped everywhere, very much shades of Tigger, and the game was over.
Yeah, and that Martial Poise use from Uzi was so beautiful as well, making sure that he got out of Shockwave after Shockwave, using his flash for the first one, but also managing to pick up a kill on his way out with that one as well. Just really fantastic play coming through from Uzi on Callista, and you can't give Uzi this sort of type of champion that rewards you so much for having incredible mechanics.
And for the aggressive player to be able to have all those mini escapes, sure, it's not a true flash, but just have so much mobility in fights. There's a reason he loves the Vayne. He loves the hyper carries, and you give him one that has a bit of an escape, a bit of chasing power, just so much mobility, you get that result.
Yeah, you do. So we'll see whether Royal Club can sort of pull themselves together and maybe adjust their draft phase here as well, because I think they need to ban the likes of Ari and the likes of Callista, and maybe even Nah, and just cause OMG to play something very different into them this time around. And even then, I just don't know what they can do to an OMG team that is just looking so on form this evening, and they are playing with so much confidence as well.
And it's going to be Uzi Cloud again for this second game. No roster switches coming through, no San coming through. So sad days for us San fans out there.
Yeah. He's the real Graves, isn't he?
I think leave up the Nah. Like, I thought Cole's, especially Cola's...
Well, yeah, Cola's...
Hecarim was great.
Fantastic, yeah.
He was winning lane in a very difficult lane matchup, and then just, again, the global snowball just equalized everything.
Yeah, it's true. Without a rumble, even. But we are going to get a champion selector. Not too much has changed here as we have a look over the bans. Lysandra and Jan are going to be taken away by Royal Club. They, of course, have first pick this time around. OMG going to be taking away the Azir and, of course, that Viger here as well.
And maybe just, of course, for his first few games in the LPL was playing the Callista. Maybe just pick it away. If it's not banned through, pick it away and just ensure that Uzi's not able to pick up that champion.
Yeah, but as we go through, we'll see whether OMG changed things up for their final ban. Of course, Royal Club didn't. They're just going to go with that Kassadin ban here as well. Not wanting to first pick that one away, which I find quite interesting just because Cola has looked fantastic on that Kassadin in the past. But Hecarim going to be the final ban. Some respect for Cola there. As Royal Club now thinking about their first pick, and it is going to be the Callista. Well is going to try his hands at that champion. And OMG now seeing what they want to do in response, going actually having a bit of a giggle. Not entirely sure. I think Lovely may have made a joke about Rek'Sai. But he's going to be able to pick that one up yet again. There's still so many power picks left on this map. And Cloud, he's going to pick away that Thresh.
Definitely a lot more aggressive than the Nami choice that he had last game. I like picking away the Callista. For one, you don't give Callista to Uzi, so that's already a little mini victory in itself, not having to use a ban. But, well, when he came onto the LPL, we weren't sure why they were changing HYY. He came on, he was very convincing on the Callista. And maybe not the power Callista player that we've seen from Uzi, but still, it takes him away from the Graves. The Graves certainly wasn't working, so something different. At least a cause for optimism for Starhorn Royal Club fans.
Yeah, it's true. Insec actually hovering over the Nami here as well. Royal Club just looking to do exactly the same thing that OMG did to them in the last game.
It seemed to work for OMG.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, theoretically, on paper, pretty good idea. And we'll see whether it works out for them as Cool and Uzi now have their turn to pick. And Uzi, having just performed that fantastic display of Callista, we'll see what he decides to go with here in this bottom side. Is it going to be the Vayne Papa Smithy?
The dream.
The dream indeed. We'll see whether it happens. Of course, Uzi not exactly having the most success with that champion this season of the LPL.
But it hasn't necessarily been losing OMG games. It's been a lot of games where he hasn't been the major factor. He's thinking about it, Atlas.
He is thinking about it. It is going to be the Graves for the longest hover here, but Cool. He's going to be taking the ultimate skill matchup here as Uzi going to lock in that Graves.
And Zero also considering the Vayne as potentially a top laner. Zero and Uzi, of course, former lane mates. A lot of feeling between these two teams after the off-season role swap coming through. Sorry, roster swaps coming through. Considering some other options, looking for a top laner and a jungler are the things they're looking through here. Starhorn Royal Club. I like the Graves pickup. It's definitely a lot more reliable than the Vayne. The Vayne would seem just a bridge too far. It's not a great matchup against Kalista at all. As we wait for the picks to start to come through. Nidalee's made the draft so late in the draft, actually. Been banned consistently today. And he talks about Rumble. You alluded to him.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah, Cole are going to pick that one up in the top lane. Of course, the top lane is still being looked at here from OMG. They can take whatever they want into that matchup and going. It's going to go back to the Nah here as well, just because they want that massive wombo. They want the tons of CC to come through from that Mega Nah and going. Especially in the late game, just fantastic on that champion. And we'll see whether Kohler can have the same dominating performance early that he had on that Hecarim. But so far, things changing up a lot here as far as these champion selects have gone. And Starhorn Royal Club, we'll see whether they can make this comp work.
Yeah, it's interesting coming through from Starhorn Royal Club. Of course, they get the Ahri on patch 5.2. Rumors have it that this is the end of 5.2 for competitive play in China. So this might be the last 5.2 Ahri that we see coming through.
Yeah.
The LeBlanc matchup's definitely a skill matchup. I think we remember the rookie versus Cool matchup on this Ahri and LeBlanc. Cool's LeBlanc is a very scary thing. So even though it's a skill matchup, Cool on LeBlanc is so comfortable on that champion. A lot of the other picks coming through are going to be super interesting to me. I mean, you don't see necessarily the synergy between the Rumble and Nidalee especially. There isn't necessarily a lot of lockdown to help out the Rumble in a team fight. And the laning matchup, Nah, going to be very happy just chipping away with autos against that Rumble.
Yeah, just hanging out there in that top side. Of course, Rumble with a fair bit of kill potential and team fight potential in the mid game. But we'll see whether Royal Club can capitalize on it. As I'm just looking at this really cool... Oh, no, that pun was terrible. Really cool mid lane matchup here between LeBlanc and Ahri. Just because it's just the classic skill matchup. Both of these champions able to dance around a fight, having to get their skill shots out. Of course, that chain's needing to land for the extra damage. The Orbit Deception being very similar here as well on the side of Korn. And we saw Cool do fantastic things on that Ahri. We'll see whether Korn can do the same thing.
And what I want to see from Starhorn World Cup is just reasons for optimism. Whether it's winning a lane, whether it's rotating well and picking up some early structures or some objectives. It's been a really bad week 7 for them.
Yeah.
As the pause has actually come through, so of course we're going to have to wait until... It's just been a really terrible week 7 for them. You know, the first matchup against LGD was very one-sided. The first game here, very one-sided. Just take the little advantage you can. If the roster swap comes next week, still going to take time for Name, of course, to warm up to his teammates. The rumors have been that they've been scrimming half of the time with Name and half of the time with their sub AD carry, so it's definitely not going to be a complete change for Royal Club, but it's going to be a big shift in identity. They haven't got a lot of wins on the board. They're not in playoff contention at the moment, but they're not that far away. So again, Korn and Cola, if they can have a strong laning phase, if the team can rotate early, if we see Insec on Nidalee, you can see the potential because Insec loves those innovative jungle picks. Try something different with the Nidalee. Maybe that'll be something that'll force a ban out in future series. Just set yourself up for future success because it's looking hard to pick up a series win here.
Yeah, it's looking difficult, but of course they do have tools to be able to get themselves ahead, and we'll see whether they can actually manage to make that one work because Starhorn Royal Club, they had a very good, arguably fantastic early start to the LPL, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll hop onto the Rift and see how they'll do. And here we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with Starhorn Royal Club taking on OMG for the second time here. And we'll see whether Royal Club can fight back after that pretty disheartening first loss.
Yeah, Insect's jungle Nidalee sounds to me like something that should be terrifying. Of course, we've seen Spirit do so much work on Nidalee, even on a team struggling to the similar degree as Starhorn Royal Club. So we'll see they're going for a very aggressive early invade, just trying to look for some vision.
Yeah, and Royal Club actually, this is what they have to do. They have to, you know, pull out some interesting tactics, change things up, and really try to get themselves ahead in any way they can. Loveling on the map looks like he's in an interesting position, but Royal Club, they're all going to be backing. They've managed to get the wards out here as well, and I think that Royal Club looking for some sort of lane swap because, of course, last time, having the standard lanes didn't necessarily work out.
Yeah, definitely. though it's a reverse of the matchup, Uzi, we've seen his Graves once already this season, looked very comfortable on that champion, just like Imp, as equally as adept on the Callistas of the world as he is on the Graves.
Yeah, Loveling actually hanging out down on this bottom side as well as Cloud and Uzi might be looking to set something up. You can see Royal Club are moving that bottom lane towards the top side, so it seems like this lane swap is going to come through here, and that is a good start for Royal Club, trying to get this Callista to a point where she can succeed.
Absolutely. Pick up a bit of attack speed, be able to dash away through more use of the passive and get away from the Graves buckshot. After a few levels, going to be a better matchup, but going. He's going for the full Metal Gear experience and trying to sap some experience.
Actually starting the backs here as well. Well, hasn't actually spotted him out as Insec. Oh, did he just show himself? He did. Going now in a lot of trouble. You don't walk out of the brush there, buddy. There's the Ren to come down as well. Going finally using that flash. Maybe a little bit soon on the Ren, but they had to get the slow.
But look, at the end of the day, he did pick up a little bit of experience. Not worth the flash trade for sure. He'd actually already skilled the boomerang toss, so was in a terrible spot in terms of mobility. He's going to stay in lane. He used one of his potions, gone the longsword, so he actually does have enough sustain to get to full health, but quite squishy.
Yeah, could be a little bit of a worry. Uzi just hanging out here in this lane on his own as Loveling going to be jungling in the enemy jungle. A little bit standard stuff here for Loveling, and as he's on this Rex side, pretty comfortable just farming out wave after wave. Kohler just following Insec around. Both of these top laner and jungler going to be getting to their level 2 relatively quickly. Going opting to just try and soak as much experience as he can, not going for that buddy system in the jungle.
Quite amusing, but the jungle follow for Rumble is actually fantastic in this situation. Usually people shy away from it because, of course, you don't do a lot of damage to those neutral camps unless you overheat, you know, especially the Flame Splitter at level 1, not doing a lot of help. But Nidalee does so much damage to the jungle, especially on patch 5.2, when she gets to reset on her Cougar abilities whenever she gets the Hunted debuff, that's actually able to power farm and get quite a lot of experience in the jungle.
Yeah, Cool actually able to use his distortion in order to just get straight back into lane and continue farming here as the two-man gang squad did come through. But Zero not able to find that Aqua Prison. Pretty difficult to lock down a LeBlanc. And well, just happy to tank up these creeps here a little bit.
Wants to begin the freeze, but Cloud is coming to the lane to give a little bit of help. Only level 1. Surprisingly, quite a lot of health, but only level 1.
Yeah, it does have a couple of wards here as well, so he's going to be able to provide some vision up in the top side for OMG, but wants to be able to just soak up some experience now and at least get a couple more abilities under his belt. Kohler and Insect now paying a visit to Uzi on this bottom side, who had a very hard freeze. They're just going to chuck this one into the turret. Uzi even going to take a spear for it as well, and these caster creeps not actually making it towards the turret here as well as Kohler. Going to get very far forward.
It's actually a very important gank, you know, pseudo gank coming through from Insect, because just pushing the wave, helping the lane reset, that's actually a massive piece of help for Kohler's laning. It's just deceptively strong maneuver coming through from Star Royal Club.
Yeah, there's the passive coming through from the Sentinel here as well from Well as the Wallop not going to find the Callista, which is the target of choice here at the same time. There's the Ignite, the render come through, and first blood goes to Zero of all people.
Yeah, not ideal, doesn't go to Well, but it's still Well's lane that picks up the first one. That's massive for Starhan Royal Club. Look, they threw a curveball by winning that semi-final against OMG. It's still unlikely here, and Kohler has to flash away.
Yeah, forced to use that flash, but doesn't get knocked up by the Unburrow, which is definitely the thing that Loveling was looking for. Had that flash available, could have counter-flashed there, but decides to hold on to his Summoner spell and just make sure that Uzi can continue farming in this bottom lane.
Still, this is what we talked about. We want to see a curveball. We want to see something to be happy about. They got the first blood. They've managed to navigate well into a safer lane against Going. OMG overextending, allowing the first blood to come through. That's something for Starhan Royal Club to build upon. They're ahead in gold. Again, we're talking about minuscule advantages at 5 minutes. But remember how different this other game that we just watched was at the same point.
Yeah, well, it's true, and it's looking like Callista seems to be the pick of choice here for both of these teams. Well, actually playing fantastically thus far. I mean, it's not often that you manage to get a 2v2 kill, and it seems it's happened for First Blood both of these games.
Callista's
well, actually not for First Blood, but it's happened.
The Callista's been very on point this week of the LPL. Of course, Imp struggled with that pick, and Imp and PYO, especially on LGD, struggled to find identity on that Callista pick. But with the builds shifting, you know, we've seen Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, single target builds, and also the Ren-centric Hurricane builds. It's very nice. Bubble coming through from Zero. Going. He's not having a lot of fun in this lane.
Yeah, Zero actually having a bit of a giggle here as well. So showing some manners. Going, just going to pop some potions and chill out. He's going to be A-OK. 24 CS to 10 as far as this top lane matchup is concerned. Uzi doing a great job stopping Cola from being able to get anything in this lane. Going, of course, teleported back to his top side, but Cola hasn't taken his. His Death Sentence actually going to land on a Cola here. Uzi gets a point-blank buckshot, and Cola is most definitely dead, and the collateral damage was even available because Uzi somehow level 6.
Not often you say that both supports have the kills for their teams. Very bloodthirsty support play. Cloud stood in a pink ward brush for about a minute 30, then escaped and outside with the flash Death Sentence. They pick up the kill. Things are going well across the map for both teams.
Yeah, managing to pick up these kills. Of course, OMG getting a sneaky gank there onto Cola on the bottom side. And with his flash down, it has to be something that is in the back of your mind. OMG sort of just capitalizing on the fact that that summoner spell was down. Cola did a good job sort of knowing that he was dead, trying to get as much damage down. Another Aqua Prison to land here in this top side as well. Royal Club are just continuing to put pressure on, and they're now starting to push this wave into the turret.
But you can kind of see the difference between both AD carries in terms of laning. One of Uzi's greatest strengths as a player is the ability to hold lanes and balance harass with this last hitting. And he's been able to hold the bottom lane so well on the Graves. The difference in the CS, 12 CS to 33, is a massive difference as the double bubble stops OMG from rotating aggressively for any sort of pick. But Uzi, he's not giving Rumble a CS whenever he has the opportunity to deny those.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Uzi was always famed for as well, as challenging people to CS, and that's against a ranged champion, and this is now a Rumble, one of the hardest champions to last hit on in the game, you have to think.
Still going aggressive. You can see Cola happy to take these trades. He's happy to tank up the minions because he knows that with the level advantage and almost has the collateral damage up and both his summoners, he has significant kill pressure on Cola.
Yeah, Cola now managing to get a couple with those harpoons, but when you're relegated to farming with that skill only, you have to think that things are looking pretty bad as Cloud going to come through, lands the Death Sentence here at the same time, and there's all the CC to come down. Collateral damage easily going to be enough to secure another kill for Uzi.
It's all the lane control. Excellent rotation coming through from Cloud, but Uzi, this is what he does. And that's why I don't understand. Why don't we see the Caitlyn from Uzi? He's so good, and even in a 2v2 situation at executing those sort of plays. But in a 1v1 or a 1v0, he holds waves. He's excellent at harassing. And Cola, it's 2 deaths now. He's going to have his flash soon, but don't know how much it'll help him.
Yeah, it seems like the focus always seems to be on the lane that Uzi is in, making sure that he can get ahead. He can be the carry for his team. You can see he's only ahead by a few CS. The extra assist doing some work here for Well at the same time. But the Dragon, of course, having the duo lane here on the bottom side. Top lane outer turret is going to fall down, but Loveling has an opportunity to go for something. Cola gets picked off in transition, and Uzi's there again. The smoke screen comes down. Insect does manage to get the Primal Surge down, and there's some pounces here as well. Cloud, is the takedown going to be enough? The heal comes through, and Insect is probably going to go down. Does pick up the takedown kill, and he's pouncing away from this one. There's another Primal Surge. Is Zero going to be able to come through and actually get the work done here as Uzi, he's being pressured out. Another beautiful Aqua Prison.
Yeah, the use of the skill shots is very on point from Zero, but they have to respond to the pressure coming through. That's a lot of damage.
That's a beautiful spear to come down. Korn just drive-bys onto Uzi. And Zero comes through. Oh, Fate's Call saves his life there. He's going to have to chill out in that ultimate for as long as possible as the Ignite was ticking, but it's not going to be enough. Ebb and Flow just keeps him alive.
Yeah, the disengage Fate's Call is very underrated as a skill. It's often pigeonholed Fate's Call as an offensive tool for the Annies of the world, for the Threshers of the position defensively. The flexibility of that ability is so strong, and it was wonderfully used by Well and Zero.
Absolutely fantastic. And, of course, Zero holding onto it as well because that Ignite would have killed him. As Korn had to put that one on him, but holding onto it, making sure that he soaked as much of that summoner spell as possible. And survived, no problem.
Survived, no problem. And look, Starham Royal Club are surviving this early game. 11 minutes in. The last game was already looking decided, but it's actually very close. Only 300 gold between the two teams. Well has farmed. He's not been pigeonholed into an emergency pickaxe brutalizer build that he's consistently been relegated to. on Graves, and now in a 2v2, it's definitely not the walkover that it was in the previous game.
Yeah, and Well actually playing with a lot of confidence here as well, leaping forward into Uzi's face. Not sort of playing with the same amount of hesitation that they were forced to in the last match. And it's really great to see, of course, not phasing him. Still keeping his head in this one. And Cool cheating towards this bottom side. Of course, there is a pink ward in that brush. He is going to be spotted out heading towards the Royal Club bottom lane. And Zero and Well going to be forced to play a little bit further back as this pink ward does die. Ooh, Korn. Spot Cool out hanging around this pink ward, but he's just going to head back towards that mid lane. And now Zero and Well can hang out. Ooh, misses the pierce there. Just a little bit frustratingly onto that creep, but Wave is going to start pushing in, and Well, he's going to be able to farm just fine. Ooh, Foxfire. Ooh, Charm not going to land here onto Cool. There's the Insect. Cheeky spear from the side. He's going to head back as Well's playing so far up.
You definitely see the difference in jungle pressure that Insect can put out on a champion like Nidalee, who can power farm, who still has a lot of high damage ganks and can be able to pressure the enemy. It's almost night and day, and this is Insect like we haven't seen him aside from that one Hecarim game. Of course, that was more the ability to farm from the jungle than teleport to be relevant. But his pathing on Nidalee, just like the best Nidalees in the league, like Dandy and, for example, Spirit, has been very on point this game.
Yeah, and as far as the kill distribution, and more importantly, the death distribution coming through here for both of these teams, it actually looks fine here for Royal Club, because Kola, I mean, he can just be an equalizer bot, and he's fantastic at using that ability. Whereas on the other side, you know, they've got like 1-0-1 here for Nidalee, who can now farm even better in that jungle. We've got the Morellonomicon completed here for Korn, who's 1-0-0. 0-0-1 here for Well as well, and things are actually looking pretty good.
I mean, if you could choose one person to be held down in terms of resources, you know, maybe not in terms of levels, but definitely in terms of gold. I mean, there's no one with a lower floor to be relevant, a lower like gold requirement to be relevant in a team fight than Rumble, of course. You know, just the 2,600 gold for the double magic penetration items. Okay, he's still working towards those, but he's got the equalizer now. He's the only person who's died on his team, and everyone else, okay, maybe it's not ideal that Well doesn't have one of the kills, but everyone doing fine.
Yeah, it's looking okay here for Royal Club, and we'll see whether they can make something happen at potentially the next Dragon, which is going to be coming up relatively soon. Of course, OMG managing to sneak that one away. Loveling just soloing it out. You can see Uzi, he's gone back. He's picked up his Infinity Edge as his first item. No cheeky Bloodthirsters to come through. No sort of flavors of Vasily here to come down. Uzi just wanting that flat damage and wanting it now.
Absolutely, and this is the same thing that he did last time he played Graves. Makes sense, you know, he's not the sort of player that wants to rotate and pick up turrets. They're not looking to play the rotational game. Even though he's on a mid-game carry, might as well set himself up for late-game damage.
Yeah, that's right. Ooh. Korn actually going to hang around here. Nice spear from Insect as well. Has that Magus enchantment. Also has the tier stacking up as well. Not getting the early tier. Made sure that he finished his jungle item before that one came through. So no cheeky business to come down. Dandy-esque type stuff. But he is going to have that one stacking very quickly, of course. The Cougar form ability stacking it up makes it very easy.
I mean, the only hole in the early game from Star Royal Club is the fact that they didn't pick up the first Dragon. You know, Jungle Nidalee can solo it so early in the game. Korn actually goes so aggressive in the mid lane off screen. Actually flash to try and get the charm on Cool. Cool doesn't even have to return the flash himself. Without that summoner available, and now without the mobility of the ultimate, Korn actually is overextended and received nothing from it.
Yeah, actually, the flash wasn't even available from Cool, unfortunately. Has just come up now, so now has the ability to flash himself out of that one if he wants to. Is going to use it in order to get out of the way of that spear. And that was probably necessary because Insect, you knew that he was going in.
No, good job from Insect to at least pressure out the summoner and cause the summoner trade, and both mid laners now without flash. Of course, with a lot shorter cooldown dash is cool, but
yeah.
It matches the flashes nonetheless.
Well, it's true. Both Cool and Korn having sort of those dashing abilities. Having that on an ultimate makes it not quite as great for Korn, but he can use it in such quick succession in those engagements.
You can't really argue. This is 5.2 Ari. You can just
Yeah,
fly
true.
to lane. You see them using Q in the base happily to just walk to lane faster. Ari's still very, very strong.
Yeah, incredible champion. And still is, actually, now that we're 5.4. Ari still very, very strong. Just not quite as dominant as she is on this patch. OMG now with the complete Dragon control, going to continue that one as the box is just put on to zone out the members of Royal Club. It's now down to half health here as Cool. He's waiting in the wings, looking to try and pick something up. He's going to take down that pink ward, and with exclusive vision. It's an easy dragon.
Yeah, the Fate's Call was actually used because the Death Sentence did come through onto Zero. He lives through the exchange. They use the Fate's Call. They just donate the second dragon. Not ideal for Starhorn Royal Club, but again, it's the smallest of their problems. They're doing fine. They do have the turret advantage.
They do. Uzi now going to be clearing out these minions underneath the turret, and you have to think that he probably wants to wait until he's got a little bit more crit, make use of that Infinity Edge a little bit more, but he's continued his dominance as far as this CS is concerned. Well, decided to go for a few different items, just picking up some stuff by the looks of things. He's got that recurve bow going towards that Hurricane, but he's also got the makings of that Bloodthirster as well, and we'll see when he hits that 2-item power spike, because it is huge when they come through here on Callisto. And we saw Uzi trying something different with the Phantom Dancer Blade of the Ruined King, and well, he's going for the AoE build.
I just feel like the pigeonholing himself between two strong items is probably going to be Bloodthirster Hurricane. You'd have to expect with the
Could have been a Wit's End.
Yeah, I mean, there's that potential for their Atlas, but let's just stay with the meta choices and expect the Hurricane and the Bloodthirster coming through. The issue is, though, if you just have those parts against an Infinity Edge and then Dragon comes up, you just can't contest for it because you don't have the potential for the Ren set. You don't necessarily have the extra sustain and shield coming through, the defensive options of the Bloodthirster. With neither, when you split the focus, you want to stay in lane. So OMG, what do they say? Let's take the Dragon.
Yeah, it's true, and they do pick that one up. Actually, Cloud getting tidal waved by Zero here. He just wants to put on as much hurt as he can. Cool actually getting Spirit Rushed at here from Korn, who's looking for the Charm. Oh my goodness. That Dark Passage was fantastic. The Charm trying to chase Cool down, but just not quite fast enough. Ooh, well actually forced to jump around. There's the flash into the Unburrow here as well, as he's trying to dance away. Dodges out of the way of the collateral damage here as well. The flash forward from Uzi, though, might spell his death, as Martial Poise not enough for just Graves walking at you.
Yeah, 20% critical strike. Didn't get it the first few times. The last one crit, took out the last 450 health. And in all the Chaos Starhorn Royal Cup, they take the last of the outer turrets, I believe. All 3 outer turrets down. That's still a big strategic win for Starhorn Royal Club. It's not turrets, but it's something.
Well, it's true, and I mean...
It's not Dragon, but it's something.
Yeah, ain't no Dragon. Ain't nothing but a thing, Papa Smithy. There's 3 to 4 now in kills. We've got very even as far as the gold is concerned, and Insect's still able to throw out all of these spears. Has noticed that there's quite a lot of wards here in this rush, as well as the spear going to land. The Charm as well, as Going has to get out. Of course, has a lot of rage left in his Narbar, as Uzi going to take down the first outer turret of the game in the bottom side. OMG are going to fade away from this outer turret in the mid lane. Of course, their personal favorite turret in the game.
It is impressive that despite they have the global gold advantage with 3 turrets to 1, OMG is still ahead in gold at this point.
Have you looked at the top lane?
That's, I believe the word is landslide advantage coming through for Going. 144 CS to 59. Literally the whole gold lead is basically on his shoulders. He's 1,200 gold ahead just from CS.
Yep, and also 2 levels here as well. Cola sort of not able to stand up whatsoever. 1,200 gold.
Cola just says, please, can we team fight? I'll hit my equalizer, I promise.
Yeah, exactly. He does have the Sorcerer's Shoes and, of course, that Haunting Guise. He is team fight ready, Papa Smithy.
You do with some levels.
Yeah, he could also do with his Zonya's Hourglass and maybe a Void Staff as well. So he's got aspirations, ladies and gentlemen. He really wants to be getting some more of this money.
It's nice to have dreams, Atlas.
Is it, though? Because Huey seems to replace him every single time. Yeah, Insect is going to be able to lock away that red buff as well, as Cloud came around for a bit of a look in. Korn hanging out on this bottom side, just having a bit of a split push, pushing out this wave as Loveling and Cool heading down here as well. But Tremorsense going to spot Korn, but going to have his tunnels removed for it.
Like out of nowhere, Uzi has a massive burst in damage coming through with the static shift.
Yeah.
So he's definitely combat ready. No Scimitar armor whatsoever as Loveling hits a charm, has a bit of love bubbles around his head as he hits the Orb of Deception as well. A lot of damage coming through from Uzi, deceptively high damage coming through with his very efficient early pickups.
Yeah, not to mention the massive burst damage as well. That's all up front with this Graves. Collateral damage and buckshot. Oh my gosh, Cool coming through from the side. Actually takes a lot of poke for it, as Uzi just going to clear out this wave as quickly as possible. And Royal Club now sitting back. And is this what their comp wants to do? Do they want to be poking through? Zero on the disengage. Ooh. Or the engage with, there's the equalizer and the tidal wave. Beautiful play. The Mimic gets destroyed. That's not really the target that they want, though.
That's 25 gold.
Yeah. That's a win. Lock it in.
Insect still has a lot of mana, so he's able to poke with the spears. They're doing quite a lot of damage at this point. But OMG, they're going to be able to harass up. I mean, Cola, he just needs levels. He needs the level 11 desperately. We've already mentioned they don't have the setup CC to lock down people through the equalizer. It's just going to be tickling at this point. So they really need to rotate him into an open lane. To be honest, though, you look at this, the way the minion waves are pushing, there's nowhere really for him to farm.
No. You'd hop into that jungle, but of course, not the greatest jungler.
Even with the skin?
Oh, actually, yeah, he is Rumble in the jungle, so I take it all back. Probably should hop into that jungle. Oh my goodness, the QR combo underwell there from Cool. Just able to get right into that backline and get some damage down. Of course,
So
not going to have kill pressure, but very low.
So it's over 100 now between Go-Going and Cola, as Go-Going finds a wave and happily, gleefully, you just know Cola's sitting somewhere just going...
He's just making the same sounds that Nara is making, like, just happily smacking away at that wave. No worries at all. Ooh, cute little distortion play there. Dodges out of the way of the charm, and Korn has been pretty good on this Ari, you have to say. I mean, managing to pick up that kill earlier on, but so far, Cool just able to farm out his waves over and over again. Got no worries at all. Has that Morellonomicon, almost has the Abyssal Scepter, which has been completed from corners. Just going to get obliterated. The Ignite there flashes out of the way as Cloud. He gets the play. Beautiful flash to come through. And they take the dragon at the same time. OMG picking up victories across the map.
Poetry in motion from OMG. I loved the play. It was just so beautiful from Cloud and Cool. They try to get another pick in the mid. They can't do it as Cola. He finally finds some minions. Really hopes they'll hit the turret soon, but OMG, they're not going to give him a chance, are they?
Oh my goodness, Cloud once again finds him. The Dark Passage is there. It gets Cole in, and Cola's had a horrible time this game.
I'm worried about Cola overheating in real life.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Of course, these are professionals, Papa Smithy. He's not going to do that, but man, if I was to look at that CS score that Go-Going's managed to pick up for himself, I'd be like, team, I need to do stuff. Oh, Nara onto Insect into the wall. He was there for a second. He's dead now. As OMG continue the pressure, and he probably just thought that, yeah, they're bound to have gone back now, but not going to happen.
Insect has a death cap. He has so much ability power completed. With the tier, it's stacking up. I'll have to have a look. 650 stacks. When the Seraphs comes through, it's going to be a lot of damage, but again, Cola doesn't really do very much.
No, he doesn't, but we can talk about the Haunting Guy Sorcerer's Shoes. He's now managed to pick up that arm guard as well. As Uzi just going to clear out this wave in mid, and OMG just starting the stranglehold on this game. Maybe a little bit later than they did in the last game. It is already 23 minutes in, and by this stage, they basically won the previous matchup. Korn going to use that Spirit Rush, which is thankfully back up off cooldown in order to save himself from the onslaught of OMG. As Uzi just going to quick draw away and take a Dark Passage to safety.
I mean, just to reiterate your point, there's a lot to like about Star World Club's early gameplay here. They picked stronger lanes apart from the Cola Rumble. They played aggressively. They got some advantage. They were the first to pick up the 3 outer turrets. And at this point, that's something. The game was always going to be very difficult for them to pick up a win. But the pressure started from OMG. They finally started to convert their early CS advantage into obvious grouping advantages. Rumble still desperate to find a CS somewhere, still under 70 as Go-Going finds plenty.
Yeah, Go-Going's having no troubles here at all, and he's about to quadruple the farm. I think we should stop doing the mathematics on this one because it's just really not working out. It's just OMG having such a strangle, and the fact that the lane swap worked out so much better for Go-Going, who has the range, has the ability to just farm out these waves very comfortably, and Rumble just doesn't like the lane swap at all.
I mean, look, Rumble is decent in the lane swap, but, you know, you're against Uzi on Grey as someone who's a player who's fantastic at zoning enemy carries, let alone just in a 2v1 or an implied 2v1 situation against the Rumble. Uzi played on form, and then when the lane swap started to happen, OMG rotated members, stopped Rumble from ever having what was not necessarily a comfortable laning matchup against Na, but one that he can potentially survive. Cole's finally managed to lap up enough experience to have level 11, so at least the equalizer suddenly becomes, again, teamfight relevant. But in terms of true relevancy of being able to get into the backline, don't think that's ever going to happen this game for Cola.
Yeah, no, it's not looking too great. But of course, He could just go. Should this be when he decides, I just want to finish off this Leandries, make sure that the equalizer's doing as much as it can?
I think that's what you do. If you hit the perfect equalizer, anything's possible. The base damage and the Leandries burn will do a lot, although there isn't a lot of health stacking coming down. Of course, it'll do a lot of damage to Rek'Sai, who's now built health and armor, but no magic resist. But again, I think that's the best you can hope for. Like, unfortunately, the Zonies is just too much of a purchase. He's sitting on about 1,000 gold. Realistically, I don't know if he'll get another 1,100 gold for about another 20 minutes of the game, it feels like. So
Yeah.
maybe just go for what you can get.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Uzi actually going to quick draw forward here. Does land on a trap, but going. He's just going to keep split pushing this game as Kohler tries his very best to pick up some farm. Has picked up another 12 now.
Going bought a Trinity Force.
Yep. Okay. Well, you may as well. When you're that much golden farm ahead.
The interesting thing is, it basically stops. Oh my goodness, we're seeing a fight in the mid.
Yeah, there's Korn actually leaping around this fight. The Ignite's onto Uzi, who's hanging out in the back line, waiting until he can re-engage on this one as well. He's got the shield from that Bloodthirster. He's definitely at a stage where he can fight as Cool jumps in, does land a chain, just pokes Zero as the boomerang comes through and slows well down just a little bit. Cool actually in the enemy base. He might distort back though, you have to think. Yeah.
The thing about the Trinity Force, it just makes him win harder in a 1v1. Okay, it's not team fight tankiness stats, but it just makes him harass and just hold down Cole that much more. So I don't mind the pick up at all. Already see a really strong frontline tank coming through from Rek'Sai, but the fight's on.
Yeah, there's the equalizer. Not really going to land onto too many champions, but clears out all the minions. Cool though, he gets charmed and he's going to fall down. Well picks up that one. Cool. Royal Club, they take advantage of an OMG or overextending just a little.
Cool distorted so many times in Flash that I think he lost track of where his first Shadow was, or his first Mimic was. Died anyway in the assortment of AoE. They don't quite get to the turret. It's so low. It's sitting on about 240 health, but of course regenerating. And Starhorn Royal Club, is it emergency Baron time?
Oh, it definitely is. There is a ward here, but of course Insect does a heck of a lot of damage, and they've got a Callista. They can rend down this Baron. There is not a large likelihood that Loveling is going to be able to pick that one up. You can see all the spears coming through the face of this Baron, down to about 2,000 health. And the Ren goes down. The steal from Loveling as Royal Club now just incredibly upset. They punish him for it. Uzi's going to die here at the same time, but Cloud is going to get Korn on the backside. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but Cloud, you are most definitely dead. Going is trying to lock down well, and well, this isn't a super tank Nah. This is a mini Nah that can crush you, especially when he turns Mega, because that Trinity Force is doing some work, and that 1v1 didn't work out for the Callista as she thought.
With the Warden's Mail and just the health from the Banshee, actually just pinged level 16. Going is a monster. There's no other way to describe him. I realize he's also in Mega Nah form. He looks very scary, but it's just the items that make him that. Okay, his model's quite large, but even as the little Teemo-like mini Nah, still very scary.
Super scary. Cool going to be able to take down the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Going to continue the pressure in this top side. Actually going to head on over and use that Trinity Force proc in order to get down this inhibitor as well. And that Baron, it was... Oh, what? Okay, Insect was there. Cool. Made sure that was no longer correct. He's going to head forward here as well. The hyper proc onto Kohler. Does have a needlessly large rod here as well as Korn. Not going to find... Oh, actually finds it onto Cool. But look at these creeps. The Baroned up minions now heading into the base of Royal Club. And, well, trying to do what he can in order to convince OMG to leave the base. The fourth dragon going to fall down, of course, unanswered by Royal Club. And Uzi going to take away a blue buff here as well. Returns to his top lane. Does really like that lane.
They just, unfortunately, it's the full court press once again. Okay, the minions in the bottom lane aren't supporting it, but in top and mid especially, so much pressure coming down to Star Royal Cup. The only real safe minions they can farm are the ones hitting their Nexus turrets, but the Equalizer doesn't do a lot of damage to the bound up minions.
No, the melee one's actually walking through that one unhindered. The Siege minion in the back still smacking down on this turret. Orbit Deception's going to deal with it. And the Spears not quite finding their marks. The distortions over the wall constantly here from Cool, who has a lot of cooldown reduction with that Morellonomicon. And OMG now looking to press forward into this base. You can see the Ren's actually able to clear out these waves pretty quickly. Well, might be able to get some work done as far as clearing out some waves are concerned. And Royal Club hanging on at this stage. So you have to think, OMG, they're just pressing this advantage over and over again.
And the question we'll have to answer next week is, will plugging in a superior AD carry, an AD carry upgrade, finish some of the strategic holes that Starhorn Royal Club is. Because remember, Well's done fine this game. He's certainly not the man who's necessarily been the biggest issue. But Starhorn Royal Club, they've all done that. Here we go.
Yeah, there's the gigantic Gnar into the Nexus here, as well as Cole is going to incidentally die to Cool. Well trying to do some work, but Uzi's found him. Just shoots him in the face. The spears and the charms are landing, but the Nexus turrets are falling down for Royal Club. And OMG, it took them a little longer this time, but they're going to push through and potentially win this game right here.
Yeah, they need a minion wave to finish off the thing, but Nidalee takes a lot of damage. Uzi goes for a fun ride, and so do OMG. 3 points for them today. Starhorn Royal Club, they're very excited about Week 8 and the potential of that upgraded AD carry, but no points for them today at all.
Yeah, Name, who they've been practicing with, is potentially going to be coming through next week. But, well, he did fine that game, and there seems to be a whole lot of more patches here for Starhorn Royal Club to work on. And I think it has a lot to do with morale at this stage, because they want to have their lineup that they want to take to the playoffs. They want to have that lineup that they're used to. And some giggles there coming through as these players are shaking hands. And OMG, that was just pretty... yeah, decisive.
Definitely a gleeful reunion with his old teammates. Maybe not the same story for the Starhorn Royal Club members, although Zero seemed very happy to see Uzi. So there's that.
Yeah. And, well. That does bring us to the end, ladies and gentlemen, of our week of LPL. I have to admit, I'm a little bit gobsmacked by that performance from OMG, really showing... Royal Club who was boss. But on behalf of myself, ladies and gentlemen, Papa Smithy here, and of course Pastry Time and Spawn who are on the desk, and our lovely production crew, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
swear to God, I will hold